How's it going, everybody? How are y'all doing today? See, Oski with the 2, mute Juan. Alright. Sounds good. Yeah, this is a Final Fantasy IX playlist. Had this on earlier. Let's see. Let me start this up real quick. Will it work?
I can't afford this shit!
Yeah, well, I actually slept last night. I streamed a little bit this morning, then I had some stuff I had to go do, and I'm back on, so... What stuff? Gaming stuff. I don't know. Said stuff to do, doesn't matter.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Why is this not... Oh, there he goes. What the fuck? The app was, like, hidden. It wasn't on my, like, whatever application bar. I had to, like, fucking tab into it, then it popped up. Alright, so let me change this on OBS real quick. Maybe? Will it work? No. Alright, there it goes. Just taking sweet time. Just taking its sweet time.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Let's see. Yours truly with the 2 videos. Angry face. Well, videos make me angry, so I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. Yeah, dude, Wolverine's getting shat on all over Twitter right now. It's funny as fuck, man. You love to see it. Like, everybody's just, like, branding it millennial slop and shit, so... I don't know, dude. It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. I think the, age of the Soiny exclusive getting universally glazed is coming to an end, thankfully. But we'll find out. Let's see. Aerith the Queen with the 2. Okay. And Trent with the 48 months. Appreciate it, man. Apparently there's a Kingdom Hearts anime now. Brutal, man. Chaka Shaka's about to weeb out, bro. He's about to weeb out. And Doom Studios with the 5 months. Appreciate it, bro. Big ups.
I can't afford this shit!
Alright, let me just go ahead and get a tab going. I need to refresh this thing because I forgot to duplicate. There we go. Oh, is my mouse about to die? Usually that's what that sound means. Alright, there we go. And Oski with the 2, how is the anime? I finished the first season, it was pretty good. A little bit on the cheesy side at times, but you know, miles fucking better than Western media. But it's pretty good, actually. It was engaging. So I think the, I mean, based on the first season, I assume the second one is probably going to ramp up quite a bit more. But yeah, so far, so good. Just pleasantly surprised, I'll say that. Yeah, I saw the thing where they hired the gamers as air traffic control. Yeah. Dark Magician Girl Overframe English version comes out next month on the 3rd. Is it the Dark Magical Curtain version or like an actual Dark Magician Girl? No, so they're like basically the card you see in like the overframes for Dark Magician Girl. It's not actually a Dark Magician Girl card. It's called Dark Magical Curtain. And basically what it is a spell card for Dark Magician Girl, but it's not technically a Dark Magician Girl. So I was just wondering if it was basically, is it green or not?
I can't afford this shit!
I guess is the thing. Is it green? If it's green, it's Dark Magical Curtain. Dark Magical Me Curtains. But yeah, although I don't know, bro. Dark Magician Girl probably doesn't have any roast beefing going on. And Oski the 2, I'm glad you enjoyed it soon. I'll pay for season 2. I'll probably watch it tomorrow, honestly, so it's all good, man. I don't like to leave things unfinished, so. But yeah. That's pretty good thus far, I must say. This thing that'll suck, though, is it's definitely not going to be over by Season 2. So my guess is there's probably going to be a pretty big wait in between seasons. If it keeps getting renewed, which I don't know how popular it is or not in Japan. I would assume it's pretty popular. It looks like it has a big budget. Dude, the audio's glitched again. Hold on, I'm gonna mute the music real quick. Just want to get an example of this. Turn it off. Turn it back on.
That's one.
It's a great match to join in progress on. Sounds like I'm shooting in dead space during the space segments.
One down.
All right. Good enough. There's a lot of fucking bugs in this, and it crashes a lot too.
Come back here.
What was the concurrent player count like on this? Did anybody see? Let's see.
I can't afford this shit!
So it's yeah, that's rough, bro. That's actually pretty rough. Yeah, 13,000 right now. 19,000 24-hour peak, and the all-time peak was during the... Or no, it was during the open beta. Okay. I was about to say, that's even worse, bro. So I was to say, if it peaked during... Yeah, dude, it's only getting about 10,000 more... Or no, 8,000 more concurrent players than the closed beta. Yeah, dude, that does not bode well at all. So, yeah, Ultimate Edition or whatever sold like absolute fucking dog shit. So that's the reason why they were able to make this exclusive. And unfortunately, it's probably going to kill Gears. Are there any women in this chat? Hell no, bro. Only chuds. And Bud Sunny with the 2. I guess we can check it out. Oh no! Shit. Almost. Yeah, there's like a lag that takes effect every time you get near other players that I'm starting to pick up on. A lot more than the previous beta, which is really annoying. This open beta seems a lot more frame trap. Alright, how the fuck did I not get that guy? Oh, it absolutely would have sold better as a trilogy, because it's like, dude, who wants to play part 1, not be able to play part 2 or 3, or 4 or 5, or the prequel that's about to come out? Like, why would anyone on PlayStation be like, yeah, let me buy 1/6 of a franchise with no hope of ever getting to play the other entries? Like, that'd be like selling Mass Effect 1 and then just saying, well, if you want to play Mass Effect 2 and 3, buy a whole different fucking console. Like, that wouldn't go well. It'd be like, yeah, I'm just not gonna fucking play it. No thanks. Basically what they did with Mass Effect 3 on the Wii U. Oh, that's true. Yeah, I forgot about that. The Wii U port of Mass Effect. Oh, fuck. Yeah, dude, there's gonna be so many people rushing out to spend $800 on a brand new Series X just to play one game. Like, I don't know how they thought that was a good idea, bro. Exclusives don't fucking matter when you have an $800 paperweight as your main fucking platform. Like, sorry. That's just not gonna fucking do well regardless. Especially with the franchise that's already on, like, fucking death's door, basically. Like, Gears needs very tender, careful nurturing back to health. And, you know, locking it down to the one place people don't buy shit is not a good idea. Fuck, man. Brutal. Nope, I did not watch anything about Kingdom Hearts. Somebody mentioned they made like an anime or something, so that's all I know. Yeah, Gears and Halo are on, like, fucking life support with basically the morphine being administered to make them comfortable on the way out. It's truly tragic, man. You know, two of the most promising franchises in the industry in their respective, you know, genres, first and third person shooters, are now like a husk of what they used to be. Downed? Bro, I shoved that shotgun straight up his fucking sphincter. That fucking downed him? Cringe. I think Gears E-Day on PS5 would have at least lengthened the lifespan of the multiplayer, if not just but a little bit. So, and maybe it would have gotten them a few more sales, but yeah, I mean, granted, I don't think it's going to be, you know, the thing that saves the franchise. It would basically just inject a little bit more life into it, for the short term at least. Yeah, the whatever Reloaded edition should have been all 3 games. But that would have required a little bit too much effort for Microsoft. That'd be a little too much effort for old Microsoft, bro. Yeah, we need more sexism in gaming. No ugly women. You know, if they're over the age of 30, they're banned from being in the game. Period. Yeah, I wonder if Microsoft is ever going to release the numbers for... oh, wait, they don't release numbers. I wonder why, but it'd be interesting to know what Halo sold across, you know, PlayStation and Steam. It'd be pretty interesting to see.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
See, Cyberchud 2077 with the 5. Raymond is making it really hard to sympathize with him. I realized he isn't even racist today. He's not even trying. Well, dude, Raymond is just a, you know, he's a lolbert. He is a fucking lolbert. But I don't really think Raymond has any principled political beliefs at all, whatsoever. I think whatever way the wind is blowing in his chat that particular day is how he feels. Whatever is the path of least resistance to get more super chats. Well, that's because the black flag numbers were good.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Oh, shit.
Enemy down!
Whoa. Fuck, he didn't walk far enough over to the left. See, Mr. Marvin with the 6. I watched the Obsession movie, and I feel like people were overhyping the hell out of that movie. It felt like I'm watching a mid-YouTube fan film. But see, this is the problem with modern movies and TV shows, is everything is so fucking shit by default when something isn't like just literal liquid sewage. People like claim it's the greatest thing ever. Because it's like, wow, dude, it didn't make me want to fucking vomit by how revoltingly woke it was. This is the best shit ever, dude. And then the recency bias kicks in, and, you know, it's all downhill from there. So pretty much, you know, a mid-movie now feels great. Because everything that releases around it is just so shit. Well, that's the reality with a lot of media. That Lord of the Rings game, the one that just got re-released, like that game was mediocre as fuck back in the day by 360 standards. But when you play it today, like it's just, it feels better than a lot of other shit that came out because, you know, it's an actual video game for one. It's not fucking filled with a bunch of woke shit. And, you know, it aged gracefully. I don't even know what the Obsession movie's about. I just know it's like a horror movie. Which is an oxymoron if you ask me, but you know. Yeah, that's the thing. It might come to PS5 like a few months after launch. Who knows? Because apparently the PS5 version is like done for this game, pretty much. It's just sitting on a hard drive. Obsession is a Foyd movie? Yeah, I have no idea. No idea. I don't even know what the premise of it is. I'm assuming it's about an obsessive, like, girlfriend or some shit. I have no fucking idea, bro. I have no idea.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
The film follows a hopeless romantic who uses a mystical one wish, Willow, to make his coworker crush fall in love with him, unleashing a dark, soul-consuming fixate. Okay, there we go. So, yeah, basically, men wanting women to like them is evil. There's your amazing Hollywood-approved plot. No wonder why it gets glazed. Men wishing for women to like them? It's like the most evil thing you could ever imagine, bro. Obviously. Well, Griffin, it looks like I'm going to be changing my name. They confirmed it's not going to be the end of the story literally yesterday. Brutal, Schizo. Well, at least you have something else to live for. Don't give up, dude. Your lesbian slop will keep you going. That's right. Madoka and the black-haired chick will finally get to touch wands. Will I take my son fishing at the lake every Sunday? I don't have a son, nor do I have a lake, nor do I go fishing, so probably not. Most likely, no. Oh, I agree with Asmongold's immigration statement. We should light these fuckers up, bro. Chopper gunner inbound. Target practice, baby. If it was up to me, I would just have fucking, you know, literal auto turrets deployed on the border that would just automatically shoot anyone that gets so close. But that's my world. Unfortunately, we're not living in it. But yeah, that would be my my prescription to save the West from open borders and mass immigration, is just kill them all. You know, if you want to stop an invasion, just kill them before they get to the gate. Simple as that, man. We used to loose arrows on hordes of invading peoples. Now we have bullets.
I can't afford this shit!
You know, when the barbarians were at the gate, you didn't open it up and say, here, come inside and have free healthcare. No, you dumped, you know, boiling oil on their heads and lobbed rocks over the wall and, you know, shot arrows into their skulls. You killed them. You didn't open the fucking gate and let them in. So, it's just common sense. I didn't even know that people wiped standing up, so sitting down is the only way I know.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
See, Bill Herb with the 45 months. Appreciate it, man.
Gaming.
And also with the 5. Just learned that the comic book writer Tom King, the writer of Supergirl, book that inspired the movie, was former CIA guy. Explains a lot. Yup. Yup. I mean, the thing is, bro, you don't get anywhere in this world unless it's on purpose. So. That's the brutal truth. All these industries and everything are heavily controlled and moderated on who can and cannot climb the ranks. And Cosmic with the 5, to be fair, an obsession, the main character, Bear, is an unlikable nice guy that fumbles to ask out his crush. He reminds me of Raymond, to be honest. Did he watch the girl get fucked through his one? But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I guess, but still, you know, I don't assume the best from Hollywood at this point, to be fair. When it comes to Hollywood, I just automatically assign malicious intent because that's generally their standard operating procedure. I just automatically default to malicious intent because, you know, you can only shock the dog so many times before it stops eating. I think Anabolic's channel got taken down. Ah, shit. The I wish for $1 billion guy in Obsession is Griff. Why? What happens to him? Does he get butchered by a Jewish guy who sees the money and kills him over it? Dude, I would never wish for something as stupid as money. He gets crushed by the $1 billion. He does not get crushed. Dude, if you're like, I hate to break it to you guys, but if your wish is literally not basically, you know, to become essentially the creator god, I don't know what to tell you. You dream bigger. That's the only wish you should ever have, period. You know, let's say that you have, you know, one wish. The only wish, aside from infinite wishes, is basically to become, you know, the generally accepted concept of a creator god. So... if you're not wishing for that, you're doing it wrong, bro. Well, dude, I wouldn't need to wish for a death note if I had the powers of a creator god. Like, imagine you become, like, the Christian concept of God, right? Like, you could just undo people with, like, a thought. You wouldn't even have to write their name down. They would just cease to exist because you believe that they no longer exist. Nah, dude, you could just be like the Greek gods and just bang a random human every once in a while. You know, in Greek mythology, the gods and goddesses are constantly going down to the mortal world to bang particular mortals that catch their interest. So, you find ways to keep interested. But the thing is, bro, like, think about it. You're like the all-powerful, like, god of the universe. You could literally just, like, you know, put yourself in, like, a state of, you know, slumber. And then you can basically wake up like nothing ever passed and observe, like, the things you put in motion and what happens as a result of it. So, you know, you could just find ways to keep yourself interested. Like, imagine you blink and a million years pass, and then you get to observe what has happened based on, you know, basically the seeds you laid on whatever world or whatever you create. It'd be kind of neat. It would require having an imagination. But the thing is, if you transcend to a being of that power, the concept of boredom, of, you know, monotony and all of that shit goes away. None of that would probably even exist at that point. You don't see the point? Well, the point is to shape reality to your will. That would be the point. Yeah, but dude, you could become a physical god on Earth and, you know, use, like, Schizo, here's a perfect example. If you're an all-powerful deity, you could literally just create a physical form, give yourself the fucking Death Note, and LARP as light for 1 billion years if you wanted to. Like, there is no, like, limit to what you could do. You could literally do that if you wanted to. You know, you could make an entire planet of your Tomoyos or whatever, and have them wear Speedos and serve you strawberries cut to precise for 1,000 years. Would you still have the same mind? Yes and no. So obviously your, like, understanding of all creation and shit would be completely different. So yeah, you would still maintain, like, your personality, I guess, and your previous memories of, like, your human life. But your mind would be completely altered as a result of, you know, being omnipotent. So... I mean, you would literally understand everything that ever happened, is currently happening, and will happen, and the infinite number of possibilities that could occur if one particular action took place. You would also have the power to completely change anything and everything in reality with just a thought. So, yeah, you would not have the same mind that you have now, but you would still, like, maintain knowledge of who you were as a person. If that makes sense. Paul Atreides mechs, I guess, sure. It wouldn't necessarily destroy your mind, because again, you wouldn't have a physical brain. Again, you transcend the idea of flesh. And
All right,
even,
awesome.
like,
Thanks,
matter.
nigga. All right.
So... all of those type of... that's like saying, wouldn't you get the flu or something? Like, if you did, you could just get rid of it immediately. But, you know, even then, it just wouldn't happen. Because you're not affected the same way a normal person would be. No, it did not start from wiping your ass. It started from a wish. What would your wish be?
Enemy mark.
Your failure stains the battlefield. Your servitude continues.
The idea of immortality sounds like a punishment. I mean, that's fine. It's not for everybody, but personally, I would like it. As long as I had, like, some powers. But if you had immortality, all your family and friends will die, and you'll spend thousands of years without them. Oh well. Everyone dies, bro, but not everyone lives. Real shit. Well, I would assume that if you're like that powerful, bro, you could blink your eyes and 1,000 years would pass, or 1,000,000 years would pass, or whatever it might be. Like, you could probably just, like, snap your fingers, proverbially speaking. Not literally, you wouldn't have to. Like, you could just think it, and then all of a sudden you're 1,000,000 years into the future. So...
Good to go.
Yeah, you say it gets lonely, though, but you could literally have as many children as you wanted. You would have great grandchildren onwards. You would have a massive extended family that, yeah, they would eventually die, but, you know, new ones would come around. So, again, if you just wanted to, like, literally stop living, so to speak, then, yeah, eventually all your family and friends would die, but you can always make more family and more friends. You could also grant certain people immortality as well, too. If you really wanted to. Well, in theory, if you're an all-powerful being, you would have the power to delete yourself, too. So I guess, I don't know. What happens when two people wish to be God? Well, first thing you would do is get rid of the ability for anyone else to become, you know, what you've become. So by whatever means you attained power, it would cease to exist. Therefore, there would be no possibility of anyone ever usurping you. Dude, the devil, according to Christianity, is just a lesser angel. So the devil poses zero threat to God in Christianity. The devil is like a shit stain on God's underwear. He could wash it if he wanted to. Like the devil, according to angelology, which is the study of angels, is a low-ranking angel at best. Like, you know. Lucifer is a low-ranking angel. He's not even one of the higher tiers. Oh, shit. There goes the chat. There we go.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Oh, fuck. Chaka Shaka Gaming with the 8. Griffin, please save physical games for all the 40-year-olds. Also, what do you think of the YouTubers Arlo and Spawnwave? Also, is the Act Man really a man? No. But Arlo, the puppet guy, retarded. I don't know. Like, I don't like that type of shit at all. I don't want to watch a fucking puppet show when I watch a gaming video, so not a fan. And what was the other one? Spawnwave? I think he's kind of milquetoast. Not really my cup of tea. But I can't really think of anything egregious he's done, so I'm kind of just neutral. Nadia Craig with the 2. The devil was actually a very high-ranking angel. No, he's not. Nope, he was not. Like, the angel Gabriel, for example, is like an equivalent rank of the devil. And that's literally a messenger angel, which is a low-ranking angel, so... No. The high-ranking angels are like the fucking weird wheel ones and shit like that. Or the fucking, like, eyeball wings. I don't know. You can look it up, but, yeah. Satan would be considered pretty low-ranking. The story of the devil can just be interpreted as greed corrupting the average man. No, that's not what it was. It wasn't greed, it was envy.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
No, it wasn't greed. Like, you know, the traditional belief is basically that he was jealous of humanity. So, that's kind of the, you know, conventional belief is that, you know, he was jealous that, you know, God created humanity and favored them. And yeah, pretty much that's kind of what it came down to. It's like basically, you know, the spoiled kid being pissed off that you know, his sibling got something that he thinks he deserved, or, you know, an elder brother hating their younger brother because the younger brother all of a sudden starts getting a bunch of attention. So... Yeah, unfortunately, bro, when it comes to stuff like that, the fan fiction stuff, which, you know, is the theories and shit, are way more interesting than the actual source material. Unfortunately, the Bible goes into very little detail on the cool shit. Have I read the Book of Enoch? Oh my god, dude, true. It's like so crazy, man. I had like ChatGPT summarize it for me because it was like way too long for me to read myself. And bro, that shit was crazy, man. That shit had me dying, bro. And Joe Rogan was like, yeah, dude, she was like telling me to read the Book of Enoch. And so I put it into like ChatGPT and told it to summarize it for me. Like, couldn't even read it himself, bro. Like, just peak fucking midwit shit. Peak fucking midwit shit, and literally gets his fucking understanding of it from ChatGPT. Yes, I've seen the clip of him going, wasn't he gay? Yep. I have seen that clip. It's all that matters, dude. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I have never been a Joe Rogan fan, personally, and I don't think that's changing anytime soon. That guy must go hard as fuck if you're retarded. That's all I can say. Rank Alexander, Caesar, and Napoleon? Well, without Alexander, there is no Napoleon or Caesar. And on top of that, no one accomplished what Alexander accomplished in such a short time period. So... And you think of how primitive the technology and everything was back in those days. You know, if you wanted to point to a singular person in human history that you could maybe say was, you know, part divine, Alexander would probably be one of the closest, like, examples you could point to. So... While Caesar definitely was, you know, probably the most influential person in the Western world and probably modern world to this day. You know, without Alexander, there's no Caesar. So, you know, it wasn't until, you know, Caesar, I guess, went to the tomb of Alexander that he started to lock in. Yeah, so this is the thing. It was when Caesar, at the age of 33, considered the achievements of Alexander, he wept. His sighs and tears did not come as a result of mourning or fear of his own life, but from a sobering recognition. Alexander had conquered the world before the age of 33, and yet he had done nothing remotely similar. Nothing that would warrant remembrance by future generations in the same amount of time. What then was his life? Wait, what then was the worth of his life? Who would remember an average Roman governor of Spain? So that's like from basically a contemporary biography of Caesar at the time. So direct, you know, inspiration. And that's when he was serving as I think, the governor of Spain, if I'm not mistaken. When he was kind of like exiled from Rome for a while.
Covered.
Griffin is almost Caesar's age now and he's done nothing? It's true. King Balwin the Leper was 10 times. Yeah, dude, definitely. Definitely, dude. Yeah, because everybody knows who the fuck that is. Did Caesar attend the battlefield while sick? Caesar lived on the front lines of Gaul for 8 fucking years. Yes. Caesar was loved by his own men because he went through all the same shit that they did. Same with Alexander. So... Raymond did more than Caesar. He built a house. That's right. Well, he renovated the house, not built it. I renovated a fucking house. Jesus, man. Ah, shit. Fumbled. Let's see. Trent with the 5, Griffin with powers would create Final Fantasy VII and save Aerith and have a list of all his video game wives. That's right. All my waifus would be made real. Every single waifu would immediately exist. And, you know, that'd be pretty sweet. I need $40 right fucking now. Exactly, man. Daryl sent with the 5. I'm thinking about getting Pokemon 30th Anniversary Japanese booster box on eBay. Should I wait and get it later? Depends on how much it is, but usually after launch, the price goes down a little bit. When you pre-order, you sometimes pay the highest price, but sometimes not. It just depends. How much are they?
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
See, Brittany D with the 26 months. Appreciate it, Brit. Hi, Griffin Gaming. Have you fixed or bought a new PC yet? Yeah, I got it back. It's working now, so... It was the CPU that was busted, so a wonderful AMD product failing. Who could have guessed? But, yeah, it's all good now. I didn't have to buy a new one, luckily. I mean, they basically swapped out every single component except the motherboard and the RAM, so... I essentially got a new computer without buying a new computer. $350? That's overpriced. I wouldn't buy that. It'll drop, bro. Even like Terastal Festival, which is prismatic equivalent, is like, I think $100 or less. I don't even think the 25th anniversary boxes are $350 yet from 5 years ago. So I would hold off on that. Hey, I was pretty civilized with dealing with the queue, to be honest. At least at first, but, you know, after they tried to say it was the power supply again, that's when I was like, bruh, fuck that. I'm on blog TV with my fucking hands up. Well, that and the past 3 sets have been fucking dog shit, too. So, you know, Chaos Rising, I think, is pretty much at MSRP. Perfect Order is under MSRP. And Pitch Black is approaching it. So, these past 3 sets have been really bad. So a lot of people thought they were going to be able to flip their way into 30th anniversary. So they spent a shitload of money on, you know, Chaos Rising, etc., thinking they could buy it and, like, get a 30 to 40% ROI immediately, and then use that as their bankroll for 30th anniversary. And, well, it turns out they're actually losing money on the, you know, stuff they just bought, so. That's why when people call me a scalper, it's like, bro, I'm not scalping. I'm buying this shit and holding it. You know, it's not leaving my storage unit for at least 5 years. So I buy and hold. I don't buy and flip, generally speaking. Especially when it comes to sealed product. Well, it depends on what it is. Like, for celebrations, I have a shitload.
Unworthy
Well, what we're going to see is a lot of people having to liquidate their PCs, quote unquote, aka personal collections. So we'll see a lot of people be like, yeah, man, I just need to sell my collection to pay off my credit card. There's going to be a lot of people like that. So a lot of collections, quote unquote, are going to go up for sale. And most of them are just modern garbage. So the price will go down. I replaced your gambling money with booster box. Yeah, that's smart. Booster boxes will go up in value, so you just have to hold on to them. Yeah, let me check real quick. Let's see what my portfolio's at today. So my portfolio value is at 441,538, and that is not accounting for 2 cards that have sold privately that are worth about 70,000 more than they're recorded in my app. So add about 70k to that number, and that's about where I am, which is pretty nice. So I've probably officially crossed over the $500,000 I guess milestone for graded cards. Yeah, I got confirmation today that my Mew EX that I have, somebody sold a copy for 58k. Private sale on Instagram. And personally, I think my copy's nicer because of the swirl, but you know. At that point, it doesn't matter. What the fuck, man? If you could get 58k cash, no fucking eBay or, you know, auction house fees, whatever. That's crazy, bro. Yeah, I don't know, man. I just, like, I'm all in on Pokemon at this point. I'm all in on Pokemon. Yeah, I have one card right now at Beckett getting graded card reviewed, which let's say the impossible happens and it gets a BGS 10, it's potentially worth over $130,000. It's currently at a 9.5, which, you know, a BGS 9.5 sells for like 30 to 60% of a PSA 10. The PSA 10 has sold for 130, 120, and 90K recently. So if you average all those together, you know, that's a pretty fucking penny, bro. Like, that's pretty damn good. What is that, like 110,000 average? So let's say it's 30%. It's a $33,000 card. If it's 70%, it's almost an $80,000 card. So already it's that. It's already a 9.5. So, and I got that for 6,000 just recently. So if it gets a BGS 10, bro, that's gonna be like fucking crazy. That would be my biggest stonk ever, by far. So hopefully Beckett's feeling generous and their like graders are like, yeah, you know, we can bump this up to a 10. You know? The only thing I think that would really stop it is the centering. Everything else is like, it's so clean, bro. It's a clean card. The centering is 45-55 though on the front, right to left. Everything else centering wise is perfect, so it'll probably stay at a 9.5 centering and then maybe they can give it a 10 in the other subgrades and it'll bump, but we'll see. Schizo, there's literally that fucking demo disc listed on eBay for $4 grand right now. You know that, right? You could literally buy the demo disc for $4 grand. At least I think it's still on eBay. I haven't checked recently. Well, there's a thing called GCR, and what GCR is graded card review. So, like, let's say you buy a PSA card and you want to get PSA to relook at it without cracking it out of the holder. So, like, you send in a 9 with the hope that you'll get a 10. So they look at the card in the case. If they think it ups to a 10, they'll crack it out, re-slab it, give it a 10. If not, they just leave it as is and ship it back to you. Beckett does the same thing, but because Beckett does subgrades, you're able to get them to reevaluate the subgrades. And what one grader might view as a 9.5, another might say, oh, well, this is good enough to be a 10, or, you know, whatever. So, yeah, basically you just send it back in to get, like, a second opinion, without cracking it out. So at the very least, you still have the same grade that you got originally, and best case scenario, it gets bumped up and you make a shitload of money. So yeah, I don't know, dude. I'm hoping, you know, that'd be great. I would absolutely lose my shit if I got a 10. But I don't think it's likely, unfortunately. I probably have to send it in a few more times at the very least. Just trying to see if I can find the listing again. I don't think I can. Yeah, that's the thing, dude. For all the, you know, people shitting on PSA and stuff, it's just... It doesn't mean anything. Like, people who actually collect this shit, bro, PSA is the gold fucking standard. It doesn't matter. You know, you can find 1 out of 10 million examples where they make a mistake. Okay, who fucking gives a shit? But it's like, PSA has earned their spot as the #1 company. Because people just like their product. Like, simple fact, bro. Put a CGC 10 versus a PSA 10 versus a Beckett 9.5. All technically gem mint cards. The PSA card's gonna sell for more every single fucking time. Why? Because PSA has earned that reputation. People like PSA. And it didn't just magically happen that way. It's because of their reputation and the years and years and years of, you know, actual collectors using PSA before PSA got, you know, insanely expensive or boosted value a lot. Yeah, I've seen Elfin Lead. I watched that way back in the day. Yeah, dude, I got the more Pecco as well, too. I actually got the more... So I ordered 5 of the blaster, or whatever they're called. What, booster bundles? I got some of the booster bundles from Amazon recently. And some groid, you know, opened one of them up and took the fucking cards out and shipped me the empty box. But 4 of my 5 arrived intact. And I got the more Pecco, and I got the Zorora SIRs, which was pretty lucky. So, luckily, the young astronaut didn't fucking take the box with the good cards inside. That's pretty sick, man. I like that more Pecco a lot. The more Pecco is probably one of the few modern cards I actually like. I just watched, whatever it's called, Wistora, the Wand and Sword, or whatever. It was actually pretty good, honestly. I liked it. I need to watch Season 2, but I did watch Season 1 today of that. And it's a pretty good fantasy anime, so... It's got, you know, the typical kind of... power, friendship, corniness to it, but you know, it's anime, so. But it's pretty good for what it was.
Teach these grubs a lesson. They won't.
It gets better in Season 2. Yeah, well, I'm gonna watch it. I liked Season 1, so. I love the fact that at the end of Season 1, though, they had like a designated title card that said Season 2 confirmed for production or whatever. It's like, you know, that's fucking fire, man, because so many animes don't get that shit. And it's like a decade, maybe, you get a Season 2, but... It's like, hopefully it keeps getting produced. I think it has pretty good potential, honestly. I don't know how popular it is, but maybe I'll buy the books to do my part. My favorite anime foid in the show, the Ice Wife, dude, obviously. No, I'm pretty sure. No, there's manga and then there's light novels. So, light novels is usually what anime is made to promote, not manga. FYI. Let's see. So apparently this is a prequel series. Hold on. Is a prequel series. That can't be right. Hold on a second. There's multiple... Alright, I can look into this. It says it's a prequel series. I don't see how that would be a thing. Unless they're doing it out of order.
Zone belongs to the enemy now. That was a miserable fucking performance.
Yeah, Code Geass was original IP. I remember that. That's why Pizza Hut, you know, was so prominently featured, because they literally ran out of money during production. You know, I will say, watching that hot cheese drip off of CC's fingers and lips definitely made me want some pizza, dude. Elliot.
Gotcha covered.
Well done, Gears. The zone is ours. On to the next.
Shit. Well, I thought the Madoka Magica merch sales were always really good. Because that's the other part that anime is meant to market, is like the statues and shit like that. Because that's big money. You know, the figure market and merchandise and all that other shit. And then, yeah, movie sales. So, Blu-ray sales. And that's an Aniplex show, right? So, most likely the Blu-rays and shit were like $200 fucking, I'm sure. Yeah, I remember when I bought fucking Fate Zero. It was like 300 something bucks. Retarded, bro.
You're okay.
Fucking retarded.
Excellent work taking the zone, Pierce. Now, press the
Yeah, we have Crunchyroll in the US, which does most of the distribution, because Sony owns most of the anime studios, and they own Crunchyroll, so they get the Blu-rays exclusively in the US for a lot of them. And they're all pretty pricey, generally speaking.
The Locusts are accomplishing their objective. Rectify the situation.
Yeah, I think if you buy Orimo from Crunchyroll, it's like $200 a season or something. They might have lowered it now, but I remember when I bought the second season, when it got a Blu-ray, it was like 200 something bucks. The first season I bought from Japan, so that was like $100 used.
Give me that.
But I only have 2 anime series on Blu-ray, so I don't really buy animes.
Perhaps you've forgotten what's at stake.
I've never even used the discs either, so. Yeah, I feel like that's the case with most physical movies and stuff. You buy them and then you never open them. It's like, yeah, I own it, but will I ever watch it? Probably not. But, oh well, dude. That's how it goes. But yeah, here you go. I ain't even capping, bro. Shoot, I ain't no fraud. But yeah, there you go. In all of their glory. I've pulled this up before, but yeah. Okay, why is that not working? Oh, did it freeze? Yeah. The game's frozen again. Lovely. Black screen? Yeah, well, hold on. I gotta be able to use my mouse. Give me a second. It's just OBS makes me refresh the fucking input source every time I boot the game up for whatever reason. So, bear with me. I'm waiting for the shaders to compile. Okay, there we go. Hopefully that works now. There we go. Oh shit, I thought it was gonna freeze there for a second. I killed gaming? That's right. And I'm proud of it. It's one of my greatest accomplishments. Down with gaming. Fuck. Gaming deserved it? I would have to say I agree. Dude, I'm tired. I need to wake up. What better way than popping a caffeine pill and washing it down with a white monster, dude? Hell yeah. Hopefully that works. Yeah, I streamed at like, I think, what, 7 or 8? For like 2 hours or so. I just played some Gears and then I had to hop off because I had to go do some stuff. But I'm back now, dude. Got him. Ah. I've been bored of everything for a few weeks, yeah. That's my problem, is like even when I have free time, there's not really anything I'm like itching to do. Other than spend money, which, you know, wouldn't that be nice? Oh shit. Hey. There we go. Ah, dude, I couldn't even get a shot off. Fuck.
Ready.
I'm talking about Raymond. I'm not talking about Raymond. Hope not, at least. Maybe I'm doing it subconsciously. Oh, fuck. Fuck!
I got enough for all y'all.
Shit. I was reloading. A small indie darling I'll love called Resident Evil 4. Oh, dude, I've heard of that before. I've heard it's pretty bad. I don't know if I'd be interested in that. I don't think I'd be too interested in that. Maybe if I had unlimited health and ammo. Oh, fuck. We'll see if Kingdom Shards actually comes out in 2027. Might get delayed again. Wing kick with the 2. Why Bethesda's so fake and gay now? Lemon and trannies. There we go. Saved you a click. But yeah, I can see what it is.
can't afford this shit!
Seven inches? That's pretty big.
Let's see. So wing cake with the 2. Watch the surfs. We need to talk about Andrew, chapter 5. Okay. Bill Herb with the 10. My new favorite quote from Candace Owens is, "I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you." She used it in the debate, and women are saying how powerful that word salad is. Yeah, that's because women don't actually care about facts or, you know, objective truth or anything like that. It's all about how they feel and what they believe and, you know, tell your truth, girl. It doesn't matter if you're lying through your teeth. If that's your truth, that's what you live. It's all about the vibes, guys.
Let's fucking go!
Yep, truly the cream of the pie. Truly the cream of the pie. I don't think all women are like that. Whatever you say. Yeah, maybe 99% are. I guess there's a 1% out there that's not. One percent of women that don't act like women. Yeah, unfortunately, dude, the end state of democracy is being ruled by a bunch of subhuman
All right,
midwits
awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
that, you know, are so fucking retarded, but we're at their mercy. Let's see, HCM 101 with the 5. What's up, Griff? How are you doing tonight? Pretty good, man. Pretty good. I've been on a creative role of sorts. Me and my friend want to start making comics and other stuff like EDM. Well, very nice, bro. Hopefully it goes well. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really have a creative spark anymore, unfortunately. But that's cool, bro. I hope it works out well. I hope it works out. Haven't started yet. I'm learning how to do it now. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the good thing with EDM is you can literally make it on any laptop, so. Yeah, put a chick in it and make her gay. The Adventures of Butch Space Lesbian. The Scissor Sisters. Fuck. Dude, I got gang raped there at the end. No, I haven't pre-ordered Revelation yet. I gotta wait for the physical edition, dude. No disc, no buy. I don't think you can pre-order it on Steam yet, though. If you can, I'll go ahead and pre-order it, but... This song in particular speaks to the European soul, dude. There's something about it. Oh, shit. Fuck, dude, I couldn't turn fast enough. Brutal. I was like trying to catch up to him. Yeah, I'm not doing great still, but... Oh, we traded. Yeah, he rage quit this game because he said the Nasher was overpowered. It's like, yeah, welcome to Gears of War, dipshit. It's kind of like the entire point of the multiplayer. Ooh, we got double tapped. Eiffel Towered. I went positive at the end, so there we go. I'm not a complete fucking anchor. I didn't even need to mute my mic for that.
Ready up, man. Teach these grubs a lesson.
What's my solution to crime? Kill criminals. I'll take a potato chip and eat it. Dude, the only winner of that debate is Candace Owens, because she made, what, $500,000? So there's only one winner, and it's the person who left with the paycheck. What if they're my kids that do the crimes? Well, my kids won't be black. But yeah, nah. Fuck them, bro. I'm not gonna raise criminals, so if they make their own choices, get fucked. But yeah, I don't know, bro. Like, you can't worry about the, you know, you have to enforce things society-wide. So, you know, if my kids are dumb enough to commit a crime, then that's on them, bro. They made their choices.
Zone is lost. How pathetic display. I trained you.
Yeah, that's the thing, bro. Is like, I've seen no meaningful clips from that Andrew Wilson debate with Candace Dick Fit in Your Mouth Owens. And it's like, dude, you paid her $500,000 and you didn't even fucking press her ass? Like, really? He just sat there. Like, I don't know, bro. First of all, why the fuck would you give her $500,000 fucking dollars? Holy shit, dude. Give it to your local crackhead. It's probably more attached to reality than that dumb bitch. Second of all, how are you gonna pay all that money and then not even bring your fucking A game?
Hey, Carter, leave some for the rest of us.
Like, dude, you should just give me $500,000 instead. I have better use for that money. Well, isn't Candace half white? Or at least part white? I don't know. I don't really care about Candace Owens, to be honest. I've never found her interesting. Never found her insightful. Alright, well, that was a glitch. You know, she's just, you know, basically the token black female conservative commentator that the Daily Wire hired as a DEI person. Ironically enough. Because Andrew Wilson is kosher, bro. Andrew Wilson will never challenge the status quo in any substantial way because his wife is a literal 3 times divorcee who has 6 kids from multiple other men. He's the man that stepped up. You know, he's a nothing, bro. He's a non-fucking starter. He's never gonna actually accomplish any real significant change. He's a creature of the modern world. He thinks women need to go to church and that's gonna fix the West. Like, that's literally just kosher shit, bro. Rabbis say the same thing as that. That's their prescription to save the West, too. Judeo-Christian values, so... Just pray harder, guys. Women will come around. No, the women that'll come around are the type of women that Andrew married, which is, you know, a woman with multiple baby daddies who got pumped and dumped by everybody until nice guy, you know, simp, Beta Bucks Deluxe, Andrew Wilson wifed her up and then raised another, or multiple other men's children. So that's your based in trad pill, you know, ortho bro solution to the modern world is just marry single mothers.
Oh, they're gonna get it now.
Smoke out! I'm reloading.
The locusts are accomplishing their objective. Rectify the situation.
Yeah, the Johnny Depp trial was a big fat nothing to me. It's like, wow, dude, two fucking coked out Hollywood dipshits did retarded shit to each other. Wow. Color me surprised. Two people who fucking snort coke for breakfast, lunch, and dinner are doing fucked up shit to each other? No way, bro. Never heard of that before.
I can't afford this shit!
Congratulations.
What a novel concept that we've never heard of before. Eric Williams with the 2. Candace came across smarter than Wilson, not gonna lie. Again, I don't like either one of them. The only people that lost that debate in reality are the people that wasted their time watching it or people who put money towards it. Those are the real losers. Well, yeah, dude, if I was rich and famous too, I'd be banging 18-year-olds. Why not? If you got your pick of the litter, like Leonardo DiCaprio, for example, why would you go for a used car when you can get one fresh off the lot? You know? Yep, Andrew has no response because under his based and ortho bro, you know, trad, you know, Christ-pilled society, his wife would be a pariah. You know, she would be shunned by society as a harlot, an adulterer, you know, a loose woman. You know, she would be basically shunned by this, you know, turbo-based Christian society that Andrew thinks is going to fix the West. So it's like the ultimate irony.
Mine now. Enemy spotted.
It's wrong to date someone that's young enough to be your daughter? I don't give a fuck, bro. If I'm, like, let's say I'm what? What would it be? Can I do math? 36. I'm 36 and a hot 18 or 19-year-old wants to bang? Like, am I gonna be like, oh no, actually, you're a little too young for me. Like, dude, most of the chicks you jerk off to on Pornhub are 18 or 19. Like, what's the fucking difference of banging one yourself? Like, sorry, bro, just because you hit a certain age doesn't mean that, you know, 20-year-old chicks or 18-year-old chicks or whatever stop being hot. Like, that's not how it works. It's not how it works.
Move your ass.
7 inches? That's pretty big.
Take that.
Bill Herb with a 10. Kirk lost. Unfortunately, we went from a unifying narrative, proof the left, and its rhetoric is dangerous, but now it's about Israel bad, candies, conspiracies, and so on, and all while using his name. Yep. I mean, Candace Owens has always been a covert leftist. Most women are, whether they know it or not, because, you know, women are inherently left-wing until they get some MAGA cock. But no, 100% Candace Owens is propped up to discredit, first of all, any legitimate criticism of Israel on the right. By just making her, you know, the face of that, it discredits it inherently. And then, yeah, obviously, you know, promoting her conspiracy slop dog shit, it completely changes the focal point of, like, you know, leftists need to be sent to summer camp. And now instead it's, dude, if we just stop giving $4 billion a year to Israel, then literally everything will be fixed that has ever bad happened to the United States. That is now, like, you know, the sentiment. So, yeah. Destroy from within. Yeah, Dennis Prager and Ben Shapiro, two prominent right-wing, air quote, Jews who, you know, propped her up. Shit. So 18 and 27's fine? Hell yeah, bro. Go farm your local high school graduations. I don't give a fuck. Dude, the way I look at it is, as long as you're not breaking the law, I genuinely couldn't care less, you know? It really doesn't matter to me. I'm not going to sit here and moral fanook. If it's legal, then whatever. Who fucking gives a shit? There's bigger fish to fry in the world than... Well, technically, there's a power dynamic. Yeah, dude, the alien shit is fucking fake. Like, the amount of energy and resources and just pure time that would be required for an alien to reach our solar system would be so astronomically high that, what, they come here and then they fucking crash? Like, yeah, bullshit. Yeah, and like the thing is too, it's like, dude, they're having sex. It's not like they're fucking chopping off their arm or some shit like that. Like, I don't fucking know, dude. Like, people really need to, like, get over themselves with this whole, like, age gap shit. It's just fucking retarded, bro. Like, you're getting laid. Big fucking deal. Oh my god, dude, because nobody's ever had sex they regret before. I don't know, but, you know.
Reload it.
It's just retarded.
It just ain't your day, asshole.
You know, your life is not over because you had sex. Like, sorry. Like, That shit's crazy, man. People act like it literally is the defining moment in your life. It's like, okay, yeah, sure, whatever. Like, sex is really not that big a deal. Well, apparently the chick that Dr. Disrespect was talking to was legal. So she was legal in her state, so again, if you're not breaking the law, I really don't give a shit, to be honest. Like, as long as nothing illegal's happening, you know, fuck it. Because then you get into, like, the fucking nitty-gritty details, and it becomes overly complicated. The question, I think, should be is it illegal, or is it not? If it's not illegal, I don't fucking give a shit, bro. Like, you know, if you live in Canada and want to go bang a 16-year-old as a 20-something-year-old guy, it's legal there. I'm not going to sit here and demand, you know, like... It's just... It's a waste of fucking oxygen, bro. It's a waste of fucking oxygen. I don't know, bro. I've just got way more important things to worry about than some random fucker having sex.
I dare you.
Would I write his name in the death note? Probably not, dude. I got bigger fish to fry than that. I just don't give a shit, to be honest, bro. If it's not illegal, like, you know, whatever. You're just arguing at that point for the sake of arguing, because nothing's gonna come from it, you know? You know, you can say however many times you feel about a certain scenario. It doesn't change the fact that there's nothing legally incorrect with it. Therefore, there will be no consequence. So it's like, okay, you can just yell into the void if you want, but nothing's gonna come of it. It's just a waste of everyone's time. I don't care if slavery was legal or not, bro. I genuinely wouldn't really give a shit if slavery was legal today. You know, at least, you know, at least a slave serves a purpose. We have a lot of worthless people. Like, we should take the prisoner population and just turn them into slaves. You commit a crime, you either die or get turned into a slave. There you go. Bring back the Colosseum. I guess that's what we could do, guys. Violent criminals get executed, and non-violent criminals get turned into slaves. Alright, we figured it out. That's the new system. Problem solved.
Chairman will hear of your valiant efforts this day. You've done your countrymen proud.
Ooh. The truth is that most women like younger guys, too. Yeah. I mean, dude, everybody this is the thing that's so retarded. It's like, dude, every guy would rather have a hot 20-year-old than a hot 30-year-old. You know, because the 20-year-old chick is way more appealing. Just like your average 20-year-old guy is probably more attractive than some 30-year-old dude who's balding. Like, it's just a cope. Like, I don't know. Youth is attractive. Period. You know, the older you get, you lose that, you know, youthful glow, I guess. So, it's a natural attraction. Yeah, I definitely don't have a youthful glow. I definitely don't. Raymond is weeping.
You want to win?
Yeah, but dude, Gal Gadot in her 20s was hotter than she was in her 30s. So, yeah, if you take an ugly chick and compare her to a objectively attractive one, then obviously the objectively attractive one is still going to be more attractive a decade later in life.
Now this I can work with.
Griff is scared of Tinder? I'm scared of all dating apps, dude. I don't use any of them. I don't use any dating apps. A girl in college I was hooking up with was also hooking up with some 40-year-old guy who owned an apartment on Wall Street. I stopped hanging out with her, and I had every right to complain. Yeah, that's the thing, bro. It's like, you know, as soon as chicks turn 18, or earlier in some cases, you basically have to compete with guys who are multi-millionaires in their 50s. Which is the brutal truth, is, you know, youthful women are appealing to every age demographic of men, and the ones with a lot of money can buy their way in ahead of you. Shit, man.
I'm fine. Nice.
Well, Griff, can we admit that big age differences can be an issue when it comes to reproducing? Yeah. But, you know, probably don't have to worry about that on my end at this rate.
Got these locust scum on the ropes. Now kick their teeth in.
Oh, I'm just itching to get my hands dirty.
Open your fucking eyes!
Shit. Yeah, and the whole brain development thing is stupid too, because it's like, bro, they're getting laid. Like, I don't know. Like, there's so much, like, importance, but oh my god, dude. They're literally having... It's like, okay, so fucking what? Like, how is an 18-year-old girl or an 18-year-old guy affected physically or in any permanent manner by having sex with someone significantly older than them? They're not. It does fucking nothing. Like, people are acting like you get laid once by someone significantly older than you, and your entire life is destroyed, shattered. You'll never recover from the fact that you slept with someone significantly older than you in, like, a one-night stand or whatever the fuck it might have been. It's like, dude, holy fuck. I think we're putting a little bit too much importance on, you know, such a insignificant, in the grand scheme of things, act.
Get me out.
Holy shit, man. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, man. At this point, I don't know if I would ever get married. Even, like, let's say I found the perfect chick. Like, I don't even think I'd bother. There's not really any point to it. It's just risk, and I can't lose my cards, man. So... Most people lose their good looks in their late 20s to early 30s. What if you never had any to lose in the first place? Do you gain them?
Under fire.
Do I yearn for a family? I think it'd be nice, bro, but... dude, I really, this is my, I cannot picture myself interacting with another person on a daily basis, which sounds really fucked up, but it's true. Like, I just cannot envision myself being around a woman 24/7, and on top of that, you know, being around her 24/7 for an extended period of time. I think it would drive me insane. So, it's brutal, man. Like, the whole dating thing to me is what turns me off from it. It's like, I don't want to download the dating app and then sift through tens of thousands of people to maybe get one or two matches. Then you have to figure out if the matches are fucking porn bots or not, or if it's even a real person. Then you have to figure out if you're actually going to meet up with them in person after messaging them extensively. Then you have to worry about whether or not they're just using you for a free meal, or they're actually genuinely interested. Then you have to hope the date actually goes fucking well. And then maybe it's another thing, but then you could also date for a few months, find out it doesn't work, and then you're back to square one. Like, dude, fuck that. Like, no thank you. None of that sounds appealing to me at all. That's like a fucking job, bro. No thanks. The juice ain't worth the squeeze is the way I look at that. Oh no, dude. The free meal thing is pretty fucking prominent. It's pretty prominent. I don't know, man. I kind of wish I had the desire to date, but I really just don't. Like, pretty much the only burning desire I have is to buy more cards. That's about it, bro. Like, I don't know. Until these streams, I don't even think about it. It's like so far out of mind. On job cells? What is a job cell? Every date is like an audition. If you're on a date with a girl, she's someone interested. Yeah, but I'm not. That's the problem. Like, dude, even like the thought of like the small talk. Like, so what do you do for work? Kill me. Kill me. Fuck that, man. I have nothing to talk to normies about, so it's kind of over for me on that front. Griffin can't even imagine being interested in what some woman likes. Dude, women don't have hobbies. That's the brutal truth. Women don't have hobbies. They watch Netflix, they on their phone, they go out with their friends. Maybe they go to the gym, but that's about it, bro. Women don't have hobbies. They like scrolling and shit. But yeah, I don't. Like, that's the problem, dude. I don't have an inherent interest in getting to know someone.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Your girlfriend does exactly what I described? Yup.
Hit that one first.
I've had friends, but I don't have any currently. I hate tedium. Dating is the most tedious. Yeah, it's like a humiliation ritual, bro. You got a peacock for some mid bitch who thinks she's the shit, dude. And it's like, yeah, no thanks. I would literally rather do anything else. Nice. Double revive and triple kill. Have you guys tried being Chad? I haven't, man. It's a good idea. Yeah, I don't know, bro. Unless something changes with my mental state and attitude towards the whole dating thing, I don't know if it's ever gonna happen at this rate. Oh, fuck. Yeah, never take antidepressants if you can avoid it. That shit fries you.
Dude.
I'm getting like that fucking heavy feeling on like the bridge of my nose. Ah. Brutal, man. Hopefully my eyes don't start getting fucking foggy again. That shit's the worst. Let's see. So Teos Ranger with the tier 1 membership. Appreciate it, bro. And also the 5. Thank you so much, dude. Talk to her about your Pokemon portfolio, dude. That's right. You would be perfect in my PSA vault because you're a 10 out of 10. Oh, let me get a closer look at that pussy. I bet it's mint. Got one of them. Ah. Yeah, I would personally probably never do steroids. My balls are already small enough. Would I rather go on a date or play all the Kingdom Hearts? I guess it depends on who I'm going on a date with. If it's my 25-year-old, hot, white, pokey, neat GF, then sure, I'd do that. But if it's some obnoxious normie chick that thinks she the shit, then maybe Kingdom Hearts it would be. Yeah, I just don't really even care about getting, like, jacked to that degree. It's like, whatever, man. You know, I'm almost 30 fucking years old, bro. What good is that gonna do me at this point? Oh shit. Dude, I'm just sucking dick. Damn. Getting hot. Dude, like, let's say I was actually, like, some fucking ultra jacked, you know, chiseled jaw, pseudo Chad type. I still don't think I'd even talk to women, so what's the fucking point? Dude, I still remember that whole dad bod cope shit. Do you guys remember that? Where guys were like, yeah, dude, women like a dad bod. And guys thought a dad bod was like, you know, a beer gut and, you know, hairy, you know, big arms, but overweight. And in reality, when they said dad bod, they meant fucking Man of Steel Henry Cavill, bro. Yeah, most likely this game's not gonna do super well. Gears has really kind of been in a severe death spiral because 4 and 5 were utter dog shit. And then the lackluster Gears 1 remake or remaster. Shit. Happy Saturn Day, Griffy in chat. Thanks, dude. But technically, it's Sunday now. Dude, I don't know why I'm like so tired all of a sudden. What the fuck happened? This isn't good. Man who stays awake 20 hours a day asks himself, why am I tired? Well, I don't know, man. I just took a caffeine pill and I've been drinking Monster this entire time, so in theory I shouldn't be tired. Yeah, that's the thing is like, you know, when I was younger, I could stay up for 48 hours, no problem. Nowadays, it's a struggle. But I don't know, I'm just like way more like chronically tired all the fucking time now. Like I could get little sleep back in the day and I could like do alright. Nowadays, it's like, bruh, puts me out of commission for a while. Shit. Damn, man. Ah. No, the only Kingdom Hearts game I ever finished was the one where you play as the Aqua chick, because somebody said they would give me, I think it was like $200 if I beat the game on the highest difficulty or hard or whatever the fuck it was, and I did. So I did it. I saved Mickey Mouse, dude. Yeah, I think I got paid. Pretty sure so. Do we believe Chaka Shaka actually has a girlfriend? Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. Could be all imaginary. Could be schizophrenia, you never know. When he takes his normal pills, she disappears.
have a reputation to uphold. Do whatever it takes to just bring me the win.
I don't know, this doesn't really seem like the type of stream that somebody who's dating hangs out in personally, but you know. Ah, I fucked that up.
Zone is lost. A pathetic display. I trained you better than this.
Shit.
I'll make this quick. Oh yeah.
Dude, my eyes are like so heavy right now. After this match, I might have to get up and go take a piss break to wake up a little bit. Fuck. My reaction time's cooked.
taking their zone.
Dude, my reaction time is fucked. Absolutely fucked. I got to stand up for a little while. Nope, it's not video time because then I will fall asleep because the videos are gonna be boring as shit. Dude, I cannot get a fucking kill to save my life. Holy shit. You don't like the 5 million Sony bad videos? I know, dude. It's crazy. It's super fucking eye-opening shit to hear physical games are dying for the 80th time. Or, you know, niche, random, fucking shelf bro, whatever, dog shit, or why water is wet, but video game topic. I don't know, dude. And people wonder why 2x videos. It's like, dude, holy fuck, man. It's the same shit every single fucking time. You know, you have the benefit of having the fucking stream open on a second screen. I have to fucking sit here through all that shit with nothing else to distract me. So... And the game froze. Lovely. I really love the unskippable logo flashes every single time this game starts up. That's such a great feature of modern gaming. Yeah, the Schofield Bible is an annotated Bible, similar to like a Orthodox or Catholic study Bible. It's just a study Bible. Alright, I'm gonna go take a piss real quick and stretch my legs for like at least a minute or two. And see if that helps me wake up a little bit. I will be back. All right, I'm back. I feel a little more alert now. Just chilling with my dog. Or Griff, yeah. I'm tired, man. I am tired.
Here we go.
Oh, the audio's glitched. That's lovely. Yep, the underwater audio glitch. Tired from what? You haven't done anything? I went and did some shit today that I had to get done. I went to the gym, took my dog out. I've been awake for what? A little over... How many hours is that? 17 hours? 18 hours? So, yeah, I'm tired. Cope. Cool. Did you see that Microsoft put out a video on how to do a BIOS update for Modern Warfare 4's anti-cheat? Because if you're not on your motherboard's newest BIOS, it restricts what you can play. Holy fuck, man. It's like they're trying to not, like, they're basically trying to get people to not buy their shit. Shit's crazy. Now there's gonna be a bunch of normies who fuck up their computers trying to play COD. It's crazy, man. Yeah, exactly, dude. You hand Candace Owens, one of the most egregious, grifting, dumb, fucking vapid cunts in the political sphere, $500,000 just to fucking, you know, flub a debate. Because he didn't have a good showing. I haven't seen any good clips from that debate. I don't even think it did really any crazy numbers either, did it? Oh, and they can detect what your board's newest BIOS is. And if it's a hidden one, you gotta get the BIOS from customer support. Happened with some guy's alien. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, that shit's gonna be a disaster.
For the rest of us. What? Great, great, great!
Well done, Gears. The zone is ours. On to the next.
Taking fire!
Ah.
Capturing their zone. That's one. That's two. We held them off. That's two.
Ah, shit. Yeah, thanks so much for the civil rights movement. It benefited us so much. Hooray! I sure do love having to lock my front door, worry if my car window is going to be busted when I come back to it after parking on the street. You know, having to ask a store clerk to unlock the deodorant. and, you know, not be able to go to Walmart at, you know, 3 a.m. anymore because astronauts be stealing. We've really evolved as a country so much. What is American culture centered around? Nowadays, it's black people. You know, look at all of our commercials, all of our music, athletes, actors. You know, everything is Africanized. You know, they be doing everything and shit.
Reloading. Cover me.
The wind's nearly ours. Stay in the pocket.
Hey, Carter, nice shot.
You put on a master class out there. Impeccable work.
Even Lolberts agree Civil Rights Act was bad? Yeah. It's an objectively terrible piece of legislation. Thanks, Kennedy. Yeah, he won't stay gone, bro. Unfortunately, like all leftists that leave the US, they eventually come back. I need to be placed under arrest for what? Being too based?
Ready up, man. Teach these grubs a lesson.
Well, Kennedy was bought by the Jewish mob because his father, you know, was a fucking bootlegger. And, you know, the Jews dominated that particular enterprise. So the Kennedys were allowed to become wealthy because of the Israelis, essentially. So yeah, he was, you know, a big Zio dude. That's the reason why the Bay of Pigs happened, is because, you know, the lawyers wanted their casinos back from the Cuban government. We want our casinos back. They were promised to us 3,000 years ago.
Don't make me shoot you.
You're an Ashkenazi Jew? I'm sorry, bro.
Hey, Carter, leave something.
Well, dude, less than 2% of the South ever owned slaves, so yeah, most of the slave owners were, well, I shouldn't say most, but a large portion of a certain group of people were slave owners, and they weren't white.
Enemy down. Capturing their zone.
Fuck. Dude, my reflexes are shit right now. Yeah, the guy who did own the largest number of slaves was a black guy. I mean, never forget that the Europeans didn't go into Africa and take a bunch of people by force. They literally just went to the slave markets that already existed and just bought, you know, slaves from, like, the rival warlords and shit. That's the ironic part, is they all would have been slaves regardless. It's just they ended up in the Americas instead of Africa or the Middle East. Which in the Middle East, if you were a black slave, they would have castrated you. So you wouldn't be able to reproduce, which, you know, there was a, I think, 80% chance you would die from that, so. For those concerned.
Hey, Carter, nice shot.
You know, about how horrible the, quote unquote Dutch were. Ubuntu was just as bad. Punta Kente.
That's one contact.
I am Punta Kente.
Don't let him back in. Great. I'm with you. Drag out.
Shit.
I don't think so. Come here.
Excellent work taking this over yours. Now, press the switch.
Yeah, the guy's name was Make Halo Great Again.
I'm with you. Taking.
Dude, I'm just sucking dick right now. Jesus.
Capturing their zone.
I have like no reaction time at the moment.
You've almost accomplished your objective. Now, lock the fuck in.
Let him have it, Carter.
Reloading.
Just watch videos already? Just give me $40 right fucking now. Otherwise, no can do. It's always the motherfuckers who haven't sent a single penny bitching about me watching videos, bro. Like clockwork. The welfare class of viewer.
Reloading. Cover me.
Yeah, but he hasn't sent me money in this stream, so it doesn't count.
You've almost accomplished your objective. Now, lock the fuck in.
Hey,
Shit, dude, of course there had to be a second guy there when I finally am about to get a kill.
Taking their zone.
Alright, whatever. I got a trade, at least.
The chairman will hear of your valiant efforts this day. You've done your countrymen proud.
This guy is literally begging for money and calls me the welfare class. No, you're begging for me to watch videos, so everything has a price. We've already been over this, PK. If you want me to do something, you gotta grease my palms a little bit. So, if anything, you're the one who's begging, because, you know, you're asking / making demands for me to do something. Free. So instead of money, you're begging for videos. How much for me to end the stream? $2. I don't know. Make me an offer I can't refuse. $500, I'd do it for less than that. Yeah, I am pretty tired, so. You see, the black professor that ended it all for being outed as a fraud, and blacks are blaming the press for it. No, I didn't hear about that. How was he a fraud? Was he, or she? Was it like plagiarism or some shit?
Knock that shit off.
Oh, shit.
Shit, Dom, you got some aggression going through.
Dude, I fucking shot and it didn't kill him? What the fuck?
Reloading, cover me.
Yeah, he plagiarized. Yeah, it seems to be happening quite a bit. Ah, shit. Literal scholar meme, indeed. The university tried covering it up because he was the youngest black professor. She. He was the best and brightest. Dude, the fucking meme of like where it's like white man ties shoe and it's like the silent crowd, and then it's black man ties shoe and it's like the crowd cheers. Like that really does sum up a lot of modern society, especially like the education and the corporate landscape. It's like it just coddles them so fucking much.
I think that one's still twitching.
You know, nothing is, you know, nothing is bad enough to ever possibly think of risking being called racist, dude. You know, you have to excuse any and all bad behavior and actively cover it up because, come on, guys. They need it. But yeah, this is that affirmative action mentality. Get that?
They won't know what hit them. Got him.
Shit, Dom, you got some aggression to work through.
Brutal, man. I really wish I had a way to get rid of this fatigue, but I'm tired as fuck, man.
Little help here.
You held the line, and you did it with distinction. I could not ask for more.
Alright, a second pill is going down. Hopefully this shit works. Jeez, man. I'm struggling, dude. Took the black pill, that's right. Is it Adderall? That's probably what I need right now, but no, it's just a caffeine pill. Adderall fucked you up? Brutal, man. Yeah, one of my friends, like, he refused to take his Adderall. He used to sell it. So other people would get fucked up by it, but not him. Made me 90 pounds because it made me not hungry? Shit, dude. I need some of that. Shit. Dude, we're a culture, if you can even call it that, in decline, so enjoy the decline or, you know, suffer. But that's the brutal truth, man, at this point. We're a civilization in decline. Things will continue to get worse. It's my fault. Well, neighbors didn't donate, so I had no choice, bro.
If my kids grow up to be gay, I'm beating the shit out of them. But look here, there's two choices in life. You
Wings.
pretend you're straight, or I beat you to death.
Ah, shit.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Dude, I'm just getting shit on. Jesus. Oh, I need to wake up. This shit sucks, man. I hate getting tired. Let's see. Real Darth Sidious with the 5. Can you recommend any good historical documentaries about Rome? Not that I can think of off the top of my head. I mean, most Roman material that you'll get that's good is, you know, reading. But I'm trying to think. I mean, I guess it depends on, like, what aspect of Rome do you want? Like, military? Do you want emperors? Do you want religion? Like, there's a lot of different aspects, but I don't know. I can't really think of, like, one slam dunk documentary. Because most of the stuff I found out about Rome, I read. So I can't really think of a good documentary about Rome off the top of my head. I mean, you could always just try YouTube, but again, I don't know. I'm trying to think. There was one is like hovering in the back of my mind, but I can't think of the fucking name.
Taking fire! Clean kill! Let's get to work!
Yeah, I'm really struggling to think of like a Rome video that's like, I don't know, honestly. That's pretty tough. Because I don't really sub to any history channels on YouTube, so I'm not 100%. Again, most of the stuff I found out about Rome I read about. But yeah, that's tough. Because most Roman documentaries are full of bullshit. Like most documentaries in general, but you know, they add a bunch of modern bullshit and lenses and assumptions and misrepresentations. So that's the trouble with ancient Rome and Greece, is lefties interject a bunch of dog shit into it, which you know, poisons the well, so to speak. Holy shit, man. Can this match just be fucking over, bro? Like, hurry up. Jeez. Dude, what the fuck? These guys are playing like absolute just fucking cocksuckers. Yeah, these guys fucking suck once they can't camp. What a bunch of retards, bro. Ugh. There we go. Let's see. Oscar the 200 for you to get off stream and go to vet deal. I don't know, bro. I feel like there's a lot better uses for 200 bucks. I mean, that is an offer I can't refuse.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
I don't know, dude. That seems a little excessive. There's a lot you can do with 200 bucks. Mr. Fat with the 48 months. Let's see what this is. If it'll let me copy it.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Let's see. Generation with the 5 video title was Why America. Yeah, the fucking Elena Pierce video.
My channel is sponsored by Raycon, which means we will have an ad.
Yeah, we watched this before. And she changed the title, I see. Yeah. Why America sucks, but I moved from Australia to the United States and have no plan on moving back. It's funny how that works. It only ever works one way. You know, America sucks so much that everybody still wants to live here, even though they're literal fucking immigrants. Ironic. We're gonna have another snort session? Uh-oh. Might be having another snore session here soon if I fall asleep. Brutal, man. Clanad is not Aryan. Yeah, I saw somebody actually shitting on Clanad the other day on Twitter. They took a picture of the main chick from it and said she looks like a human roach. It's like, bro, that's actually kind of accurate. She does kind of look like a human roach. Oromo's Aryan coded? I agree, man. There we go. Fuck.
Oh, that's gotta hurt.
Clanad is Turkish propaganda. Yeah, pretty much, man. Pretty much. Oh my god. I find it interesting too, Schizo, that you have such a hate boner for Oromo, dude, because literally the main chick of Oromo is literally you for real, dude. Like, addicted to visual novels. So you should see a glimpse of yourself in the character. Makes you uncomfortable in certain scenes. I agree, man. The fucking Kuro Neko episodes are fucking garbage.
I can't afford this shit! Oh, I don't think so.
See, Bill Herb with the 5 as an Australian. I never got the hate for America. It always seems pretty... Or wait, it seems petty and forced. I don't know. Never really hated any civilized country. Yeah, that's the thing, bro. It's like, you know, the only one I will say is the fucking British, dude. Because they have such a snide, obnoxious attitude online. But I don't necessarily have, like, hatred for England as a country. But some of the Brit bongs you encounter online are like, at least we're not getting shot in maths and shit. And it's like, okay, yeah. You're getting stabbed by fucking Mahmood and, you know, getting raped by Sarjeet. So congrats, man. You're so much better off. More people die from lack of air conditioning than fucking kids die in school shootings in the US. But, you know, go off about how wonderful Brit Bongistan is and, you know, London. But that's, I would say, not necessarily the norm, but there is that very large contention of British people who are obnoxious like that. But I would say the Anglo sphere in general is pretty chill, generally speaking. And we should all get along. Like, a lot of Brits unironically use racist as a insult in 2026, which it's like, come on, bro. You really think that's gonna work on me? Well, dude, it's like, you know, Raymond's crusade against the data centers, while at the same time, you know, obsessing over AI slop. So, it's just peak irony.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I can't afford this shit!
You generation with the 5, Jethro found this, don't blame me. I will.
Hey guys, Akumurasaki here. Today in this video we are going to be talking primarily
200 views. Like, bro, this is like, what? what, 2 years too late? Like, dog. And Oski Woski with the 2. What is this? I'll pull it up in a second. Or I'll do that. This much. Just do the audio. Alright, yeah, when I get up there. Well, the reason why is, you know, American food is like literally poison, bro. Shit. You know, there's those countless accounts of the people who go over to, like, Italy, for example, and they eat, like, absolute shit, like pasta, pizza, desserts, all the fucking time. They're drinking wine, and they lose weight eating, like, fucking shit overseas. And it's like, yeah, dude, there's definitely some shit in our food, 100%. Now, also, the portions are smaller in Europe as well, but in this particular instance, you know, the people are eating a lot on purpose and still losing weight, so imagine if you ate, like, normally. But yeah, I saw that fucking image of the Last Supper of James Gandolfini. It's like, damn, bro, he went out doing what he loved. Eating. I can actually confirm during my trip to Paris in high school, ate like shit and didn't bother counting calories. When I got home, I weighed myself expecting work to do, but actually lost weight. Yep. Pretty much that's a universal account of what happens. Yeah, I have to pretty much eat like nothing, bro. Like, I don't know. I can eat like 1,800 calories and it feels like I still gain weight, so I have to eat very little. Which sucks, because then it means I have very little energy. So just compounds. No sleep, little food, much tired. But yeah, not a winning combo. Because that's like one of the best ways to be able to stay awake for a long time is to eat. Like if you eat frequently, you can stay awake no problem because your body gets like the boost of, you know, energy. But when you don't eat, you don't get that benefit. Ah, shit. Like today, what I had to eat was I had a steak and a bowl of chili, and that was pretty much it. So, just like straight up protein. Shit.
It just ain't your day out.
Maybe that's why I'm tired. I've been intermittent fasting for years. Well, if you've been doing it for years, your body should be used to it, but it's more so probably a lack of sleep. That's the thing that gets me. If I actually could sleep for like, I guess, a normal amount of time for a month, maybe I would regain like a sense of normal energy, but it's not really possible. You know, unless we have another massive Pokemon bull run, I'm not gonna probably ever have the schedule for that one. Shit. Just need these cards to pop off again, bro. Which cards am I hope? All of them. I don't know. Like, just any of them. I just need my portfolio balance to keep going up. So, if it gets to like a certain point, I'm just gonna cash out, but I don't know. Because, like, let's say I hit 1 point, like, this is crazy numbers, but let's say I hit 1.2 million. Realistically, if I did that, I could put all my money into a CD and make 60K a year for, you know, or actually I could put it into a treasury bond, and I could make 60K a year for 30 years doing absolutely nothing. And then if I keep working, I could just take the 60K and rebuy the cards I actually like. Or, you know, just keep rolling it into more passive income. So... that's definitely a possibility. Here, I'll play this thing now. Hold on. Just pull it up real quick.
Oh, scary!
How the fuck did that start playing? I did not click play.
Oh, scary! Oh, shiver my timbers! Shut up, man!
Oi! Your average British male. Sad but true. You're richer than me? That's right, PK. So give me $40 right fucking now. Dude, this needs an FOV slider right now. I would love to be able to see over my left shoulder. I should play Bully? Nah, I'm good. I don't really like Rockstar games. Yeah, if I played the knockoff Bully, is that better or worse? I kind of vaguely remember that for some reason. I remember like a knockoff Bully like gameplay trailer we watched. Brutal.
Needed that.
That fucking little...
Skip it up, fucking loser faggot.
He blocked me from being able to move over to the right because he had to fucking go to the same exact spot I was at. I don't really have a real hobby left anymore other than buying cards. That's about it for me. Which, that's not even a hobby, it's just shopping. So, just online shopping. My hobbies include sleeping and shopping, I guess. And pie creaming? Nah, I don't do any of that. No cream of the pie on my end. Yeah, it's good you still have a hobby you like.
Needed that.
Griffin acts like he's... Dude, I'm mentally 40. So it doesn't matter. I'm an old man. From a mental perspective. Yeah, I'm a 3,000-year-old dragon. Yeah, that's the thing is I don't, you know, one of the reasons why I don't really have any hobbies is because anything that requires any sort of maintenance or prep work or cleanup or anything like that, like I just have zero interest in. I don't know. There's not a singular activity on this earth that, to me, makes any of that worthwhile. Like, having to maintain stuff is one of the things I hate doing. Fuck, man. Gears has always been Nasher Simulator. That's just the multiplayer. That's how it's always been. I don't know, maybe I should try to get back into watching anime and shit, but I don't know. Other than this one I just watched, there hasn't really been much that's caught my attention. But I don't know, dude. It's easier said than done. It's very hard for me to keep an interest in something nowadays. Well, I went positive. I went very positive. Wow.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Real Darth Sidious with the 10. What were some of the books you've read about Rome? So, obviously, you can read the books by Julius Caesar. So, there's the Civil War one, and then the Gallic Wars. Those are first-hand accounts. You can read Reg Gestae, I think is what it's called, which is basically the biography of Augustus. Let me see what this one is. This book on Caesar is really good. You want this cover art. And this is a pretty cool one. I mean, you can read pretty much all the histories from Livy, Livy. That's another good contemporary source. Virgil, obviously, wrote the Aeneid, other stuff too. And then also, you can read the writings of, like, Cicero as well. And all of those are available from, like, Penguin Classic, so you can get, like, really cheap, soft cover, you know, copies of them. You don't have to pay, like, shitloads of money to get, like, a bunch of old books. You can get, you know, most of those for, like, $5 to $10 a piece, especially if you buy them used. But yeah, I would say that one I just showed you is good. Obviously, the written works from Caesar himself are good. Works by Livy are good. Cicero's good. Virgil's good. But yeah, that should be a good starting point. Yeah, you can do the rise and fall of the Roman Empire as well. That one's fine too. But I prefer the more contemporary stuff, personally. Because it gives you a launching point to go and research other stuff too. But yeah. And then, you know, there's all sorts of books about various different emperors and stuff like that you can read about too, if you have, like, specific emperors you're interested in. Well, dude, the thing is that's interesting is, you know, Henry Ford was the victim of that lawsuit by the Dodge brothers, who had the, you know, Jew star as their original logo. Coincidence, I'm sure. But yeah, they sued him because he paid his employees too well. And that was anti-competitive. So, yeah. The Dodge brothers versus Ford is the precedent that basically made it so that corporations have to prioritize the, you know, finances of shareholders over the well-being of employees. So literally that is the legal precedent for why companies should pay employees the least amount of money possible, or else they're in violation of the law. So, you know, thanks Dodge Brothers. 3 parentheses. Yeah, I know, it's the Henry Ford, the International Jew or something like that, I think it's called. I'm pretty sure that's the name. Shit. I was looking over the chat. There we go. All right. Shit. I don't like when anyone touches my hand. I don't like being touched in general. Much less by someone I don't know. I would be very concerned if some random cashier just like touched my hand. That's weird. I know you're referencing Raymond, but don't apply the same thing to me. I ain't a freak like that, bro. I ain't into that kinky shit. I don't really need to give Planad a fair go. I already attempted to watch it many years ago and didn't like it, so... Only time you felt sex was everything was when you're going through puberty. See, even I didn't care about it that much back then. I was more worried about
gaming.
Not true, you generation. I watched a show today that I actually kind of like. So, it was one I stumbled across on Twitter that looked pretty good, and it turned out to be pretty good, so. Not true. There's 3 now. And I also like that Food Wars show, so. High School DxD. No, I don't like High School DxD that much. I mean, really the only reason you watch it's for the TNA, but No, it was Wistora Wand and Sword, I think is the name. Or Wistoria Wand and Sword. That was pretty good. At least the first season was. I have to watch the second season still. How do you unloser yourself in your 20s? You don't, bro. It's over at that point. So you just gotta make a shitload of money so that way, you know, you can make up for the fact. Yeah, if you're gonna watch High School DxD, make sure you watch the Blu-ray rips. Trust. Don't watch the broadcast version. Go to the gym, be able to bench press the Pixie Dream Girls and toss them around. Yeah, that's right, dude. Yeah, I agree. That part was pretty cringe, Eugen, but it's not... Like, I would say that's probably the low point. It gets a lot better. So... It actually does get a lot better. I need a muscle mommy? Oh yeah, dude. Griffin said it was cool if 35-year-olds play Roblox. I don't really care what a 35-year-old does in their free time, man. Just like I don't really care that you like Kingdom Shards, bro.
I have a reputation to uphold. Do whatever it takes. Just make it win.
Oops, no, not clicking here. Yeah. There we go. PK, nobody asked, bro. Nobody asked. It's just you and your lonesome, bud.
I'm with you.
Sweet.
Shit. We all want videos already? Well, if only there was something to get my attention to that fact, PK. You know? My left pocket is feeling a little light. Yeah, I just checked, bro. I was feeling a little light.
Let's do this. Backing you up. Hey!
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Oh, Oski with the 5. Keep playing. Sounds like a deal. Can do.
Capturing their zone.
For the life of me, I will never understand why anyone is in a rush to watch. Guys, physical media is super heckin' important. The future of gaming is not digital only. We need to rise up for our rights as consumers. Oh, my shift is starting at Subway, so yeah, I gotta go, guys. But make sure to shelf stuff, and I'll talk to everybody later. Peace out. Wow, man. Inspirational. Shelf stuffers.
Target my mark. Taking their zone.
Can I stuff your shelf? Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, can I stuff you in my shelf? Nah, I'm too expensive. Sorry, bro. You gotta have a real nice shelf for me. When have I ever said Kingdom Hearts isn't acceptable? I just think it's gay. Because I hate Disney. I don't have millennial nostalgia for 90s Disney, so therefore Kingdom Hearts does nothing for me.
Back in your hole.
Did I see Gideon's defense video after the dot? No, I did not. I don't really care about Gideon, to be completely honest. So I don't follow him. But yeah, after he threw Gordon under the bus and then literally gets, you know, I guess highlighted as being a retard in the documentary. It's kind of ironic.
Not nearly tough enough, though.
fuck, man? Wow, that's pitiful.
These vermin cannot win. Time to rally.
Can I grease your hands by ejaculating into them? Only if that comes on a $20 bill. He just says it's the 15-year-old's fault for being groomed. Oh my god. That's funny. I mean, to be fair, like, they kind of do bear some weight of the responsibility, but yeah. Still, if your whole shtick is fighting for kids, quote unquote, that's not really a great statement to make from an optics perspective. I don't necessarily disagree with it because, you know, you're fucking 15, 16, like, sorry, bro. Like, the likelihood of an actual 15-year-old getting groomed is pretty fucking low. Like, let's be honest here. Like, how many of y'all were completely innocent at the ripe age of 15, dude? Just, you know, ready to be taken advantage of by the world. I don't know, dude. I don't buy that whole, like, oh, I never even had a, you know, an impure thought. Like, bruh. But yeah, obviously EDP's in the fault for it, but still. Gideon, you know. His whole shtick is fighting for kids, so why was he putting one in danger, dude? Oh my god. Yeah, it's all just clout. This whole predator catching shit is all just for clout, bro. It's all just clout chasers. Like, let's keep it real, dude. None of these guys actually give a shit about stopping anyone. They care about stopping their view count from dropping. That's it. That's all. No, what they're talking about is basically Gideon got this 15-year-old girl to flirt with EDP so that they could catch him again. Like, basically Gideon, like, was coaching this 15-year-old girl on how to flirt with EDP to get him to send, like, compromising messages. And basically in the documentary, it was pointed out that, you know, Gideon, you know, basically groomed this chick indirectly. And, yeah, I guess he's now saying that it's the 15-year-old girl's fault. Like, I don't fucking know. Which, again, I don't entirely disagree with. Because obviously if she went to Gideon to, like, fucking trap EDP, like, she obviously fucking knew what she was doing. So, again, I don't really have sympathy for anyone in the situation. I think all three of them are fucked, to be completely honest. They all three, you know, are fucking retards. Yes, I know she sent EDP nudes. I know. We watched the documentary. That's why I said they're all fucking retards. Why don't I start predator poaching? Because I don't fucking care enough to do it, bro. I don't want to LARP as a little girl on the internet to try and, you know, slide into the DMs of pedophiles, to be honest. It's not really how I want to spend my free time. I would much rather be stacking slabs and all the other fun stuff.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Tell Marco with the 7 that documentary is a shit show. I'll never watch it again. Yeah, to be honest, I didn't think it was that great. I mean, you know, I guess if you're like a normie that knows nothing about EDP, I guess it's fine, but I don't really feel like it brought anything new to the table. Just the rehashing. Or we didn't need the scene of the Gordon Flowers, I guess, body double eating fucking fried pickles off of his stomach. So, yeah, there's also that. There's a lot of fetish shit in there. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, when we were watching it, I was kind of zoning in and out at times because I kind of got bored. I was dozing in and out of being awake at certain points. Well, to be fair, Wings has never actually tried to, you know, slide into the DMs of like a fucking 13-year-old girl, so there's a big difference with saying, you know, something online for shock jock value and actually acting on it, so, you know, it's like PK, bro. PK loves to say he has like terabytes of cheese pizza and all this other shit. We know he's probably just bullshitting, so it's just, you know, attention bait. Ah. Oh shit. I got spurted on. Nice.
I can't afford this shit! Let's fucking go.
No. Oh, it's slander. Am I gonna hear from your lawyers, PK? Am I slandering you? Chugga with the 3. Watch Kingdom Heart. Oh god. Yup, we should have known. And y'all want me to watch fucking videos, and this is what I'm expected to watch. Like, yeah. No thanks. I'm not in any fucking rush.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
See you, Matt. The ice film with the 7 months. Appreciate it, man. Damn, Griff, we suck so bad. I swear I'm better in Gears of War 3. I am, like, exhausted right now, so I'm doing terrible. Truly terrible. I don't know. How do you get to the scoreboard again? Oh, wait. There. I mean, I guess I didn't do that bad. But still not good. It's not the worst, but not good either. What happened to Mars? Mars typically just lurks in chat. So, he usually just joins Mario Kart. He doesn't normally type. You're almost level 400 in Black Ops 7. Am I proud? Oh my god. My entire being is so proud of you, your generation. I can't believe you shared such momentous and, you know, significant news with everyone here, and especially me. It means so much. Congratulations, dude. Really. That's insanely cool. Well, that works. Man, it is brutal. Oh, well, at least I'll sleep well once I get off.
It just ain't your day, asshole.
Chris Hansen was also banned from writing checks. Oops. PK is the Indian version of EDP. Something like that. Yeah, I did terrible that game. I'm starting to get more tired again. Brutal, man. I have a face only a mother can love, so you imagine jerking off on it or something? Gay? Ooh.
I have a reputation to uphold. Do whatever it takes. Just bring me the win.
Dude, my fucking jaw is like cramped. Jeez. Like the side of my fucking jaw. Fuck, bro, that hurts. You'll wake up if you play Age Field High, I bet. Oh shit. Would I ever ride on the back seat of a motorcycle? No. I'd probably never get on a motorcycle in general. Much less ride, bitch. Fuck, man.
Under fire! Can't believe this shit!
Yawn. Can't take it, then end it all. Do a flip. It's repulsive to hear your yawns.
Guard!
It's what you deserve. Fuck. I can't even get a kill, dude. Too tired for this shit, man. Fuck. Yeah, mouse PI is kind of dull. I never finished it. I got kind of bored and just dropped it. Yeah, it does insist upon itself. Dude, I can't even get a fucking kill.
Perhaps you've forgotten what's at stake. We're staring down the barrel of extinction here.
Brutal, man. Alright, that's probably good.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
See, Chaos Ranger with the 5. You heard Sledgehammer is gonna make a Halo game now. Yeah, I did. We'll see how that turns out. But, I mean, I would assume it'd probably be better than whatever the fuck 343's been shitting out recently, but... I would imagine it would at least be slightly better. All right. I still think they should give Halo to id Software to make that flood shooter, personally, but I guess that's not gonna happen. Alright, I guess this is everything. Oh boy, physical games.
Look, man, I know.
Wowie zowie.
I would have one of the biggest gaming channels on YouTube if I just told you what you wanted to hear. I know what you want to hear. I do. If I just sat here and catered to your nostalgia, our nostalgia, frankly, and fed the outrage machine, my sub count would explode overnight. I could do it right now. But here's the truth, the actual uncomfortable truth that very few people in this space seem to want to admit. And the truth is, phasing out physical media is not some evil, greedy, Rothschild-coded, Illuminati-stuffed anti-consumer plot to ruin your life. It really isn't. It is just the brutal unavoidable. financial reality of an industry trying to survive when the kind of games that made you love PlayStation in the first place, well, those games now cost $300 million plus. And I want to emphasize the plus, as that's a conservative estimate.
Well, they don't need to cost that much. PlayStation chooses to make them cost that much, but I get what he's saying. Plus, most people don't even buy the fucking games physically anyway, so it doesn't matter.
$1 million to make games today. Now look, some of you guys you don't have your facts straight, and I don't want to pour cold water on your no diss, no buy movement, but I'm going to have to. So I saw this post going around on Twitter today, perfectly captures why the internet gets so confused about the business of games. It's a post from Rhino, who I follow and I like, but this post, I don't like this post so much, because I mean, look at these check marks. Tens of thousands of views, hundreds of retweets, and people treating it like gospel in the replies. And honestly, I get why. Like, psychologically, I get why. If you don't actually know how the business works, this seems like a completely logical pushback that Rhino is making. He's throwing out these stats. Sony shipped 70 million physical discs. The UK physical market is over 300 million pounds in value. 121 countries don't have reliable internet. Geez, how are you going to argue with those stats? But when you actually pull it apart, the logic, his logic, completely crumbles. All right, let's start with this stat right here. Let's start with the stat that Sony shipped nearly 70 million physical games in fiscal 2025. Well, first of all, shipped does not mean shipped to gamers. It means shipped to retail stores, right? So we don't actually know how many of those 70 million discs made it into players' hands, because Sony only has to report what they ship to stores, not what stores actually sell. When a publisher ships 1 million copies of, let's say, the phenomenal Ghost of Yotei, great game, they count that as a win, as they
That's debatable.
should. That's a lot of copies. But if half of those games end up sitting on a shelf gathering dust, Best Buy doesn't just eat that loss. They box those games up and send them right back to Sony for a refund. So 70 million shipped does not mean 70 million players actually went out and bought a physical copy. But even if it did mean that, let's look at that math. And you guys know, if you watch this channel more than 10 minutes, I'm shit at math. So I've triple checked this. But here's the math. 70 million discs sounds massive, right? But if you look at that exact same fiscal year, which is Rhino was talking about, 2025, PlayStation actually sold 290 million, give or take, million full games. So if 70 million of those games were physical, that means 210 million of those full games, roughly 72%, were bought digitally. 72% were bought digitally. So when you look at the whole picture, physical is just a fraction of the total volume of games sold. And I'd like to point something out here.
And the thing is, too, is on a unit-by-unit basis, digital brings in double the revenue as physical. So you can have that percentage.
That 290 million figure of digital sell is not DLC. It's not Fortnite V-Bucks, not microtransactions, not PlayStation Plus subscriptions. Sony's own financial reporting to their investors, that number is tracked under a strictly legally binding category called full game software unit sales or something like that. I forget the acronym, but it counts actual individual full games, period. The DLC is listed somewhere else. Now, I know some of you guys will bring up the Insomniac leaks from a while back to argue that big single player games still sell heavily on disc at launch. First off, that data is years old now. It's 6 years old, I think. It's from 2020 or 2022. But since then, I would guess, and I only guess, but I imagine you'd agree, the gap between digital and physical has only gotten wider. And by the way, when we talk about, I feel like an asshole pointing this out, but I'm sorry, when we talk about phasing out the disk drive, who do you think actually makes that call? And this is important to keep in mind, though, because it's not the developers, it's not the artists and coders and directors at Naughty Dog or Santa Monica. They're not sitting around a table plotting to steal your plastic boxes. They just want to make great games, which, and we'll get to this in a second, this decision for Sony to go all in on digital is going to let them.
That shit could have fooled me. I don't think Neil Druckmann cares about making good games.
Those artists keep doing that. And that digital decision, again, it's not even coming from PlayStation. It's not coming from Herman Holst or even his boss. This is a decision that's clearly coming from Papa Sony at the very top of the corporate food chain, because the math is simply too good to ignore. This is the math. Like I said, I triple checked this shit. Sony proper makes most of its money off third-party games, not the first-party titles. The first-party titles motivate you to buy the box, and once you have the box, the lion's share of games that get bought and sold and played on PlayStation are made by different publishers. Konami, Activision. Take Activision, for example, with Take Activision with Call of Duty. Call of Duty, okay, the new one, whatever. $70 physical game disc of Call of Duty, and imagine it being sold at Target. Target comes in, they sell a copy, they take their cut. Depends on the negotiation, there's a percentage cut Target gets. The factories that print the discs and the trucks that ship those discs to the stores take a cut, whether it's from the back end or an upfront fee. And then Sony takes a fee for just letting the game be on PlayStation. Everything sold on PlayStation that runs, Sony gets a percentage, which in the case of a game is $10. The publisher, Activision, keeps what's left. So 30 to 35 to $40. Now, that's good. That's been a business model that's worked for a long time. But look what happens when you buy the exact same game, but you buy it digitally on the PlayStation Store. Okay? Target is gone. They get cut out. The people who drive the trucks and run the trucking companies and manufacture the disc and the manuals and write manuals, all that's gone. That's cut out. Not that we ever have manuals anymore, but you know what I mean? The art and stuff. And now Sony gets to take 30% because it's on PSN, because it's on the digital store instantly, doubling their take from $10 to $21. The game's publisher, Activision, in this case, they keep the rest of the money for every digital copy sold. Instead of getting $35 to $40, they're making $50 for every single digital copy sold of Call of Duty. How, if the audience is behind this and they're okay with it, and stats show they are, if you were running these companies, you would do the same. And if not, you'd probably be fired for not, upholding your fiduciary responsibility because you're just a fucking moron if your job is to make money. So, I mean, you can see why third-party publishers are not fighting Sony on this. They're popping champagne, man. Other than the really small ones, you're not hearing many people bitch. Capcom recently reported that over 90% of their game sales are digital. EA,
same with Square Enix.
2K, those guys are making hundreds of millions of dollars more on digital than physical. Everybody makes way more money per game sold without worrying about unsold plastic boxes collecting dust in a warehouse, without worrying about giving other middlemen a cut of the percentage. And this claim from Rhino, yeah, I mean, it sucks. It's unfortunate for markets without high-speed internet, but no massive global company is going to keep paying for factories and trucks and warehouses to serve edge cases that only bring in a tiny fraction of their overall profit. They go where the money is, man. I mean, do you really think Sony would be doing this if they're like, oh, those 121 countries that don't have PSN, why didn't we think about that? We totally lost their business. Come on. They factored it in. It's not a drop in the bucket, clearly. Now, all of this leads to a question of, okay, well, great, Jaffe, the math checks out, you know, if you're a greedy asshole robber baron, but isn't this anti-consumer? Anti-consumer. You hear that a lot in this discussion. The reality of the gaming industry, and any industry really, and I'm sorry to say this, is that it's a business. First and foremost, before everything else, every single decision in a video game has the bottom line baked into it from the start. From what games get greenlit to what live service games get canceled and when. Gamers, they throw this phrase around, anti-consumer. You know, anytime a corporation makes a move where the gamers, can clearly see the truth that has always been operating behind the scenes, that every move a company makes is always about making money. From them greenlighting Twisted Metal 3, instead of a game where you played this IT guy inside a giant robot, totally true, I was there, I saw the demo, but they greenlit Twisted Metal 3. From that to them killing the disk drive on the PS6, every decision is this going to make us money? Now, we sit here and we cry about publishers doing these things, ditching disk drives or pushing live service games, but there is a massive, almost willful disconnect between what the core gaming community demands and the cold, hard financial reality of what it costs to build games in general, let alone the mega expensive single-player games that a lot of you guys say you want. Hell, I want those games a lot of times. But it's the ultimate cognitive dissonance. Gamers expect every major first-party release to be this visually groundbreaking, 30-hour cinematic masterpiece, but then they riot the second a publisher makes a business move to actually fund that standard, which is becoming an impossible standard, because look, let me say the number again to be obnoxious about it, and it's a conservative number, $300 million plus. And I'm not talking more than that is for GTA 6. I'm talking PlayStation single player. It's conservative. Come on now. A lot of gamers like to act like they're these uniquely targeted victims of corporate greed. But if you look outside games just for 5 seconds, this is the exact same playbook used and ultimately accepted across every major industry. Here's some examples, yeah? Adobe Photoshop Premiere. They killed physical disc and forced every creative who uses their services into a monthly subscription. People screamed and bitched. But now software as a service is the universal standard because most people were fine with it. Airlines, if you remember, it's been a while, but they used to include, if you remember, check bags in the price of your ticket. Then they unbundled it. They said, we're going to charge $35 for you to check a bag. They made billions, and now charging for carry-on is totally normal. Apple removed the headphone jack from the iPhone. You remember? And everybody mocked them. I'm going to put up that until every single Android.
I remember that shit. That's exactly what this is comparable to me. You know, everybody's like, I'm never buying another iPhone again. No fucking headphone jack, no buy. Like, it was a huge fucking thing. And then, guess what happened? Everybody still bought the iPhone.
Android maker quietly did the same thing to sell you wireless earbuds. I know this because I just bought some. Finally, broke down, bought some. They're awesome. Look, corporations will always test the customer's boundaries to see what they can get away with in order to make more cash. If the market keeps telling them they're okay with it, if the market keeps buying it, like they've shown they will do with digital games, I'm sorry, but it's true. What it really comes down to is this simple phrase: anti-consumer is usually the temporary phase that exists between outrage and the new normal. And I don't see this being any different. I'm sorry to say it's true, but physical disc is going away. And not because an evil villain in a boardroom hates you and wants to take your toys away and wants to squash your nostalgia, but because $300 million plus games cannot survive without companies cutting out the middlemen to keep more of the cash. And because, yes, people are greedy. As greedy as you let them get away with being. But the majority of gamers have made it clear they're okay. They're all in with an all-digital gaming future. But hey, by all means, join the no disc, no buy movement if that's where you draw your line. Vote with your wallet. I respect that. I really, really do. But just don't be surprised when the video game train keeps racing right past you, because the vast majority of the market has already decided. They've moved on. They've entered their credit card and they've accepted the new normal. And that's where we are, and that's where we're headed. I do, look, man, I wish I could lie to you. I really do. I would be super duper rich. Maybe that's the only business that doesn't put money first, or the ones I run, because I suck at it. Because if I lied to you and if I put greed first, I'd be rolling in it. But I can't. I got to be honest with you. And this is the truth as I see it. Anyway, good to see you. Thanks for watching this video. I appreciate you being here. Check out Retro Game Treasure. You'll see the link below. Enter Jaffe 10 on your first box. You get 10% off. It's a great service, and it keeps those physical games alive a heck of a lot longer. Be well, be safe. See you soon.
It's a losing battle. All right, there we go.
What up, peeps?
I'll definitely speed this up. I don't know who the fuck this even is about.
Your boy Heckin Steve, welcome back to the channel, and today we're going to talk about Mr. Right Way. So, a couple days ago, I was having a good time, right? I was just living my life, being a fat guy, I'm working, watching Walk Dead, all that good stuff. I see Mr. Right Way put out a new video, man, called I Stopped Trying to Fit in the Retro Gaming Community, Then I Grew. And, you know, I was watching this video, man, and then we get to this part right here.
If you haven't watched content, people in this community, they use the term reseller, right? Which is a person who goes by stuff and resells it for profit. They label me as that, as a reseller. Now, this is a...
Dude, this is the corniest shit. He's got a watch and an Apple Watch on, like, oh my god.
When they call you like in a negative term, they use it in a negative term. A lot of people even try to make channels off of bashing resellers, right? Which they have no zero talent whatsoever. They just use other people, which you need that person to make content, which is really kind of silly and disgusting. But they label...
So we're gonna let him finish in a second, but I just want to, you know, go over to his channel real quick. And, you know, he said, like, I have no talent, I have to use other channels to get views and stuff like that, which, you know, obviously isn't true. I mean, for the majority of the, you know, videos I make, I do that, yeah, for sure, because it's fun and entertaining and people like to watch it, for sure. But it's not everything I do. It's just everything that people like Mr. Right Way that don't watch the channel on a regular basis, that's the only videos they see, because that's the only ones they click on. But, you know, he does the same fucking bullshit, except with items. Buy these PS3 games before prices go up. Is it too late to collect PS3 games? I think Xbox hates me. These PS3 games will never be so cheap again, or they'll never be cheap again. You see what I'm saying? Like, he's just using objects.
Yeah, I sold 2 of my Folklore copies for almost $200, so...
Gaming.
As his subject matter, so, like, why can't I react to resellers being grimy and doing some sleazy shit on the internet? And if I was so talentless, why would my channel have over 3 million views? That's what I'd really like to know. Don't you think, like, people would, you know, get tired of watching the same shit? I've been talking about resellers for almost 4 years. Apparently, it's still entertaining enough to keep people coming back and watching it. So, yeah, I wouldn't say I'm talentless, you know. But, you know, I did a poll yesterday to see who sucks more, and the options were Mr. Right Way, Mr. Right Way, and Mr. Right Way. And as I expected, Mr. Right Way was the winner there. So, not the only one that feels this way. And that was out of 280 votes. But let's go back over here to this, and let's let him finish what he's saying here.
Oh, you're a reseller. Which, guys, let me tell you something. If you sell a game, you resell. That makes you turn, I guess, a reseller. It's supposed to be very, very negative, right? These people have really invested.
All right, so, yeah, anyone that doesn't know, because they don't watch my channel on a regular basis, the only resellers that I really target are the ones that do it, like, full-time. They do it over and over again. I've never, as far as I remember, attacked anybody that just collects games and then decides to sell their own stuff that they don't want anymore randomly. You know, like, it's always been like, ooh, I'm gonna go into the store and buy a bunch of games with the intention to resell. Those are the types of folks that I'd be targeting here. Now, Mr. Right Way, the king of FOMO, I would say, a FOMO-sexual, if you will. There's a lot of negative things that I can say about him. And, you know, he's one of the most requested channels for my audience to get a video. And I haven't wanted to do it for multiple reasons, and we'll go over those reasons briefly. Number one, he's black. And I've heard from several people that he likes to pull the race card a lot whenever anyone has anything negative to say about him. But I just want to go ahead and clarify right now. I can't be racist. I'm an Eagles fan. I've been an Eagles fan since 2005, since the McNabb years. And Michael Vick after him. I prayed for Brother Vick every day. And still, to this day, I'm an Eagles fan. Jalen Hurts. I even got an A.J. Brown shirt, bro. So, yeah, I'm not racist. Which is funny that I even have to say that. I thought it was funny, you know. I'm not racist because I'm an Eagles fan. But also, he's a veteran. Thank you for your service. Although you didn't really do much except cut your own leg off at fingertips. Because, you know, that was totally your fault. Like, your own negligence caused that. And, you know, and I didn't want to do a video on him because his name is Steve. I don't like ripping on other Steves, man. Steve's got to stick together. And also, he's disabled. I don't really like making fun of disabled people. In fact, my mom is an amputee just like he is. And it's not cool. But you know what, man? He brought me up too many times recently, man. And it's almost like he's asking for it. Look like Whoopi Goldberg, if Whoopi Goldberg was a Muppet. All right, so fast forward to 6.5 minutes in his video here. This whole video is fucking mid. I mean, honestly, his whole channel in general is just mid. This is mid-tier video game content. Go buy these before they go expensive, you know, type of shit. Physical games are dying, blah, blah, blah. He's not funny. He's just not good. And I've actually made multiple videos on him before and then deleted them before I put them out. Because I just didn't think they were good enough to make and, like, show people. Because he's just so fucking boring as a person. It's hard for even me to make a video about him entertaining. But we're going to put this one out, despite it not probably being that good. You know, it is what it is. But let's listen to what he says here.
It was a lot of obstacles coming. It was people, like, saying stuff on my name, making these crazy videos, and people were lying and believing the lies. That's the crazy part. The people who don't know you and believe the lies.
I think right here he's talking about the Slotham dude, which no longer makes videos. Because he was going hard on Mr. Right Way's videos for a little bit there. But the thing is, it's like, I've heard from multiple people, publicly and privately, that you're a nuisance to be around at conventions. You assert yourself in other people's content, which I've actually seen that. Matter of fact, I actually saved that video for this particular situation here. This was like 10 months ago, and you don't see Mr. Right Way at a lot of conventions anymore because he's argued with vendors there. He's argued with convention runners multiple times, tried to use his notoriety to get discounts and stuff. Although he says he's worth so much. You know, he don't want to go to certain conventions anymore if they don't want to pay for his travel fees, his hotel fees, because he knows his worth. Yet he needs to get $5-10 off from a vendor at a convention. But anyways, this convention in particular is Resurrect's convention, right? And they were giving away this Jurassic Park Jeep, and this lady ends up winning. And right when Rick goes to, like, interview the person, fucking Mr. Right Way, the guy that's filming this video right here, is just all up in it. And he has nothing to do with this. Like, just watch this.
So like she won. You got Retro Rick guys filming right there, right? This is Retro Rick's partner filming this for their channel. And just watch how Mr. Rightway just fucking puts himself in this like he's fucking something.
It worked. God, give it more time, Brad.
Now, look, a lot of people don't know this about Rick, but he actually does give a shit about his videos. And he probably was super pissed that Mr. Rightway did this, like put himself so far up in this, and like still, like, just standing there in front of everybody, like obscuring people's views and shit. So yeah, fuck you, Mr. Rightway, you suck, dude. And also, he makes fun of my weight in some of these clips, which I'm sure we'll get to. But apparently, I have no valuable opinion because I'm fat. He don't respect people that are overweight.
I'm struggling to even find the reason why we're watching this.
Which that's stupid.
I don't fucking know.
Because just because I'm fat don't mean my brain ain't smarty. I mean, come on, bro.
They used to offend me, and then I started thinking about, these people don't know me. These people know what you put out there. They don't personally know you, and you have to be okay.
Well, from what I've heard, you fucking beat the shit out of your ex-wife and got arrested for it, but I couldn't find any like solid proof of that. But there are a lot of people saying that about you. Yeah.
If you don't put yourself on the platform, people have every right to say what they want, but you don't have to respond. Oh my God, I used to respond badly, badly, and now I don't. I just look at it as like, okay, want to say something about me? That means I'm worth something. It really does. You got to think about this, right? If somebody takes the time to make,
I don't know how worth you are to me. I don't know how many views a video on.
Nah, you don't get to complain, PK. This is exactly what you wanted.
You was gonna get. But honestly, I don't give a shit, man. I just think it's a little fucked up that you came at me. You got a problem with my content enough to bring me up in the past couple days. So let's move on to the next video here. Actually, this is from the live stream last night. So someone in my Discord had messaged me and told me that he was talking shit about me. Of course, he doesn't actually say my name because why would he do that? But yeah, listen. Wow, he's actually a Muppet here. That's fucking funny. I was just making a joke. Yeah, see, that looks like Whoopi Goldberg if she was a Muppet.
Man, think about a reseller, man. Man, fuck all. I already said it, fuck them. Don't let some loudmouth person who can't see their own damn thing. I mean, stuff. If they gotta pull their belly up to talk shit, don't listen to them. All right, tell them to tuck their belly in and then talk to you. You know, these dudes be talking all this noise and be slow as hell. Can't win a race. Can't walk. Can't probably drive.
Can't win a race? What are you talking about? I'm white. It's the best race of all of them. Can't drive, motherfucker, dude. I've been driving for a while, bro. Tuck my belly in. Can't see my ding. I don't need to see my ding. In fact, I think it's kind of gay to look at a penis. But I know it's there, and I definitely feel it when I be fucking somebody. So yeah.
All right, tuck your stomach in while you talk to me.
Matter of fact, I'll tell you what, I would beat you in an actual race too. Like if we were running, I could beat you, man. As soon as we start, I just kick the fucking prosthetic off of you. I just crawl to the damn finish line, bitch. Why you talking shit like that? Why you running your mouth about me so goddamn much? I thought you didn't want no negativity in there. Like, why you fucking attacking me, man? That's like all I do. I do it for fun. And he had Destination Switch on the live stream here. Because Destination Switch finally had a video that had more than 300 views on it. See, 10,000 views. You know, because I ain't never in my life heard of Mr. Rightway hanging out with Destination Switch until last night, you know? So, yeah, he likes to put himself with other people that get a lot of success, basically leeching off them. But apparently, it's a problem whenever I make a video about Phoenix Resale and Chase After the Right Price or, you know, any other reseller. You know, I'm just literally talking about those people because they're popular. It has nothing to do with their actions or, you know, their morals in a situation as far as business goes. It has nothing to do with that, apparently. And my opinion is not valid because I'm fat. Well, anyways, I went on his live stream after, you know, somebody told me. I can't find the exact spot. But I came in and all I said was, what up, peeps? All right, I actually found the part in the live stream here. So, look, all I said right here was, what up, peeps, right? Watch this.
Like, they wouldn't even let people, they make people take the belts back to the car. Belts, figures, and all that. So that kind of sucked. But, you know, other than that, it was cool. Oh, shit.
We don't need none of that negativity in my world. None.
Well, then why you talking shit about me, bro? Why you throwing shade at me?
Yeah, I'm struggling with this one.
Why you knocking my hustle, man? I'm just out here making videos for fun, make a few dollars, talk about some people doing some bullshit. How about when you sold fake Neo Geo?
I'm very confused why we're even watching this.
Games at a convention got banned from the convention. What about that?
This is like some gay small YouTuber drama. I don't know.
All this fucking bullshit. Mr. Rightway, Mr. Mid-Ass. Fucking Mid-Ass, bro. Look at this channel right here. Look at all these videos. Dude, you can replace you with anybody. Minato Max can make the same videos as you. Like, you don't do nothing special, man. You don't. There's nothing special about you, and you want to act like you're so high and mighty. All I said was, what up, peeps? And then he fucking hid me from his channel, bro. Like, I wasn't even coming in there to say anything negative. I just wanted to hear all the, you know, bullshit he was saying about me, man. But, yeah, there's so many people that don't like Mr. Rightway. It's not like I'm just choosing to talk about him for nothing, you know? There's a lot of people behind the scenes that I can't publicly disclose, but a lot of people don't like this dude, man. They don't want to do videos with him. They don't want to have him at conventions and stuff like that. That's why you don't see him do that type of stuff no more. It's not because he ain't getting views on the videos, which is what he claims. It's because he can't go. I chose me. That's what he says in the thumbnail. Yeah, because ain't nobody else going to choose you, man. Anyways, This was more like a rant, if anything. I didn't really have that much fun making this video because, I mean, like I said, this is why I ain't really ever done a video on Mr. Right Way, because I'm just not excited about making a video on this fucking guy. I like to pretend like he don't exist. You know, he has such bad takes on things, and I can't really reference anything off the top of my head, but I've watched a lot of his videos in the past. It's been a while, but he's just always got like bad opinions on things. Like even on this new video right here, when he's talking about buy these PS3 games before prices go up, dude, all he did was show off a bunch of like games from his own collection that are like, you know, $40 to $100, $100 plus. He said that you should go out and buy the game Metal Gear Solid Legacy Collection. But like the thing is like the shit, you about to get Volume 2 here in 2 weeks. Coming out on all the platforms. Brand new. It's going to have Metal Gear Solid 4. I don't know.
Make sure it has.
But yeah, you should go out and buy this old collection where Metal Gear Solid 1 was a digital code. So you probably won't even get Metal Gear Solid 1. But you could just buy the Master Collection Volume 1 on modern platforms for probably the same amount of money or less. Catch it on sale. And then buy Volume 2 when it comes out in 2 weeks. So why the fuck are you talking about this? And then you told people to go buy the wet game? Dude, that game fucking blows, man. That game blows so hard. And you're trying to tell people to go out.
Yeah, but it's expensive.
Buy that. You're a fucking bad YouTuber, bro. That's why nobody likes your ass. These folks watching your video right here, they're just watching it because the PS3 games are hype right now. And that's the only reason you're talking about PS3 games. You don't fucking give that much of a shit about this stuff. But yeah, that's it, man. I think that's enough. Let me know what y'all think about Mr. Right Way below. Peace.
How exciting, man. Didn't know who that guy was. Still don't.
Liberals. I deserve endless money to work on my gay-ass art projects.
I worked at ZeniMax for about...
This is just a complete red flag, right?
We make all kinds of games all kinds of people love, and we make a lot of money.
Jeez. Some confused ass troon. Guys, is it any surprise that Bethesda is collapsing as a brand right now after turning out years and years of dog shit games? And so what we're going to do in this video is I want to watch this hilarious video of all the people who got fired from Bethesda having meltdowns. We're going to talk about the Asha Sharma news. But guys, what I want to remind y'all is that the thing that people keep saying about Starfield and all of the Bethesda games, probably the past 10 years, is just how fake and gay and lifeless everything is. I mean, look at these responses to Sarah in Starfield. Being in love with you is like a dream come true. You are the most important person in my life. In all my life, it's just so boring. Starfield is the most bland-ass boring video game I've ever played. Same with Fallout 76, just such boring, milquetoast, bland responses. And then you have these incredibly boring...
Yeah, in other news, water is wet.
Gay companions. Like, guys, why are white people so fixated on this dude? It's like, he's just a complete degenerate gay loser. Guys, so let's compare and contrast modern dogshit Bethesda with old Bethesda. And I asked the guys on my Discord server to give me their favorite moments from Bethesda. And one of my buddies, Bear Jew here, said, trafficking a Khajiit slave and cutting them open for the moon sugar inside. That's right, guys. Morrowind had slavery. You could buy and sell slaves. In Morrowind, there was drugs, there was human trafficking. Also in Fallout 3, you can enslave people. You can send that chick back to her pimp. But Sneed Cola brought up one of the funniest quests in Tenpenny Tower in Fallout 3. So if this were done by modern Bethesda, you know it would be all pro-immigration and stuff. But it's essentially an anti-immigration quest because people are begging you, oh, let the ghouls in. Let the ghouls into Tenpenny Tower.
Even star with the two. Crazy how Andy Pants went from Xbox Defender to this. Yeah, I think both channels were ironic in a sense, but I think this one amassed a big enough following that he just, you know, ran with it. But I think this channel originally was supposed to be like a parody channel, to be honest, based on his old content.
You let the immigrants in and then they kill everyone. So the Tenpenny Tower quest is essentially an anti-immigration quest. And then, of course, guys, there's Nord supremacy and all of the glorious racism that's in the Elder Scrolls games. But guys, if I had to summarize like why old Bethesda is so good and why new Bethesda is such dog shit, it's because the old ones were real. They weren't afraid to deal with issues we actually deal with. I mean, get on Twitter and everyone's quote unquote racist today. Immigration is a major problem today. Drugs are major problems today. And why the new games are so boring and so gay is because I think they represent a reality that only exists in the heads of pedophile leftists who they exist in these little infantile worlds where everybody is nice and everybody smiles and everybody's happy. And it doesn't feel real. And that's why it's so boring. That's why people will always love the older games. Guys, really quick before we go further, in case this YouTube channel were ever to get banned, I have a backup YouTube account down below. It's called Andy Pants Cut Content. Be sure to follow me there as well for game reviews and stuff. All right, back to it. Let's talk about the makeup of some of these teams. So I found a Bethesda video from 2006. And we're gonna watch it here in a second. Did you know this is the senior leadership at Bethesda in 2006? It's about 30 nerdy white dudes. There's about 2 or 3 women, 2 black guys, and 2 Asians. This seems to be the golden makeup for what you want for a development team because everybody knows that video games from the mid 2000s were better and this is the racial makeup. So when you go in there and you hire a bunch of fat troons and you hire a bunch of black women and fat dykes and people who know nothing about gaming or are tourists, that's when you get some of the problems that we have with Bethesda in 2023. Like, look at these just fat dykes and tourists who have no idea. They don't know how to code. They don't know how to make games. All this chick knows how to do is make sandwiches. Like, seriously, lose some fucking...
See.
I need somebody to touch my damn penis.
Right, awesome.
With
Thanks,
the
Nick. All
5,
right.
Griffin, what do you think of Andy Pants' using screenshots for his videos? Is there a better way of doing this type of content, cutting corners? I mean, yeah, you could obviously just have like each individual image pop up on screen in the order in which he's talking about, but you know, I don't know. It doesn't really matter. This is just kind of low effort slop tint anyway, so the visuals aren't super important. Most people put this on and they don't even look at the images half the time. So this is like, you know, picture-in-picture or second monitor content or whatever. Or screen turned off content anyway. So I don't know. I think there's an art to simplicity. Not everything needs to be hyper edited. So I think it's fine.
Can wait. But yeah, look at all the fat dykes that work at Bethesda now. So it's really this simple, guys. We used to have based people working on these games, people who weren't afraid to make edgy games. You go to my Discord server, you get a bunch of white dudes in a room. Shit is going to get edgy and funny and racist really quick, and it's going to be funny, guys. It was a boys' club. Old Bethesda was a boys' club. So what I've done here is I've screenshotted some of the stills from the making of Oblivion video. But really quickly, just for fun, I want to watch with y'all this video of all of the Bethesda employees crooning out when they lost their jobs. Let's check it out.
After layoffs, video game developers.
See, you know this chick doesn't work at the company because she's fairly attractive. Like, clearly nobody who works at Bethesda is attractive. So it's like, okay, clearly this chick on the screen here does not work at Bethesda.
They were cutting me and a bunch of other people on the writing team.
Oh, there it is. Did you hear? We found the writer. They're cutting writers. Guys, I think what's really happening here is Bethesda is realizing the chaff at the company. They need to cut these writers. They need to cut the chaff. And hopefully, if Bethesda is going to right the ship, they're firing all these woke people. And maybe the new Elder Scrolls is actually going to be pretty good.
I'm surprised to hear that they were cutting me and a bunch of other people
They already fired the lore master, so good luck.
on the writing team.
3/4 years.
Somebody said Microsoft runs on trust, not layoffs. No, Microsoft runs on layoffs, guys. Here's the thing. Y'all didn't make any money for the company because nobody bought your shitty games because you filled them with your woke-ass politics. And so when you no longer produce money, you no longer have job.
Here, the one BGS, our union, is fighting really hard, and we love doing our jobs. Like, I love
devs before dollars. Like, sweetie, you're asking them to pay you dollars to work there. Like, what kind of a retarded gay communist do you have to be to not understand how basic capitalism works? If you don't produce value, you don't get dollars. Devs before dollars, they think I should just have endless money to work on my gay ass art projects. That's what they think. I deserve, it's such entitlement of these white liberals. I deserve endless money to work on my gay ass art projects.
I'm working here so much.
I worked at ZeniMax for about...
This is just a complete red flag, right? The nose ring and everything. And like, is it a woman? Is it a man? Who knows? Like, if somebody like this comes to work at your company, this is just a red flag right here.
5 years.
Walking red flag.
We are having a march and a rally to...
No devs, no games. Well, no, here's the thing. They do have devs. The devs that they like are still in the building. They don't want you. They don't want woke devs.
Demand dignity and respect and an end.
We make all kinds of games, all kinds of people love, and we make a lot of money.
Jeez. Some confused ass troon. They're always called Juniper. Like, oh, I'll make a fucking Juniper.
But apparently it's not enough to, a lot of money, but apparently it's not enough to keep us all employed.
No, you don't make a lot of money. I can pull up the Steam DB for Fallout 76 and for Elder Scrolls Online right now. You're not making any money. That's exactly, if you were making money, the company would keep you there, but you're not making any money.
Employees whose jobs are currently safe can...
Look at this crowd of fucking losers.
Many of our colleagues, especially in such a heartless and demeaning way.
Great games that players love. And that
Nathan, you're gay and you have autism. Unfortunately, that is not enough to secure you a position at Bethesda.
was really low because, you know, we've been told that we're making great games that players love and that we're doing well, and to have this suddenly...
Who said you're making great games that players love? Nobody said that. Have y'all gotten on the internet? Nobody has said that. Oh, and look over on the left here. Look at communist neck tattoo. Yep, that's your problem. And then you've got, of course, LGBTQ flag right here in this person's hands. I hope they are trimming the dross. I hope they're firing the dross right now, and maybe they can get back to making good games.
hit us has been a huge shock to us.
I'm here as a Rockville City Council member and a gamer and a wife of a gamer and a mom of a gamer.
Wow, the mom of a gamer. You cool.
which is owned by Microsoft, said the company was operating at lower margins compared to other businesses and would be restructuring.
It feels like...
Yeah, of course they're operating at lower margins. They're not making any money.
Just
ESO
get
doesn't
rid
make
of
any money.
them
Nobody's
all,
playing
man.
it. 76 doesn't make...
I mean, I don't know why anyone would have any faith in Elder Scrolls 6 at this point anyway, but Just close the studio down at this point.
Make any money, nobody's playing it.
There's plenty of room to keep us all employed. And
Remain hopeful. Jobs could potentially be restored.
All right, guys. And so here is the issue. Look at who is working on games today. Now, here are the dudes who were making games 20 years ago in 2006.
All right, so this is her new upstairs. This is her puppy named Dog. She's gonna take a few shots. Right now, her marksman skill is very low.
this is all, wow, this is new. So making lists.
See, guys, it's just a bunch of white dudes in a room goofing off and making jokes. And that was the key. You know, white dudes and a couple random Asian guys. That's who you need. You need white guys and a couple random Asian guys to make your games. Just covering the rest of what I wanted to talk about here. This is why Bethesda has collapsed. And I'm hoping with this latest round of layoffs that they are trimming the woke people. They're getting all the woke people out. And perhaps there's still some based people working there, and Elder Scrolls is not going to be a complete disaster. But I think Todd seems to be finally understanding that it's the people who have made his games good. These are not the people that you want working on your games. These are the people that you want working on your games. You want a boys club. You want a white and Asian boys club. That's how you make based Elder Scrolls games. So moving on here, I want to talk about Asha Sharma, the new CEO of Xbox, and how she has been absolutely lighting a fire under Todd Howard's ass, and I'm here for it. And there's also been hints that perhaps this new Xbox will still have a disk drive. You know, I think Xbox is super gay and woke, but if Xbox had a disk drive and the PS6 has already said it's not going to have a disk drive, I will 100% be buying the new Xbox if it has a disk drive. So yeah.
Dude, he was 100% going to be buying the Xbox anyway because he used to have an Xbox fanboy channel.
Asha Sharma is just absolutely lighting a fire under Todd Howard's ass. And here's how I imagine the conversation has gone. Hey, Todd.
Yeah, dude, she's so based.
Plays Fallout 76. Where's Fallout 5? Well, you know, Asha, we don't feel like it. The team's not ready for it. Here's the thing, Todd. Make the game or you're fired. Yes, ma'am. Hey, Todd, where's the new Elder Scrolls? Asha, we don't really feel like it. Here's the thing, Todd. Make the game or you're fired. Yes, ma'am. Guys, it was as simple as that. And have y'all noticed, since I think it was in May or June,
that's right.
we got a huge announcement. We got a huge announcement about what is it? 2 new Fallout games are being worked on. There's a Fallout 3 remaster that's in the works. There's also a Fallout game that's being worked on by Obsidian. And I know they're super woke now, but technically they were the creators of the original Fallout New Vegas. We just found out here that Asha was working on a playable version of Elder Scrolls 6. Dude, can you imagine? Like, bro, imagine if this got leaked to the internet, how the internet would lose its mind. So Asha said 3 days ago, live playthrough of the Elder Scrolls 6 blank, 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 this morning. The scale and grandeur are incredible. The story is even greater. Dude, can you imagine if this got leaked, like if this footage got leaked? But guys, I gotta give this little brown Indian credit because she is absolutely lighting a fire under dude's ass. Like, Todd is such a little bitch that I don't think he intends to ever give us any more Fallout games. I don't think he ever intends us to give us an Elder Scroll games. It took him like 8 to 10 years of working to give us Starfield, and it was complete dog shit. And it's like Asha Sharma comes in and is like, oh, hey, Todd, make a Fallout game or you're fired. Yes, ma'am. Make an Elder Scrolls game or you're fired. So the internet...
He's not making a Fallout game, though. Anyway, it doesn't matter. She's so base, dude.
Has been going crazy with this news. People are taking the number of characters in the name and trying to figure out what the name could be, if it was hinted at in Starfield or whatever it is. And guys, let's be honest, it's probably going to be super woke. The Elder Scrolls 6 is probably going to be very bland, very milquetoast, very just average and making you feel nothing, just like Starfield did. Let's stay optimistic. I'm going to stay optimistic for now.
Why?
And for now, of course, all I can do, guys.
Why are you going to stay optimistic about a modern video game? That's just a fool's errand.
Is go back to play my edgy old Elder Scrolls games. And I'm excited about the potential somewhat of what Asha Sharma is making.
No, there's no Raymond videos in whatever the queue.
Todd do, because some of these new games that are coming out, they're probably going to be woke, but they could be good.
All right, well, insightful. I have no idea what the fuck this is, but
for some painful reason, despite everything that's...
We'll see.
going on in the world, Shia LaBeouf is once again appearing in our timelines, leading me to say, why are we doing this? It's just like, we don't have the batteries for this. I personally don't have the bandwidth, do you?
I'm at White Oak, the gun club. I mean, One Oak. That's a dumb club. I don't go there.
Now, most people see someone who's been arrested multiple times in and out of rehab, a history of physical violence towards the public, and a history of mental health issues, as someone who's probably not in the best state, especially if they're freshly released out of jail, to be giving a widely publicized interview.
These things that are just kind of things that don't really fucking matter, just kind of these floating things that are kind of, who gives a fuck about all this shit, you know what I mean? I guess it only matters if you can.
Wait, I guess we good. Hold on, I'll just do these on. I'll just pull these up over here. Let's see. So Raymond with the to watch. Why does Windows? I'm not a fucking. If it's short. these are like terrible fucking recommendations tonight, guys. I'm not gonna lie. This is like just I'm not a fucking Windows fucking channel. Like, what the fuck does that have to do with anything I ever talk about? Like, I don't fucking get. Don't fucking give a shit. Half of this stuff has literally nothing to do with me. Like this. What the fuck is this thing? But these are the videos we always have to get to. You know, it's so prescient that we get to watch all this amazing shit. Woohoo. Let's see. So,
I need somebody to touch my damn penis!
With the 5, Griff, what do you... Wait. Oh, no, I read that. Okay. Constructs Workshop with the 2. Can we watch how... I guess, yeah. Let me see. Okay. Let's see. Where am I? Mr. Marvin with the 6. Okay. At least these are video game related, it seems like. But yeah, we can check that out. That's fine. And
I need somebody to touch my damn penis!
with the 5, Andy Pants is a funny guy. He's a grifter, but he's pumping out entertaining content, and I don't even mind watching it. He's meeting market. Yeah, I mean, it's just like background noise content, which is fine. Like, again, I don't really think he needs to over-edit the shit. Like, what it is what it is. You know? It's just, you know, low effort, rage baity, anti-woke content, which, you know, there's a huge market for that. So, get your bag.
You care about it. In fact, most people would say that's dangerously exploitative and ethically wrong.
So it really was like a luck of the draw thing or just talent randomly. No, I won the lottery. What the fuck is talent, Andrew? I won the lottery, fool. I completely won the lottery. Dude, I won the lottery. I won a scratch off.
Not Andrew Callahan. You see, this gonzo journalist is a modern-day Hunter S. Thompson, except for the fact that he's been accused by multiple women of...
Famed YouTuber Andrew Callahan is accused of sexually assaulting multiple women who came forward with their stories on TikTok.
You ever feel like you've gone too far down a rabbit hole, man? This is only the beginning. What's the end? There is no end.
Nah, he's definitely better than Smash JQ, bro.
It was bad enough having...
He's definitely better than Smash JQ. Smash JQ is about as low as it gets, guys. Like, let's be honest. Him and, like, you know... I can't fucking think. What's that other dude? Shit.
Stare once again at this disgusting creep's face and wonder why he's treated as anything other than a liability in progressive left-wing spaces. But then bloated Z-listers like Kevin Sorbo and Lauren Chen stated publicly that Shia LaBeouf admitted to the world that he was sexually by men as a child, when he didn't say that at all.
I'll be honest with you, big gay people are scary to me. What do you mean? When I'm like standing by myself and 3 gay dudes are next to me touching my leg, I get scared. I'm sorry. If that's homophobic, then I'm that. Yeah. Does that happen a lot? No, it just happened one time. Recently. Well, that's why I got arrested. Oh, okay. Yeah. So you were sort of being groped and surrounded.
It's so fucking weird to make up something like that when the video was there for anyone to see. It's especially fucked considering Shia LaBeouf has stated emphatically in the past that he was raped by a woman. And not only did the right not believe him, but he was openly mocked for it. And did the terpene furry Lorax of QAnon that follows you home but is cute because he wears ill-fitting suits ask Shia about his own history of physical abuse?
In him speeding down the motorway and saying that if I left him, or if I said that I didn't love him and if I was going to leave him, that he would smash the car into the side of a wall. And I thought, wow, like, he needs so much control over me that he would rather kill us both. And eventually he pulled over into a gas station and I tried to unload my bags from the car. There were 3 men opposite the car and I remember thinking, this is it. I was like, this is it, I'm done, like I can't do this anymore. And he picked me up and he threw me against the car and started strangling me. And that's when I realized I need to get help to get out of this relationship.
How she claimed that he forcibly gave her an STD without her knowledge? No, of course not. Andrew isn't here to make Shia feel uncomfortable. He's here to exploit a train wreck of a human at his absolute worst, who he knows was one of the biggest enemies of the online alt-right movement. So who is this goofy-looking Timu Sideshow Bob pretending to be awkward while sweating like a rapist?
Well, I'm sad to say someone I was a big fan of. I'm admitting that right out of the gates, because if you're watching this channel for the first time, you might think that I'm just a hater, someone who's just deeply jealous of Andrew's success. But there was a time when I was rooting for it, where I was actively promoting it. When he broke into the mainstream through HBO, I thought he was a generational talent that was going to redefine journalism for an entirely new generation. So let me give the man his flowers so that everyone can understand this has nothing to do with me trying to do cancellation. I don't even believe they exist for rich, white, powerful men, especially not famous ones. And Andrew is indeed one of the most famous documentarians on YouTube.
His rise and genuine transformation of the medium can best be explained by his breakout series name itself. All gas, no brakes. Picture an awkward but lovable loser traveling
no fucking idea, man.
to some of the most extreme and obscure corners of the United States.
It is your boy Kid Chocolate. You should know it's official. Go follow me on Instagram. Official Kid Chocolate. One cake all in one. Why do they call you Kid Chocolate? Because I fuck with them black babies.
Something to do with Shia LaBeouf getting groped by gay men. I fucking clue.
Flat Earth rallies, furry conventions.
Surprise, motherfucker. Free TK, free Palestine. You ain't this shit, TK. What's the last you got bars?
Anywhere that had outrageous attendees, AGND was there. While the subject matter did a lot of the heavy lifting, credit has to go to Andrew's unique persona, the dorky, out-of-place, lovable nerd that contrasted perfectly with the extreme nature of the subject matter.
Anything not a terp? No. Anything be a terp. Anything. You know, butane, it's all, a little terp skirt, terp this, terp that, sideways, terp all that, all elevation, it's all terp nation,
All gas, no brakes. The ethos, both of how fearless Andrew would be in his coverage and how wild the series would become. Soon, episodes on Area 51 and Furries became some of the most viral videos of the year. If you weren't tapped in around 2019, this gonzo style of journalism had the chaos of Hunter S. Thompson's participatory nature set in an entirely different universe. It wasn't long before All Gas No Brakes was one of the fastest growing documentary channels on YouTube. During COVID, the channel exploded with Andrew covering Trump rallies, QAnon conventions, and anti-lockdown protests. As the subject matter became more political, Andrew also deserves credit for bringing an important perspective on Trump's first term through his particular style of reporting. As hilarious as it was, a lot of it can absolutely be called journalism in the purest sense.
Make me look like a jackass. I'm gonna come for you. I'm gonna probably beat the shit out of you. Never fuck with me.
Despite showing empathy for whatever group he was interviewing, Andrew was becoming one of the biggest voices in left-wing media, exposing the absurdity of the far-right movement and conspiracies simply by holding up a mirror to them.
Doesn't put forward the truth about the president and what he's been able to accomplish for the country.
So who do you work for now?
Senior advisor for the president of the United States.
You are?
Yes, I am.
It wasn't just memes or terp life. It was genuinely groundbreaking journalism, directly exposing the most extreme elements of the QAnon and MAGA conspiracy movement for the world to see. In 2021, Andrew took the leap of breaking from his partners at Doing Things Media to launch his very own show.
So know that we parted ways with Doing Things after a bitter contractual dispute in 2020, which effectively pumped the brakes on the...
Let's see.
I need somebody to touch my damn penis!
With the 5, this guy was nagging girls to get some poon. Oh my god, a complete non-story. I don't even like this guy. He's a libtard, but the accusations are ridiculous. Yeah, exactly, dude. I don't believe any of these bitches anymore. Police report or shut the fuck up, bitch. Like, that's my mentality going forward. So, unless you have a police report, fuck off. Like, honestly. Everyone's a victim now. After the fact, years later, when it's convenient. So, that's my mentality on all this Me Too shit. They have completely overplayed their hand on that one. And yours truly with the 25 months. Yeah, we can probably check it out. See how we're doing. I think we should be alright.
gas. But since then, I'm happy to say that we have squashed the beef.
Channel 5 with Andrew Galleon, and his audience went with him. Channel 5 was an even bigger success than All Gas No Brakes, culminating in collaborations with the biggest names on the left and an eventual 2022 HBO documentary entitled This Place Rules.
Well, it's true that everyday people on the right were being censored and kicked off social media.
98% of the media have a leftist agenda to bring in communism and a one-world government.
The fact that he's getting featured on HBO should tell you he's just a fucking plant. Probably Jewish, too.
It only just pushed them to all platforms.
Which explained the rise of conspiracy culture, the road to Gen 6, and debunked extremist media ecosystems. The movie was a breakout success and catapulted Andrew Callahan to the mainstream. It was literally...
I think we watched this Raymond video yesterday. Or the day before. Yeah, we did. We've already watched this one. Unless there's a different one. Yeah, we've already seen that one.
On top of the world, a feeling Shia LaBeouf knows all too well.
See, in another world, this setup has all the pieces for a classic Andrew Callahan bit. Shia can come on and say a bunch of zany and outrageous things. Andrew is just an awkward friend hanging out with him, and through the bit, he can hold up Shia for the world to laugh at.
I'm no longer no Shia LaBeouf celebrity, hold on to this thing, worry about the next job, kick the fuck. None of that. I just go out and I go listen to music. Feels good right now. And I'm not hurting nobody. There's 2-3 people I hurt, I'm gonna deal with that.
Isn't it weird how this washed up celebrity who used to be the biggest public enemy of the far right and the darling child of Hollywood liberalism is suddenly saying all these bizarre and homophobic things?
I never had no problem with gay people. Never. I remember paying for people's transition surgery when I was fucking around the internet heavy. I've never been adversarial towards it, you know what I mean? But I don't know, I'm open to whatever. If somebody's got more information on the subject, then let me know. I know I'm fucking deep off into the Bible. I know what the Bible says about homosexuality. What does it say? Nah.
Except in the bizarre nexus that was this moment in history, the mirror that was once so effective that Andrew would hold up to the far right was now shining light upon himself. Because in many ways, Andrew is a prototype of a different kind of fallen celebrity, rising to the ranks of internet stardom only to have it all crash down at the zenith of his popularity. In January of 2023, while his HBO special was becoming a smashing success, Andrew Galleon began being confronted by a series of allegations.
Claimed he needed a place to stay and refused to leave her home, all before she was sexually assaulted.
First, Galleon Elise went public with a TikTok video describing a history of abuse at the hands of Callahan, including
Where's the police report?
unwanted sexual encounters when he would not take no for an answer. Quote, I told him no. I told him I wasn't interested. He eventually got my consent because he wore me down. She provided receipts to back up her story and said Andrew told her she was trying to, quote, ruin his life.
A lot of people don't believe me. I got receipts, I got photos of us, I got text messages, but you shouldn't need that. You should believe me.
Where's the police report?
And you should stop supporting Andrew Callahan.
Yeah, you should just, you don't need evidence. Just believe her, guys, because she has a vagina.
Then more women came forward. Dana, aka Moldy Freckle, posted a story where he physically and sexually assaulted her while she was driving him home.
He
Alright,
proceeded
where's the police report?
to put his hand down my pants. I told him to stop. I told him to get off of me multiple times.
This led to older accusations that were made towards Andrew Callahan resurfacing, as far back as 2020 and 2021, that were never taken seriously at the time.
There's a message I got about a year ago from someone who said that he has been known to associate with underage girls. This is the story from the same person of her experience. You can pause to read any of this stuff. This is about how he was canceled on his French Quarter confession show when he went to Loyola because of the same sorts of allegations. Pause to read that, just another story. He's got a list of women who he gets to give him another instance of sexual...
What's wrong with that? He's got a fucking blowjob roster? Can't a dude get some fucking, you know, this premium zuck without a bitch coming in and trying to fuck it up?
assault, and I'm keeping these people private, and they've all consented to me.
Again, this is like so retarded. Fuck these Me Too bitches, bro. Like, this transcends right versus left or whatever. These fucking whiny ass bitches need to shut the fuck up.
Sharing their stories, and I'm doing so because I've already put my face out there.
I'm so sick of this Me Too shit, man. Like, I don't care who it is. I'm sick of it.
Already getting all the hate. It is what it is at this point.
I want to say that we believe these women that came forward and,
I don't.
Of course, totally condemn the type of behavior that Andrew's being accused of.
Which might explain why today people are quick to dismiss the totality of his accusations as one of he said, she said. They were accusations where clearly boundaries weren't properly established, and the rest is just internet rumors. He apologized and got help, and that's restorative justice, right? On February 28, 2023, an article came out in The Stranger that contains first-hand testimony of two women who would accuse Andrew Callahan of a variety of sex crimes.
Where's the police report?
First identified only as Mary, and said she met Callahan as a freshman at Loyola University. They met at a bar where he began to give her 4 or 5 shots in rapid succession until she was intoxicated, and then has no recollection how, but wound up in bed with Andrew with, quote, feeling vaginal pain. She stated, quote, no, you were crying. No, 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 please stop. But he kept laughing. He didn't understand that telling me that I was crying no to him was an admission of rape. He was joking and laughing about it to my face the morning after. A therapist she was seeing at the time would corroborate her story. She also provided receipts that she had sent messages to friends confirming that at the time, she had told them that Andrew Callahan had raped her. She was also in communication with another one of the survivors named Emma, and provided text messages to the publication.
Where's the police report?
Emma claims that Andrew followed her home, refused to leave when she asked him to, and then once inside the house, proceeded to violently rape her. She had a back injury, which she provided MRI proof of with dates to the publication, and told Andrew that she was crying and yelling and was in such pain that it felt like he was, quote, tearing a muscle. Despite crying and yelling no multiple times, Andrew ignored her until he was finished, then got dressed and left. Despite the fact that this article is still up and available for anyone who wants to read it, most people today have no idea how bad the accusations against Andrew Callahan are, and this didn't happen decades ago. Some of the text exchanges about him raping the survivors were being sent in 2020.
Okay, where is the police report? Again, text messages are great, but if you were raped, why didn't you call the cops and get a rape kit done?
TikTok videos didn't come out until 2023.
This isn't 1924.
What's worse is that today Andrew's credited in some circles as having performed restorative justice, that he took accountability for what he did and worked to repair the damage, but that's not what happened at all. Restorative justice seeks to take power back from those who wield it unjustly and empower those who have been wronged, aka the victims or survivors. They get to dictate
Again, no police report, no fucking, like, no credibility. It's just, sorry, these bitches have overplayed their hands far too many times.
And that begins first and foremost with the perpetrator taking full responsibility.
I really want to do better and be fully accountable for everything that I've done. So that being said, I want to make a few things clear. I've always taken no for an answer. As far as consent, I've never overstepped that line. But I think I want to have a more nuanced and important conversation about power dynamics, pressure, and coercion.
I've always taken no as an answer. As far as consent, I've never overstepped that line. Well, that's just a lie. So, okay.
Then working on a reparative plan such as restitution, community service, and counseling. The purpose isn't to get your career back as quickly as possible or win back in the court of public opinion. It's to right the wrong you did to the individual and to the community. Not only did Andrew Callahan not apologize directly to any of the women who said that he stalked or raped them, he didn't even directly acknowledge what he had done. Instead, his legal team moved aggressively on January 12, 2023 to release statements to Variety and TMZ that the survivors were motivated by money. Quote, while every dynamic is
probably
open to interpretation, repeated requests for money should not be part of these conversations. The accusations and threads started getting deleted off of Reddit. And suddenly all the focus became on Andrew's complete mental breakdown and the possible self-harm at the sheer shock and weight of the totality of the ordeal.
I was, just riding the high from a movie that just came out, and then within 48 hours, I was denounced by my closest collaborators, and my name was printed in 40 different news outlets next to the words sexual misconduct, and I just kind of spiraled into a mental health crisis. I'm okay now.
The intense backlash caused Moldy Freckles to have to privatize her social media permanently. Other accusers left social media entirely due to the backlash and effects the hate had on their mental health. The forum posts and threads continue.
Probably didn't hold up under scrutiny, and that's why they couldn't handle it.
The anonymous accusations were deleted.
I will not be reaching out to you for an apology because I already tried that, and this is where we are now.
The majority of the accusers have been silenced. Andrew would blame what little he admitted to on substance abuse and stated that
they probably got it wrong.
Having a severe mental collapse and that he was
So, no, probably what happened is they released their evidence. People said, yeah, this doesn't pass the smell test. And, it's not 2016 anymore where we believe all women.
Immediately checking himself into rehab and therapy and then disappeared for 6 months.
Typically, Native Americans wear headdresses where they have to earn all the feathers. This is not something that I was given by a Native American tribe or anything like that, but I do certainly believe over the course of my 10-year shamanic journey, I've earned my feathers.
Which leads me to say, what are we doing here? No, seriously, what the fuck are we doing here? We're living through an age where for the first time a substantial amount of evidence about a billionaire pedophile network that was trafficking children and abusing women internationally has been exposed for the world to see, and the question that keeps getting asked over and time again, why didn't anyone say anything? Why didn't anyone do anything? Why did this go unnoticed or unchallenged for so long despite the fact that there was so many people involved at every single level? Which is really fucked up because women were saying something. They were ignored, or silenced, or discounted, or in some cases potentially even killed. Jeffrey Epstein was convicted of solicitation of
What the fuck does this have to do with Epstein?
prostitution with a minor in 2007, which means that every single person who was doing business with him, hanging out with him, even going on dinosaur bone hunting expeditions with him, knew full well the entire time that he was a pedophile. With R. Kelly or Harvey Weinstein, how many women had to come forward before people started believing them? While his mainstream success got derailed by the scandals, his online presence only expanded. The paltry 100,000 subscribers he lost during the...
What the fuck did that... That was like the worst transition of... Like, this is how you know leftists aren't sentient. Like, they probably won't even pick up on that. They're just like, Epstein.
The scandal was nothing compared to the millions he gained afterwards. He's now interviewing some of the biggest politicians in the United States, some of whom are presidential hopefuls. Cancellation, in the framing that most people online think the word means, doesn't exist, and it especially doesn't exist for rich, powerful white men. And sure, there are some corners of the political aisle that are completely fine with pedophiles, rapists, and abusers. Donald Trump is the president of the United States, and he appears in the Epstein files over 1 million times. But who gives a fuck if the grossest people imaginable have no standards? It makes sense. It's part of what makes them fucking gross.
You gotta make amends. First thing you gotta do is you gotta say what you did. Then you gotta say how it's never gonna happen again. And then you gotta show and prove. What do you think's the best way to show and prove after something like that?
Be looked up to as some type of idol. That is what has made this time even harder than any other time that I have been assaulted, molested, or abused at some point.
Molested? Where's the police report?
That doesn't mean we have to be. We can choose to be less shitty at any given moment, like even right now. I wrote this script as someone who absolutely loved Andrew Callahan's content. I watched every single episode of his show, multiple times, especially when I filmed it.
Again, bro, like, I hate to have to stick up for leftists, but this is like a issue that transcends, any sort of political affiliation. These women think they can just make these type of accusations with shaky evidence at best and, like, literally try to ruin people's lives. So, again, if you were literally fucking raped, why the fuck did you not call the cops and get a fucking rape kit done? Like, again, sorry, like, this is not the 1940s where you just, keep quiet and move on. No, this is post Me Too America. Every fucking woman knows that is what they should do.
They offered some of the best laughs when the world was really scary during COVID. I put it up there with the Eric Andre Show and Tom Green tier for IRL comedy, while simultaneously being novel by bringing significant journalistic chops to the table. When the first accusations came out, I wasn't rushing to cancel the dude. I was totally taken aback and wanted more information or a response to come out. And then came the next one, and then the next. And by the time the anonymous online stories were resurfacing, I knew something was really fucking wrong. And with charges those serious, one hell of an explanation was warranted. Fans like myself deserved it. We helped prop up his rise. We shared his videos with friends, we watched them on repeat, and the whole time he was abusing his power in the worst ways imaginable. But he never addressed the accusations of forcing himself upon women or shoving his hands down their pants. He never addressed the stalking a woman home or violently raping another.
Because on one hand, I'm not opposed to restitution being part of a private accountability process for real abuse. Like if you've hurt someone to an extent that it took them out of work or something, like I think they're entitled to some money. But unfortunately, as I later learned, this person had legal counsel, and this was an attempt to basically create evidence by extracting a confession from me to use as precedent for a civil lawsuit.
Thank you for taking accountability. But just to clarify, you got consent.
Yeah, I was the initiatory party. Again, thank you for taking accountability, but I just hate how many cowards there are out there. Well, again, thank you for taking accountability, and thank you for the most part leaning towards accountability. It's the right path to take.
Once the lawyer,
I can't fucking... How do people listen to this guy? Like, honest question, bro. Like, I listened to him for like 10 minutes one time, and it's like, dude, I want to blow my fucking brains out. He is the most boring, just... Holy fuck. Like, how? I would rather beat my head against a cinder block wall than listen to this dude for an hour.
Again, thank you for taking accountability, and thank you for the most part leaning towards accountability. It's the right path to take.
Once the lawyers and the PR team went into overdrive,
Yeah, he is a total yid plant.
all the women were silenced, and it wasn't long before the son of the president was appearing on the show. And I gotta ask, how? How, Pete? How are you gonna run for president and tell young women and girls that you take their autonomy and safety seriously when you'll do something like this? How could anyone ever trust you to care for the survivors of sexual abuse, again for the rest of their lives?
For a long time, I was behaving in a way that I actually thought was normal. Okay, well, I honestly don't know what you think is normal about someone begging and pleading for you to stop and to get off of them.
If I'm going to be accused of virtue signaling no matter what I do in this video, then let me signal my virtue. We owe it to the victims of sexual abuse and violence to stop giving a pass to unapologetic serial rapists. In this case, it's as easy as saying, I'm not going to fuck with this person anymore. And why should I? He doesn't respect his audience or fans or me or you. If you have friends who like him, that doesn't inherently make them bad people. But if one of them sent me one of his videos, I'm going to tell him, here's why I don't fuck with him. If we turn the mirror back on Shia, the picture comes completely into focus. Hurt people hurt people. He opened up about some of the most grueling experiences of his life.
Everything I'm saying is nonsense. It's Mardi Gras, you know? But it sounds like this complex is maybe something that you noticed for a long time. I mean, maybe, bro. I mean, my dad was raped by his cousin, so he was in my ear all the time. I don't know, maybe I am. Who the fuck knows, bro? I'm open to whatever somebody wants to say.
He is himself the victim of physical and sexual abuse. He never said he was abused by gay men as a child. But even if he did, that doesn't excuse his own history of abuse. And FKA Twigs is still speaking up as a survivor to inspire others to be as brave as she is. There's a shitty...
What the fuck is that thing?
Excuse his own history of abuse. And FKA Twigs is still...
Dog, what the fuck is that? Oh my god.
Speaking up as a survivor to inspire others to be as brave as she is. There's a shitty system hurting everyone, and we all play a role in it on some level whether we like it or
That
not.
thing belongs in a zoo. What the fuck even was that?
Erasing multiple victim stories or having them harassed into silence while pretending like...
A knitted sweater with fucking ear piercings for a fucking weave? Like, holy shit, bro.
Nothing happened makes each and every one of us complicit. Andrew Galleon has to answer for what he's done, and until he does, this will be the last time I ever watch Channel
We need to bring back the freak shows at circuses, man.
5 again.
This behavior, it's not normal. I mean, I guess it is normal. It's widespread. It shouldn't be, though. I just want people to understand that and to know that and take that into consideration.
Okay, wowie zowie, dude. Congrats. So, no police report. Got it.
I think this is too much.
This is actually my biggest fantasy.
Is this the right one? I guess.
I want to be in this room. The way I'd enter is I'd do that like weapons pose, and I'd run right down the stairs, just wiping everything off the walls. These are prototypes. These are beyond rare.
Like I'm looking at these.
Hold on. Is there like an actual... Yeah. Maybe. I guess not. It's a reaction video. Okay. Yeah, alright.
I think this is too much.
This is actually my biggest fantasy. I want to be in this room.
No, I don't like Legos. I'm not big on them. I used to like them, but I don't know. What do you do with them when you're done with them? Like, you either have to take them apart piece by piece or display them. So they're not really practical. Let's see. So...
I need somebody to touch my damn penis!
The 5, okay, the essay was worse than I thought, but it's a he said, she said, and they didn't call the police at the time, so too bad, you snooze, you lose. Exactly. Like, that's the thing, man. It's he said, she said. There's no, like, actual evidence. No one called the cops. So, I mean, what do you do when somebody robs your apartment? You call the fucking cops. What do you do if somebody busts your car window? You call the fucking cops. What do you do when someone literally fucking rapes you? What? I'm sorry, dude. This is not the fucking 1940s where women were just expected to shut up and act like nothing happened. So, I don't know, like, forgive me as I press X to doubt. Like, that is the climate we live in now. There have been too many instances of women crying wolf and pretending something happened to them when nothing did for me to take any sort of accusation seriously unless there's a police report. Like, unless you are willing to report it to a legal authority and put your name to a legal document making that claim about someone, then sorry, it just doesn't have validity to me. So there's been too many instances of just, you know, people lying about this shit.
way I'd enter is I'd do that like weapons pose, and I'd run right down the stairs, just wiping everything off the walls. These are prototypes. These are beyond rare.
Like when I'm looking at these walls of heads, does he like just sit there and jerk off to him? Like I don't get it. I don't understand.
Well, I mean, I would.
I'm not talking about, by the way, with these minifigures being so expensive and so rare. Zero protection on any of them, by the way. They're in fucking studs where they could fucking crack at the legs. Nothing. No protection.
Very good point.
Nothing.
And some of these minifigures are, you know, 10 grand. Imagine being asked, hey, what's your favorite set in this picture? I'm looking at colors. I don't even know what to focus on.
It's like one of those AI-generated images where you're not supposed to recognize anything in the picture.
You know he is? He's kind of like, he's like hype beast, but for Legos. He doesn't care about the actual thing. He just like cares about having it.
The worst part of this video is when he's done talking about all the clutter and hoard on the ceiling, he has to talk about his Galaxy's Edge lightsaber collection, which is beyond infuriating. And not to mention, he has to talk about each and every individual piece. I mean, we're an hour and 20 minutes in. He's barely got through it. Like, he can't just be like, yeah, this is my minifigure wall. You know, a couple of camera pans. No, this guy has to be like, that's Darth Vader. That's Luke Skywalker.
These just on the fucking wall. These are just on the
I was gonna say, I don't know much about Lego.
Well, I mean, the top one's only $850, which is just, I understand it. You know, I'd probably wipe my shoes off on the original UCS Millennium Falcon in here.
I'd be coming out of the bathroom with fucking shit paper still stuck in my boots, fucking rubbing it on the bottom of this. You're getting fucking diarrhea over it. That's what I'd be doing.
Yeah, like on the top of the toilet is the Darth Maul bust.
Take a look at over here. World, and I think I've been to actually all of these places except Shanghai. I need to go there.
He's got the original patents for the Lego piece from the 50s.
You know what I'm saying? That fucking I've been to all these places. This dude is fucking okay. Can you tell him about what this guy does for work?
He works for Microsoft. He works in their farming division.
It is out of stealing. All right, this is true stories. A lot of these farmers, if they refuse to give up their land, they are blackmailed or have their lives threatened to give away their land. This guy contributes to that. Terrible fucking person with what he does for work. All right, and what is he buying with it? He's buying fucking toys with it.
And even worse, he displays them like a bomb went off. You know when you're in high school and you jump up and hit the exit sign with your hand to prove how high you can jump? That's what I would do to those $5,000 sets above him.
Remember these
101 original art.
Special items in my collection because these
the most special. That's why they're on the floor. That's why you have to sit down.
From Lego magazines, hand drawn by Christian Faber. Moving on to this right here. We have a very special Lego set to me. It's very
okay, all right. There's a story. There's a story.
That was released.
He made this set. That's the thing. This guy owns all these Legos. He finally gets to make a set, and it looks like this.
That's what he does with this? That's what he does with it?
You can find it on the clearance section.
The decorations.
What a fucking narcissist.
Do you ever see Jan's house in the office and it's all pictures of her?
Look at his shirt there. He's got his logo on it.
Yeah, he has his little duck on the fucking pocket. This bothers me really bad, by the way. This really bothers me.
I never thought of this. Like when you run out of shelf space, you just gotta tape shit to the wall.
Dude, we were talking about in the first video about like eventually he's gonna have to start putting shit on the ground. Dude, he fucking.
Well, he could rip up the carpet and then replace it with those Lego studs. I would say it's going to be like a ball pit, but of Legos. But that's pretty much what his collection's already looking like.
Wow.
I do own every single Harry Potter
now you feel something. What's your favorite set that you see in there?
Dude, I see fucking a glimpse of Bowser. Dude, there's shit in the back of the top of the shelf. How do you what?
I'm not proud of showing off my action figure collection right now. You know, like if a figure.
Yeah, this guy's got a lot of money in Legos.
Falls over. It's like, oh man, you know, people are gonna think I'm trashy. And then this guy. He's just slamming shit together. Look at that.
Look at all the fucking lightsabers, man.
Look at that. That's a crime. This is why we're making the video. If this was well put together...
This guy makes money.
And he just owned it all as a private collector, I would think that he was the saving grace of the Lego community. But since he's pretty much a hoarder,
yeah, this is hoarding.
Disgusting.
There you go. That's hoarding.
Bowser playing the Lego Ideas piano here. He is a bit...
Really? I didn't know Bowser. You know, he's so far...
I mean, this is what you have to do with Legos, though. When you build the Lego set, you either, one, put it on a shelf, or two, take it apart and put it back in the box. Either way, it takes up a shit ton of space.
Far fucking back. He's so far back.
Look, it's Bowser. He's attacking 30 Hogwarts castles stacked on top of each other.
I do not want to have to move these items more than once. I think moving them once is going to be hassle enough.
Then why have it though? Why?
I'm not super motivated to move them.
Like even I like how my shit is set up, you know, with the Sentinel and all that shit, but I'll still pull it out to fuck with it. It's just why have it if you're just gonna build it?
You as a man that just recently moved, you know how much of a fucking pain in the ass it is, right?
It's a fucking hassle. Yeah, with all these figures, there's still some in boxes, like in bags and shit.
He doesn't have to worry about that because he has multiple penthouses that are filled with more of his collection. So anywhere he goes,
wow.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that. Everywhere that this man travels, anywhere he goes, he leaves behind collection pieces, right? Let's say he has to take a train or a bus, right? There's the UCS Sandcrawler just on the seat. You know, he has to go to a friend's bathroom. Friend goes in after him. Oh, wow, the whole Lego Friends 2014 collection is just scattered around. Like, this guy he brings his hoard wherever he goes. He infests whatever area he can with Legos. I mean, there's a video he made where he had to move Legos from, you know, one state to another. And he had the Titanic and probably 20 other sets in a big bag. Of course, when it went to the TSA, it ripped open a little bit. So when he put it in the overhead bin and the flight attendant closed it, the Titanic exploded everywhere. It rained down on all the passengers. And he said he spent the 2 or 3 hour flight, or even longer, crawling around picking up Lego pieces. I would have had him arrested. Can you imagine? You're sitting there, you're trying to enjoy your flight, and this guy's crawling saying, there seems to be piece 6743 under this guy is a plague.
Again, I also want to talk about this outfit here. Pure white, even down to the belt buckle. Nothing psychotic about this. Nothing psychotic about, you know, wanting to be as pristine and clean as possible. Everything's perfectly ironed. Of course, he's a fucking retarded Mr. Beast and doesn't know how to tuck his fucking shirt in properly.
When this guy makes all of this into a museum and it looks good, then
it's probably just his shtick, like his channel outfit or whatever.
I'll like the guy again. I'll be like, all right, good guy. But as long as his collection is like this, fuck this guy.
Right, okay, it's just like, when does it end? When does it end?
This is the start. You've seen nothing yet. He says these are in here because they don't make sense to be hanged. Then why is the Batmobile hanging?
He's pure, exactly. He's uncorrupted by the evils of this world.
Why is there Lego castles hung up by fish?
I don't know, bro. All I'm seeing is a young man with a passion for Legos.
Line.
Yeah, no, this is embarrassing. What he had, that is embarrassing.
I don't think this is that egregious, to be completely honest.
Shot of him. Look at that picture of him. Do you recognize any of the ships from your favorite Marvel movies?
I don't recognize anything.
Fuck, man, it's a little excessive, but it's like, you know, whatever.
This is biblical. This is the greed, like, you know.
At least it's like displayed nicely. I mean, obviously it's cluttered, but you know, with however many Lego sets you have, eventually you're gonna run out of space.
On the Bible.
It is the most coveted Lego Star Wars set, and it is at floor level.
The original Cloud City, which is one of the rarest Lego sets of all time.
Oh my fucking god, why is it
He just said it.
Why
He's just said it.
Why is it there? Why the fuck do you have it on the wall, you fucking retard? What the fuck? Oh my god.
Very funky set.
Let's look at the city.
Funky?
I think what would be funky is the sound of my aluminum baseball bat against your UCS star. I think that'd be pretty funky.
Start off with the most obvious thing here, which is new.
The most obvious?
City.
The colors?
What's the most obvious thing here?
This is more populated than Bangladesh.
I think he noticed if someone stole something.
That's what we actually talked about. Like, I wonder, like, how much of this shit he actually has documented. Like, has he written down every set that he has, or is it just so?
I have a list. It's just everything. He has everything. There's nothing he doesn't have. He doesn't need to make a list. It's like, yeah, I own that. Yeah, that UCS AT-AT, yeah, I got that, and I have the Rebels ATTE sitting on top of it.
Ugliest fucking city I've ever seen in my life.
You can't even call it ugly because you don't even know what you're looking at.
Lego Fortnite launch event in New York City, which was...
You know, I'll say this, like, at least he's building the Lego sets. Like, he's not just buying the sets, putting them on a shelf, and, you know, letting them sit there, like, boxed up. He's actually enjoying them, so... You know, say what you will about him having, like, a shitload of Lego sets. At least he's actually taking them out of the box and, you know, enjoying them. So, is it hoarding? Sure. But at least he's actually enjoying, you know, the shit he buys. So, I don't know. It's better than, like, having just a bunch of fucking Funko Pops in the box that you never touch.
Very, very cool.
If I was there, I would open it up and I would swallow it.
A copy of one of the original Lego wooden ducks. It's not the very first one, but it is.
I would kill a man for it.
Yeah.
Before Lego made bricks, they made wooden toys, and they made wooden ducks. The Lego company, the Lego group, made wooden ducks, and these items are beyond rare. And it's just sitting there in his hoard with a monkey hanging outside of a church. Like, you know how a lot of action figure collectors buy detolf, you know, like glass shelves, and they display just shitty Marvel Legends in it. This guy does the opposite. This would be a good use of glass shelves to have this Lego duck. You know, no dust on it, well illuminated, kind of a centerpiece to a collection room. But nah, he's just sitting on the Lego monorail from the 80s. No problem. Oh, he's got cameras.
This is a showcase of Lego ideas.
You don't want to watch it after I'm done with this place. Oh, you get the Sonic set stacked on top of the Office set. That's cool.
The actual fire truck here, which is super rare, and then
it's super rare, and you got shit on it.
Yeah, like does this guy like when you have something rare or it means something to you, you kind of put it in a special and high spot in your room, right? So. What means anything to this guy? He sees all Legos as the same. He sees just straight equality among the rareness. He doesn't appreciate what he has.
Concept they did as a Kickstarter campaign to try to have kind of the swimming fish. Didn't really perform as well as Lego had hoped.
No, I put the clearance fish next to that rare red truck.
It's just shit on top of shit on top of shit. Like the hat on the left is just on top of shit. This is fucking insane. White socks too.
I'm surprised he doesn't have fucking white nail polish on. I'm surprised he's not doing white face. I'm surprised he's not painted white.
Schizo blackish. Do you think anyone could defend this? How do you defend this? Like, sure, it's his money, it's his collection. He can do whatever he wants. But a lot of these really rare sets and pieces and just pieces of Lego's history are being lost in this hoard, and it's a shame.
How are they being lost? He has everything organized and well displayed. How is it being lost? He's preserving it, I would say.
It's like, dude, this is fucking insane. He has them all built too. It's just like, that doesn't feel bad to him. That doesn't feel bad. Like he spent all this time building this shit. I'm sure, you know, I've seen looking at it. Those probably take hours to build, and they're just in there.
Being able to organize all my minifig pieces here. So we
This is not organized.
This is all just.
That's not organized? Yes, that is organized. Yeah, they do sound jealous, honestly.
This is not
What
organized.
do you mean that's not organized? That's the most organized.
It's not organized.
I wish it organized as well as this guy does.
It's kind of funny how he dresses all minimalist and he has that rich guy minimalist vibe, yet his collection looks like this. You know, this guy's probably 180 IQ. He's so smart, he's become retarded.
Some folks just give me their Lego collections, like friends who outgrow Lego,
Dude.
and I just gotta dump them all together.
arrested.
Yeah, that's like, I don't feel like raising my daughter anymore. I'm gonna give her to Epstein. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Like, are you serious?
Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah, this is...
This is like if somebody in your family's a hoarder, and it's like, hey, I think you would appreciate these 5,000 newspapers.
Dude, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this?
As you can see here, the White House lawn is balancing on Iron Man's head. If I took this Hulkbuster off the shelf, the entire White House set from 2009 will fall off the shelf and onto my Eiffel Tower. Remember he went to M&R's house and he had that one poster? M&R had that one poster that Duckbricks didn't have, and you saw Duckbricks' reaction, like he's like, I want it. I want it. And M&R's like, nah, it's not for sale, buddy. You know, I'm a collector too. And he's like, but I'd really like to have it. Like, it's the first time he's ever been rejected.
I like how this is leaning. I like how this is leaning in a fucking fall.
It is.
Jesus fucking Christ.
And we have the Chima CCBS figures there as well.
I remember Chima.
You could see him if Lord of the Rings wasn't in the way.
Just stacked onto each other. Who the fuck cares?
What's new?
Hey, whatever.
I'm just immune to it at this point. Yeah, why not? Reindeer.
As well as the
Really? I didn't notice that actually. I didn't notice it.
Yeah, it's right there, dude.
It's one of the best Lego sets of all time.
One of the best ever.
If you come with me really quickly, we've actually got
Where we going, Duckbricks?
all of the flying Lego movie vehicles over there. So right over there. are all of the
You know,
flying
I didn't
Lego
notice.
vehicles, which-
Wow, you really do have everything, Duckbricks.
Dude,
You got
like
little,
eight times.
that little fucking jump.
Go back, go back.
IRL pogging. Dude, oh my god.
Go back, I gotta
Look
see
at this,
that.
look at this.
Vehicles over there.
Oh my god.
in aluminum.
Dude, all I can say is in a pretty shitty world we live in today, like, why the fuck is this the problem? Like, dude, it's just a guy who likes Legos. Like, again, this is, like, so harmless, bro. Like, it's like a guy who just likes building fucking Lego sets. And they're literally comparing him to fucking Jeffrey Epstein. Like... Oh, man, it's all so tiresome.
Baseball bat isn't enough, dude. I need a sledgehammer.
It's actually a prop used during my season of Lego Masters. We had that.
Of course, it's his season, not one of the seasons. It's his. Has to be his.
It's not season 2, it's Duckbrick season.
It's a fun Lego theme. I really like Insectoids. Again, another one that Christian Faber worked on.
Yeah, I can tell you like it. I can tell you love it by the way you treat it.
This is the room where anyone visiting me can sleep. And, of course, it has to be a Lego-themed room.
Would you sleep?
Skyline right here.
No.
I'm still asking, why are we doing these and not the big minifigures? That's what I want to know. And they're cool, but the big
Like you have an opinion, you fuck? Like we should listen to you, you fucking...
I don't always live here in Washington.
This is DC. This is the White House.
Longer than a month, and in just a span of about a month and a half, has already become filled with Lego. There's a reason why.
Really?
Keep that in your mind. He's been here a month and a half.
Ebola, bubonic plague.
I don't even know what else I can say about this.
All right, we got one more thing. Schizo, you remember the door? Remember the conspiracy theories we're working on about? Remember the bathroom door? There it is.
Could poison. Could poison. It says could poison on the fucking whiteboard. Who is he poisoning, dude? Ready to go.
Makes it clear.
Up ties. Something about ties with Brad.
I got loose ends.
Never ties with Brad. Never ties with Brad.
By poisoning him?
Like, what does Brad know?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like that's pretty harmless. Personally. If anything, the commentary made me more sympathetic towards him. You know, it's like making fun of those guys with the model train sets. Like, you know, I feel like if you can't like, would you necessarily want a model train set in your house? No. But would you call someone fucking Jeffrey Epstein because they have, like, a dedicated basement or whatever to their hobby? Like, that's just fucking, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just a little over the top. Again, in a very shitty world, I don't really think a guy building Legos is like the thing that's, you know, the greatest evil on planet Earth. But hey, to each their own. Let's see. Danny Ham with the 2. They probably have consent, non-consent fantasy. Most women do, yeah. Yup. Like, again, it'd be one thing if he just had, like, boxes and boxes and boxes of Legos everywhere. But it looks like he actually builds them. So, he's doing exactly what Lego sets are meant to be, which is, you know, something you build. So, again, I don't know. I don't really feel like this is the great evil that needs to be addressed. But, whatever. The girl on the left, this one. Sydney Sweeney. Or is this more your type, PK? Alright, we'll keep going. Oh boy.
About Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, censorship, and globalization, which unfortunately is, together with political correctness, broadly speaking, is biting us in the bums. So, you know, with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, the amazing remake, because it really is amazing, when it came out, there was a lot of people on X especially talking about the censorship of the game. And you know how it is, sometimes you take a step back, and then you realize a lot of these discussions about censorship are just taking it too far, are largely unfounded, or are just basically speculation, someone's conspiracy theory. So, you know, I was following that discussion a little bit, but okay, I understand. Tifa's costume was, in the end, a little bit censored, even though it was not necessarily the original cowgirl costume that was featured in the game, as compared to, you know, to one of the previous Final Fantasy installments. That was not a fair comparison. There was, of course, something about boob sizes. People were complaining about the swimsuits in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and I was like, what are we doing here? We're complaining about swimsuits, really? Is that how far things have gotten? But alas, after looking at some of these illustrations and captions from what I would consider probably like a behind-the-scenes book, it's a bit of a guidebook, art book. It's called Material Ultimania, which is a companion book to Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I looked at some of these screenshots people posted on X, and guys, if you are complaining about censorship in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, you are justified. You are perfectly vindicated, because yes, censorship was part of the product. As you can see, and by the way, this censorship has nothing to do only with the female characters. It actually applied equally also to Squall here. Sorry, Claude, not Squall, wrong Final Fantasy game. These guys look so similar.
I was about to pause.
Different hair color. Anyway, if you look at the characters here, the changes, the censorship was not only applied to Aerith and Tifa, but also to Claude here. So what it says here in the screenshot, the swimsuits worn by Claude and the other characters are...
Yeah, dude, I wanted to see Cloud's crotch bulge in the Speedo, but, you know... Nope.
...were drawn in ways that didn't overly emphasize their figures. I'm like, okay, fair enough. This was done in accordance with ethical guidelines and internal feedback.
I don't know, I feel like Tifa's figure was pretty emphasized, but...
Because many of you might not know this, but Square Enix has become such a global brand, globalization, that it needs to now pay attention to not offending someone, online especially. It needs to have ethical guidelines, needs to have its own ethical department, that is also true. And it needs to tone down the designs of the characters in order to, we're going to find out later on, there's some more, of course, here. We have Aerith, her pink mermaid. This swimsuit design was drawn in response to a request to conceal her feminine curves as much as possible. Can you imagine that?
Probably from the North America office.
Someone was genuinely...
Which I think they're all fired now. Fingers crossed.
Offended by Aerith's feminine curves? Like, can you think about it? You're a Final Fantasy fan, and someone's offended by her beautiful feminine shape. Outrageous. Just crazy.
The only people who are offended by that are troons that are probably going to be swinging anyway in the next few months.
Crazy talk raider. And of course, this does not end here. Here's the Shining Spirit beachwear from Tifa. And Roberto Ferrari, who is the main character, person responsible for the characters on the western side. I tried a lot of different kinds of designs for Tifa's swimsuit, but getting any of them approved was a real challenge. So guys, the new challenge in artwork design and art design and game development is not designing a beautiful costume for one of the hottest characters in video games. No, it's actually getting the costume approved. Yes, it's 2026, actually, the game was made earlier, obviously. But we live in these weird modern times where making characters physically and visually appealing is a problem, and it's a challenge, as Mr. Ferrari here says. Since players can view the characters from all sorts of angles in the game, we had to keep certain things in check and not overemphasize her feminine figure. In the end, we settled on this design. Can you imagine sitting like in a meeting room together with a bunch of other people, especially artists, and being like, you know, guys, I think her ass is showing too much and we can't have that. Like, you know, the ethics department are gonna...
I mean, maybe you could say that they were trying to avoid an M rating or something, but I don't know if it wouldn't qualify in the US, but maybe it was some other country they were worried about. I don't know. But yeah, this probably was a result of the North America office, which I think is closed now. Fingers crossed.
In our asses, her ass, they're gonna be on everyone's asses. We can't show Tifa's bum. We can't show her jello. This is absolutely a no-go. Can you guys imagine this even? I've seen games that were so outrageously bumpy and blowy and jealous that this is nothing. This is absolutely nothing. Like back in the 90s and early 2000s, games were very unabashed, especially Japanese games were very unabashed when it comes to presentations of female characters. No one cared. It was about titillating the gamer, about being sexy, appealing to the target audience, regardless if it's male or female target audience, doesn't really matter. It was about appealing to the gamers, to the people who are going to actually play the game. Nowadays, unfortunately, it's appealing to the brand, it's appealing to the corporate, it's appealing to the...
We need to send all games journalists to summer camp.
Stockholders, investors, and trying to sell a product. Because games are no longer or at least not simply a form of artistic expression, it's a form of entertainment. Nowadays, they're a product. And just kind of give you a little bit of TLDR, where things were in the past, how things have changed. Back in the day, when we did not have any globalization, all gaming distribution was local, was to very limited markets, with very good understanding what these markets allow and don't allow. For instance, if you were releasing a game in the US, it would be only in the US market, and if there was a secondary release, it would be a secondary release to a different market, for instance, to Europe, to different European countries. That was also not just, you know, Europe, but had to be Germany, Italy, France, for instance, other European countries, UK as well. All of these things had to be sorted out separately. The same goes with Japan. If you had a Japanese game, getting that Japanese game abroad, in the US or somewhere else, for instance, you had to physically get the game, like physically, like no internet before that. Later on, even when the internet was out there, you had to somehow get the game to your country from Japan. No other way around this. Now, at kind of like the very beginning of globalization, when internet became more of a thing, and it was very easy to find lots of information also from Japan, people were realizing that licensing, regional restrictions are a massive hurdle when it comes to acquiring and enjoying Japanese entertainment. I recently ran into this problem when getting GOW E-Day Resurrection, yes, the one from Bandai Namco, the remake of the PSP game, and I was dumbfounded that I cannot actually play the game in Japanese. I have to play it fully dubbed in English. Horrendous and horrific. I'm still gonna give it a try, probably weeping while playing the game, but that is the reality of it. And you know why that is the case? Because Bandai never managed to secure all of the necessary licensing to release the original Japanese version in the West. Yes. And obviously any attempt to mod this and add the Japanese voice acting to the game would in a way be a violation of licensing and copyright limitations. Like actually, that would be basically illegal. As much as people are just like, oh, you know, whatever, you own the game, it would be effectively illegal according to Japanese law. But that was back in the day. Now brands like Square Enix target a global market. In other words, the US primarily, and therefore, and also...
Yeah, that's the thing I don't get about Square Enix, man. It's like, everybody likes the U because you're not Western. Like, stop appealing to fucking, you know, feminists and troons and games journos. Like, everyone likes Japanese entertainment because it's like the antithesis of Western media.
Other countries like China, and they have to get so down and dirty when it comes to the design of the game to avoid these like secondary releases, to avoid having to tackle on unplanned schedules or having to have separate schedules for releases in other regions. They basically have to approach game design, the production of a game product, so holistically that you have Roberto Ferrari here finding it a challenge to design a non-offensive Tifa beachwear costume. So we are upside down in the other direction. It's the globalization is biting us in the bum, and all of these ethics departments are biting us in the...
Dude, they should have used dental floss and 2 quarters for Tifa, if you ask me.
And the funny thing is that if you look from the perspective of gamers, none of this actually matters. Like, not at all. Like, we as gamers, do we genuinely care if in some other different country, for instance, let's say that the problem with this is China. Now, let's assume, I cannot confirm, which is yet another problem, but let's assume that the reason why you cannot see Arif's full, beautiful curves in her pink mermaid costume is because of China. Living outside of China, which is a reasonably big market already, should we care about this? No. That is a China problem. And it's also not a problem of Chinese players, even because I'm pretty sure that they would also, seeing Chinese gacha games, they would very much appreciate having Arif, you know, fully curvy and stuff. But no, the problem is the regulations. And there's nothing to speak against this. And more recently, also, we have organizations such as Collective Shout, which put pressure on companies, undoubtedly also Square Enix, to tone down the costumes of female characters. Now, of course, here, as you saw before, Claude's costume was also toned down, apparently. You couldn't see Claude's bulge too much, or his bum, his cute bum. You couldn't see it, again, because it was toned down. So...
His cute bum... Gay?
Maybe not Collective Shout or organizations like that, but probably some government is upset.
Yeah, dude, I wanted to see Cloud in a fucking Speedo, crotch bulge popping, you know, his cute bum, nice and plump, strawberries cut to precise, but not for my pleasure, for his embarrassment.
That this is happening. And I'm generally also upset because I generally do not care if Saudi Arabia or China have their own their own regulations that prevent this costume from being designed in this or that way. And I do remember also Stellar Blade famously did have certain problems with Sony because, again, Sony just as well is trying to target a global market and trying to basically appeal to the lowest legal common denominator. Of course, you could always say we do not care, and then Square Enix can get into some sort of legal trouble, you know, secondary legal trouble, because someone out there is going to complain. I'm pretty sure no one really would, because genuinely, you have to be a Karen to genuinely care about any sort of violations, quote unquote, like that.
No, you just have to be Jewish and smell a lawsuit.
But no one would really care. But let's assume someone would care. And therefore they have to, in the name of brand safety,
you'll be hearing from my lawyer. I'm taking you to court.
They have to make sure that they do not run into...
My virgin eyes were offended by this just absolute awful profanity.
To any such legal trouble, any such regulation trouble.
Some ambulance chasing piece of shit attorney would 100% go after them.
In the game, and of course bad reputation that might result in. If you've guys been following gacha game news, for instance, you very often see gacha games being hit by censorship. Being hit by censorship kind of post-release or many years after release. Brown Dust 2 is a recent example. Snowbreak Containment Zone was another recent example, where they had to tone down the designs, the female designs. It's always the female designs for whatever reason in the game, because someone complained. Pretty sure that these designs were not compliant at the very beginning. The developers maybe didn't check, maybe didn't really care, but things like that eventually, unfortunately, when there are complaints, eventually they do...
Dude, if someone complains about a bikini in a video game, they should just be executed. I think that deserves the death penalty. And no, I mean that literally. If you complain about, you know, a female character showing too much skin in a video game, that should be punishable by death.
It's the company and the company then has to fight. They have to come up with like impromptu solutions, like...
Just, that's it. You lodge a complaint, you forfeit your life.
You know, the black spats of censorship.
We need to put that in the law.
It's not the ones that Claw's wearing here, but like under costume. Like imagine, for instance, Eric's costume here having extra black spats and a black bra because her costume.
Yeah, exactly. Take their tops off for equality. I agree. Free the nip, dude.
That things like that happened with Snowbreak Containment Zone, for instance. No one wants this. No one wants you know, postponed releases. No one also wants all of these controversial issues. But then again, is only censorship really the solution here? I really genuinely do not think so. To me, the reality is that companies need to be a little more unabashed again. They need to grow a spine fundamentally. And if there is a Karen online from Collective Shout or elsewhere complaining that Aerith's design is too sexy, well, I'm afraid to say that person should be...
Aerith is too sexy. I can't even focus on the game. Here, wait. There we go. Perfect. There she is, dude. In the swimsuit. Pale. Yeah, that's a sign of wealth. She's not real? Well, yeah, that's why we like her. Duh.
Put in her place by the gamers, saying...
Real women suck, bro.
You are not the target audience because fundamentally, if companies care about selling the product, they should prioritize the opinion and appeal to gamers. Not to some no-name Karen who has nothing else to do but complain on social media or make TikToks. No. The gamers should be the target audience. Now, I'm very happy that Mr. Ferrari here managed to find a compromise for both of the female characters, for both Tifa and Aerith, but obviously this should not be the case. One shouldn't go to such lengths. One shouldn't spend precious resources, precious development resources, and deadlines.
I need to go to Christian camp. Why? So I can learn to play Father Roberto's skin flute?
Painstakingly trying to design a costume just to meet ethical regulations. A lot of them are absolutely arbitrary and fictional. They do not need to exist in the world of video games. At least that is my 2 cents on the topic. I hope you guys enjoyed my rambling. I hope you guys are playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and are actually enjoying it. Not only just the female characters, but also the story. Now, I'll leave you with that, and I see you in the next one. Matane!
All right, we got our next batch.
Operating systems. The most important part of your computer because, well, without them, you wouldn't
Wrong. Everyone knows it's the RAM.
have much of a computer. I remember when booting up my computer was exciting. Logging into my Windows XP machine and greeted by that olive green monstrosity with Chicken Invaders, The Sims, and other games on the desktop just like scattered around. But now I never know what to expect from my computer, as if it's not even mine. Previously, you had to pay for a product, you get a CD and a license key, type that in, install it.
You don't know what to expect from your computer? How does that make any sense?
And you were good to go. You get a few minor fixes here and there, but that was it. Now, the purpose of an operating system has changed. Instead of buying a product, we are the product. With Windows now, there's constant updates. You're forced to create a Microsoft account. All your data is being recorded and sent.
Oh my god, I have to make a Microsoft account to use Windows? No! Oh, I already have one. I don't care.
Back to Microsoft, there are ads in the taskbar, and to be honest, I could go on and on forever. So today, I want to talk about where it all went wrong. Personally, I hate that the first thing I have to do every Windows install is remove as much as I possibly can. It just feels like there's a second step to the installation process. We went from features being innovations, like in Windows XP, adding in Wi-Fi, and now it feels like all we've gotten is UI redesigns, going from glassy to flat, and then...
I don't really feel like Microsoft has been putting out that many updates recently. You know, it seems like maybe one every 2 or 3 weeks. I don't think it's really that bad anymore.
To glassy. Gone are the days that Microsoft make an operating system that just works. Even though most people won't install Windows themselves, I think it's still very important that we start off with the installation. For the past few years, Microsoft has just been fighting against the user. They're trying to make it impossible to create a Windows computer that is not connected to the internet. But
You get an update every week? Well, aren't you just so fucking special, you generation? Wow.
having this constant back and forth with developers who are finding ways to go into the console and re-add offline users. And when you look at what's coming next, it all just makes complete sense. Installing Windows has become a multi-step process. And by multi-step, I don't mean what drive to install it on. I don't mean if you want the fish or the chess piece profile picture. I mean, do you want Xbox Game Pass? Do you want Microsoft Office? Do you want Microsoft Office? And this is all before you even get to your desktop. But let's just say that we make it through the installation and we get to the operating system itself. What you're greeted with is just an abundance of bloatware and ads. If you've used Windows 10 in the past, you'll know that there used to be entries in your start menu for suggested applications you could get from the Windows Store. Over time, they realized that they could keep pushing more and more of these features in without people getting too upset, because you could just dismiss them, they'd go away. But eventually they got quite bad. I'm talking big tiles of Candy Crush and streaming services and social medias that are bigger than the apps you installed yourself. And with Windows 11, it just got even worse. Opening up the start menu on Windows 11 generally feels like one of those adware viruses you used to get in like the early 2000s.
How?
The default page on Edge is absolutely horrendous.
These are all pinned. So just, where are the ads? There's no ads on this thing. All you do is just unpin all of the things you don't want, and they don't ever appear again. Like, the fuck?
11 generally feels like one of those adware viruses you used to get in like the early 2000s. The default page on Edge is absolutely horrendous. You have a news tab, you have weather, you have stocks. You have access to every social media streaming platform and shitty mobile game under the sun, right at your fingertips. They should just add bonsai body in by default at this point. I think that would be an improvement. And this is without even talking about lock screen. If I gave you a pen and paper and asked you to draw me what a lock screen should look like, would that include weather, stocks, a quiz, promotional videos? Like, I'm not even logged in yet.
I don't have any of that shit. I literally just have, like, my icon and then the pin. I don't have any of those widgets. So I don't
Give me
know.
a chance. It just feels like I'm using someone else's computer. Like I'm visiting an internet cafe. Like, why would I put my password
I've never had these problems, man.
into this machine? Who knows where it goes? And I know what some of you guys are probably thinking. You can turn this all off. But that's the problem. The only things you can customize is getting rid of the ads. This is so dumb. On Windows 11, you have the lock screen settings, which say, what picture do you want? And do you want the weather and more? You cannot individually tweak anything. It's just, do you want this on or off? And this is, to me,
Off.
Microsoft's biggest problem.
Done.
Customization. If there were ways to turn everything properly on or off, then there would be less issues overall. With Windows 11, though, everything just looks the same. Microsoft offers themes, but all it does is change the window decoration at the top and your wallpaper. There's just no point in even bothering. It feels like Microsoft have nothing else to work on. They've hit the theoretical limit of what an operating system should do, and they've just started making features for the sake of it. But it's strange that they're so focused on removing the familiarity that most people have. Familiarity is what keeps people happy with your product, and when they slowly start shifting things around and give you an option to change it back like the old way, and then eventually phase it out, people will generally start to have a negative opinion towards your product. I also do know there are alternative start menus and taskbars that you can get. I mean, you could probably make a Windows computer look like Mac if you really wanted to, but I don't really like to consider those as viable alternatives, because then you might as well use a different operating system that gives applications complete control of what the software can look like, and actually make something that doesn't feel tacked on as an extra. There's also another button on the taskbar that I've been carefully avoiding until now.
Yeah, dude. Isn't it super annoying to have to adjust your settings one time on Windows? Well, how about you do it every week on Linux?
I don't want to scare people off. I don't know about you, but I despise this thing. To me, it's not even a feature. Another product that they're selling just the way that OneDrive is, and I don't think it's even worth talking about. But there is a very, very obvious reason why they're trying to put it at the front, and that is because innovation has become so minuscule. Genuinely, what has changed between Windows 10 and 11 other than the UI and ads? The biggest change I found from Windows 10 to 11 was the new File Explorer, which I really wish I could get the Windows 10 one back, and the new context menu, which pretty much everyone turned off immediately. Somehow everything's just new and improved, but the improvements are just how good their data collection is and how much they can gather from you by just typing in your taskbar. I mean, seriously, the privacy on Windows 11 is just shockingly bad. As I mentioned in the initial section, you're forced to make an account. This means that you're forced to agree to their terms and conditions and also their privacy policy if you want to use the operating system. In addition to this, Windows does give you the option to disable some tracking options, but it only reduces the amount of tracking. It doesn't hide it completely. If you want to see how bad it can get, I recommend watching How Bad is Windows Spying by Eric Parker. It's a bit technical, I'll admit, but it's an interesting watch nonetheless. So, what can we do? It is possible to make your Windows use private. It's just that companies like Microsoft intentionally make things harder in order to keep selling your data for profit. So if you have to use Windows, tools like privacy.sexy or WinUtil by Chris Tadders Tech can help debug Windows and make it more secure, but by far the best option in 2025 and beyond, and I cannot believe I'm saying this, is switching to Linux. Now this part, I'm gonna be honest, I've gone
whoa, dude.
Script. I've been using Linux for about 9 years now, and I've never really been the shill. I've only ever recommended it to one person, but I do think that Linux is getting a lot better in recent years. I recently reinstalled Windows, and to see how hard that process was, I think the argument that Linux is hard to install is completely out the window. For the sake of this video, I don't want to use the word switch. I just want to use the phrase check it out. I think there's so many possibilities with Linux that could completely change the way that you look at operating systems as a whole, especially if you've only used Windows or Mac your whole life. And although it's probably for another video, I think it's definitely worth checking out. When a lot of people think about Linux, they think about terminals, they think about crashes, they think about just having to be a tech guy in order to work it. And to some extent, that is still true and will always be true due to the nature of open source software. It is getting a lot better with companies like Valve investing into the ecosystem. Let me know what you guys think. Do you use Windows? Do you use Windows debloated? Do you have ads in your taskbar? Do you have ads in your lock screen? Why haven't you turned them off yet? Also, if you made this far, you should subscribe.
Say no to Linux, guys. Say no to Linux. Let's see. Why is this not loading? Hold on, I gotta refresh the fucking chat. Okay. Hold on, this is taking longer than it should. Like everything nowadays. Isn't it wonderful? All right, there we go. Cool. So let's see. Bud Sunny with the 2. What? Is this gonna be cringe? An underrated exclusive. No. Hunter Eats Hunter with the 2. If forced to use Linux, would you use Steam OS? I mean, I guess, yeah. Because, I mean, at that point, I'd just use my computer for gaming, so. Yeah. Probably. Who on the thumbnail? The pirate guy? I don't think so, man. Looks more like Fabio than me. Alright, let's see. How mid Zelda became? Well, Zelda was always mid, but...
I never got the impression it was trying to poke fun at any particular group or make any real statements about modern culture. It's just...
I wasn't paying attention to the game. Okay, I can't stand. Which one is that? Is that Nerdrotic or Critical Drinker? I can't keep the two of them straight, but yeah, anti-woke slop tent.
Just there to have some fun with some likable...
What was the other, like, movie that he shilled for that was, like, super fucking woke, too? I forgot.
Characters, and it invites the player to do the same thing.
That's what everyone says. You're a fucking fan.
Because of the recent influx of brainlet goyim that have found my channel that couldn't even tell you if they had breakfast that morning or what a smoke alarm battery is, allow me to explain definitively what a grifter is.
You're such an idiot, it's just hard to even imagine.
To the people who have no grasp of what the word grifter means or how to spot one, have no fear because this video is actually for you. A grifter is a content creator or critic who presents themselves as offering genuine analysis or passion for games while primarily chasing personal gain, money, views, influence.
Yeah, my passion's dead.
Political standing or status through deception, opportunism, or manufactured authenticity. These people are truly fake to the core, or controlled opposition if you prefer that term. These are the kinds of people that masquerade as genuine while they would probably betray you at the slightest sign their income or fame or standing with others might fall in jeopardy. Ultimately, the best way to describe them truly is parasites. And willfully following or defending these kinds of people after the most of the information in this video I share with you, I consider you no better than them. Because I think your decision to live within a bubble of conformity and being too afraid to face the reality that we live in a declining society that is overran by your future scholar and doctor and facilitated and funded by a government that has been on your own destruction of your people, I do think of you as a complete traitor. When you don't point out the propaganda in games, movies, or any bit of entertainment, and grift the movement to stop such things or even slow the radicalization of rational thought, you are at least willfully fake and performative of a person filled with greed.
A question.
Yeah.
Has God taken the anger out of your heart?
Why do you ask that?
I just curious.
Now to make myself clear,
my hatred boils over.
We are going over the blatant grifters in this video. And yes, sadly, since these are real people and we don't live in fiction, we do still live in clown world. So I must say, do not harass these people, and this is for entertainment purposes only. With that being said though, blatant grifters such as Critical Drinker, Endemi on TV, Smash JT, Andy Pants Gaming, Mauler, Quarter Pounder with Cheese, just to name a few, this video might be considered a part 1, leading to a different kind of grifter in the second video. A much more sinister and far worse kind I think belongs to its own name itself, an interloper. An interloper is an unwanted person who enters a place or group or situation where they do not belong or not welcome. There are a few examples I could rattle off, but I'd like to save that for the next time, as I do want to do more research. Since when someone is intelligent enough to skin suit the chuds, to skin suit the right, it requires more work to expose their insincerity, because it has sadly become profitable to be inflammatory. I think one of the best places to start is with Andy Pants Gaming, who I have a great hate for. I find his drivel so uninspired and fake, where just in his voice triggers a sort of self-defense in my brain is telling me this guy is not genuine or sincere.
I personally feel the more gay,
Yeah, Andy Pants started off as a parody channel, and then he saw, hey, look how much money I can make doing this.
Being trans and female characters we have in games, the better. The more diverse perspectives we have in games, the better they will always be.
Rather than being judgmental towards others, I started focusing on God's mercy towards me.
Oftentimes, I am compared to him, which some might see as a compliment, and I see it more as somebody pissing in my face. Now, some of you fake chuds might say to me, oh, he called Jason Schreier a lying gay Jew. Now, I know you might have gotten red-pilled yesterday, but it is not any sort of taboo to make fun of Jews, blacks, or women anymore. It's just not. We live in a different kind of internet culture.
What's going on, guys? So I recently saw that everybody's favorite game journalist, Jason Schreier, has started a YouTube channel, and it's actually getting pretty popular. And I was baffled because it made me wonder, like, do y'all not know that this guy is literally why we have wokeness in games? So I call him a lying gay Jew because that is what he is. By definition, he lies. Gayness is his sexual orientation, and he is Jewish by nationality.
Rather than being judgmental towards others, I started focusing on God's mercy towards me.
You're such an idiot. It's just hard to even imagine.
Within this video, Andy Pants doesn't go any farther than just saying this is his nationality and labeling him as Jewish and gay. Because, yes, Jason Schreier is Jewish, which is true, but Andy Pants may or may not even understand his own words. Which, I mean, this is actually something Andy Pants is very skilled at.
Ironically enough, I don't think Jason Schreier is gay. He's just so Jewish that he sounds gay.
On my gay ass art projects. Some confused ass troon and so gay, fat troons, and you hire a bunch of black women and fat dykes trooning out gay ass art projects. That's what they think.
Rather than being judgmental towards others, I started focusing on God's mercy towards me.
It is undeniable that he is skilled in his craft of grifting, where he knows the buzzwords that might grab the attention of room temperature IQ golem goyim. He says the right words: gay, Jew, black. No more masculinity in games. That's one of his favorite ones. For someone like Andy Pants, if you were to honestly ask him what he thinks about actual propaganda in games, besides just saying buzzwords to cover his own ass, you would find it hard to get a good answer out of him, because it's a grift. and he doesn't truly believe what he is saying. He just knows the right things to say. A good example is the things he does not talk about in his videos, such as the propaganda within games and media to push the normalization of miscegenation. This is one taboo aspect that you could call out a lot of grifters on. Why constantly being force-fed in every form of entertainment, black women with white men and white women with black men, is a targeted and very calculated effort stemming back ages. If it doesn't matter, why is it pushed so hard? A lot of people, in heavy quotations, only say gamers want good.
Yep, and it's the lowest propensity mixed race couple of all of them.
Games overall. And diversity isn't the issue as long as they don't look at the camera and say, I am a trans half-like Indian super scientist that is also a girl boss. Because most people are far too dumb to articulate even the quarter of real propaganda pushed on them. It is subconscious. I mean, this intro to his Indiana Jones video speaks for itself.
So I had every reason to think The Great Circle would be woke as hell, but then I played it, and I gotta say it's actually pretty good. If you think about what myself and others do on these channels, we are begging companies to go back to normal-ass video games. Stop pushing political agendas, just tell classic stories, stop inserting 2024 politics. And I gotta give them credit, they gave us what we've been asking for.
Willensschwache Männer sind am einfachsten zu manipulieren.
For God's sake! Who cares? You are both stuck in the past. And right now there's a great evil spreading throughout the world. And we can choose to fight against it or each other. Stop it!
It's okay. He's with us.
Yeah, it's not the most woke game in the world, but there is some elements to it.
We will start him. Take the boat down by the river. And good luck, Dr. Jones.
Thank you.
Go now!
IndyPant's greatest failure is his interview with Ackman.
Buddy, this is the Ackman here. And recently I did a debate with the YouTuber Andy Pants Gaming. Now, some of you may be familiar with him, some of you won't be, but I did a debate on his channel, and because he's been deleting comments, or sorry, disabling comments, enabling comments, disabling them again, disabling the live replay chat, unlisting the stream, republicizing it.
Hopefully it's mutually beneficial. He can use me for content, I can use him for content. It's fine.
We have a funny quote from you. I found your old video on political bias in game journalism. And again, it's like, this is a good take. But see, like, the audience you've cultivated is not going to like something that you say here.
Oh, great. I can't wait.
Yeah, these are your words. The more gay, lesbian, trans, and female characters we have in games, the better. The more diverse perspectives we have in games, the better they will always be. This isn't really lining up with the direction your channel is going in, does it?
Yeah. What I will say is that about a year ago, I was backing Xbox, and I think it's pretty commonly known that I used to have an Xbox channel, and I think in those moments of me backing Xbox, I would say stupid stuff at some points, and you know, if anybody wants to find that or Google that or whatever, I don't know.
Oh, is that one of those stupid things you don't think?
And I'll be the first to say that I've grown since then, and I've moved on from former views.
Yeah, you've moved on from the Xbox console warrior grift to the anti-LGBTQ grift.
Sure, if that's what you want to call it.
Yeah, Plasma Storm Hollow is probably worth something, but depending on condition, you can look it up on TCG Player if you want, and then just filter by the condition that it's in, and that should give you an idea of what it's worth.
You're such an idiot, it's just hard to even imagine.
To watch this interview is a perfect example of two dishonest, scummy, and utterly incompetent people going at each other only to deflect non-stop. Andy Pants may say the industry is cucked, but Ackman practically bent his grift over and turned him into a victim. And I despise the Ackman. And as dishonest and deflective as he was in that interview, he was far more prepared than Piss Pants Gaming, who came for an easy gotcha moment for clips. It is utterly neutered that Andy Pants tucked his tail with this interview. Imagine losing to Ackman. It's honestly pathetic. I found it a test of rage to see and hear the deep smugness of Ackman with an ego unchallenged as his.
Especially like the part where you were like, why don't these YouTubers talk about racism directed towards white people?
Yes.
And you know what, you're right, bro. I started working on a new video. It's called Why is the Great Replacement Theory So Bad? And I think the fans are gonna love it. We're just hard pivoting to political content on my main channel. I'm all in. I'm like you, man. I'm all in.
There's Glee in which he makes fun of a real threat to white people, and that is extinction. I wonder who else would do such a thing. Also, to anyone who has affiliated himself with Ackman and claims to be based, you know who you are, and I will see you in the next video. You honestly have to answer for that, because I will call you out as a grifter. This leads us to someone else who has built their entire channel on culture war nonsense that I have an endless amount of contempt for, and is a good example of what I would call safety net content.
So apparently it's not enough that I've been gushing about this movie on social media for the past couple of weeks and talking about it like every open bar. It seems like I just can't complete
This was the fucking Centerist movie.
my character arc unless I give you a full video review of it.
I
So,
remember,
okay,
yeah.
fine, I guess you win. Sinners is a really good movie. In fact, it's probably Ryan Coogler's best work of his career. People would probably accept two things. One, raising awareness of social, cultural, and environmental issues isn't a bad thing. Neither is encouraging people to look at the world from different perspectives, or giving historically underrepresented groups or problems a bit more visibility and attention, or trying to move beyond tired and damaging old stereotypes. The point I'm making here is that incorporating progressive themes and ideas into entertainment is no different than incorporating traditional conservative themes and ideas. They're both just perspectives that the audience is invited society to consider.
So maybe it really shouldn't be too shocking that he jerked off award-winning anti-white film Sinners, specifically praising the twerking and crip-walking scene, as that's black excellence right there. That's the culture, white boy. White people don't even season-day assault victims. Drinker even acknowledges that while the film is blatantly anti-white, to the extent that you'd be a fool for not noticing, the genetic hatred against his people was done so well that it actually enhanced his viewing experience.
One thing that also got people talking about this movie were the allegories with contemporary culture and racial politics, and honestly, if you can't see the obvious message behind parasitic white vampires infiltrating a prosperous and exuberant expression of black culture to literally suck the life out of it for their own benefit, then well, maybe movies aren't quite your thing. Seriously though, as much as Kugler clearly has something to say with all this stuff, it's integrated intelligently enough into the narrative that it actually enhances the film rather than detracting from it. It doesn't batter you over the head with its message, but instead invites you to consider what it might be trying to say.
Critical Drinker and the wider self Fellatio. Oh, sorry, I mean EFAB, a coalition of some of the worst people to grace the internet. This safety net content or controlled opposition is meant to catch the majority of the normies from drawing logical conclusions, or dare I say, noticing too much. Because woke only means trans BIPOC main character, not the constant struggle of the white man to maintain the slightest bit of his history depicted in media truthfully, without shoving a bunch of browns or third worlders into it to humiliate white history, and not the freefall moral decline of women willingly destroying their own ancestry. These are the kind of things you will never dare see critical normie consider, or any of these other grifters mention, because we only want well-written movies. Isn't that right, Chud? Oh, if only our movies and games were well-written. As long as it's well-written, then you can shove as much propaganda as you want in it, and he'll be fine, especially if the propaganda isn't blatant. And if critical normie slips up in his grift, in which he has gotten caught on before, you can be assured his brown-nosing friend Mahler will gladly lap up the mistake and defend him to the bitter end.
And here's the thing, this batch is actually pretty good. Yeah, there's definitely a few rough edges on the story front where I think
it's really not. It's fucking... Dude, Dispatch is fucking shit. That... yeah. Genuinely terrible game.
the episodic structure lets it down a little towards the end, and some of the mini-games do start to wear thin after a while, but the things Dispatch gets right, it gets extremely right. The core characters are by far the best.
Yeah, the fucking cocks and balls everywhere flapping around. My favorite part.
Aspects of this game, fun and likeable and played by a superb voice cast who give it their all, especially during the heavier dramatic scenes. The dialogue is solid and brought out some genuine laughs at times.
All the time, actually. Bro. I like to bust after every big bust, you know, and I was pretty successful, so you can imagine.
Sounds like loads of fun.
The dialogue is solid and brought out some genuine laughs at times.
Critical Drinker is another who actually believes in nothing of substance. His videos are surface level and offer little to no value. The editing itself is incredibly bare bones, and his fake voice I find profoundly agonizing to listen to. Not only did Dispatch, a game with a very brown and very gay cast, not ring any woke alarm bells for Critical Drinker, he also lauds the writing of the dialogue. If you need more evidence than this, you probably need help wiping your own ass and putting your own pants on in the morning. But for the sake of being thorough, I will give another example. One thing I'd love to ask the Drinker is what the message really is. I think just like Andy Pants, he would have a very hard time setting a definition that fits whatever he has used this in his videos because he contradicts what the message is constantly. Notice then this clip of what the message is in the Odyssey.
So I guess we might as well start by addressing the three elephants in the room. Yes, Elliot Page, Lupita Nyong'o, and Zendaya are all in this movie. Yes, Elliot Page looks just as ridiculous as you might imagine trying to run in a heavy suit of armor. No, they don't have more than a couple of minutes of screen time each and they're largely irrelevant to the story, and Zendaya doesn't even act so much as exists on screen. And yeah, I know it's the principle of the thing for a lot of people, and if you're really bothered by stuff like that, it's kind of like me saying I only spat in your food a little bit, so why aren't you eating it? The point I'm getting at here is that as much as these three dominated the headlines around this movie, they really don't have much of an impact on the film itself, and they had no impact on my perception of it. They come and go so quickly you barely...
No impact.
Even notice them.
Society is fine, right, boys? The West is flourishing, correct? Billions must live. Isn't that right?
And supposedly the guy who popularized making fun of diversity in movies that make no sense, he says, it's just a little bit, why bother? Didn't bother me. And notice the small put down of people who would notice this kind of thing. Is that enough, or do I have to keep yelling? Because there are plenty of examples. These are the moments that slip up the grift, that places most of these people in the early 2016s of America, where they saw wokeness or simply left
Oh my god.
wing Hebrew politics at its height.
It didn't impact my perception. Like, come on, dude.
And said, let's pull back just a little. Not all the way. Bring me back into my safety bubble.
Yeah, dude. Fallon of Detroit just did nothing. Literally nothing, man.
This fits under Side Scrollers Podcast as well that I want to make a side backhand statement to. Side Scrollers Podcast is a meaningless waste of time that brings fat land whales on that also preach that it's just the companies, dude. It's only the companies. When they race swap white characters out of movies, like the Odyssey, they get glee out of this. It is a taunt to you. A cope common said is, well, we just picked the best we had at hand. This also falls under how people cope about diverse casts in video games. They made the distinct choice of actors or characters they put into their games. A video game didn't just sprout a 3D model. They made Amanda Bug Eyes on purpose and put her into everything. Propaganda keeps this cycle moving, and with a heavy boot on the whites that built it. No matter how non-racist you are, how much time you waste pandering to blacks about slavery, the worst of them are using that time and effort to dominate you into submission. You show submission when you bend the knee and grift on this. Reason is because you might feel bad because somebody said that words you said hurt hurt them. I don't care if my words hurt you at all. Indians hire Indians, blacks hire blacks, and whites only hire people who hate them and their history, because retarded boomers and millennials think that we can all get along as if we just row the boat together. We can make it. But what happens when nobody else has that plan? What happens when the other side of the boat is rowing against you, and you just added more numbers to their side to row? Congratulations, you have created your own destruction. You actively cheered for it. And to try and do anything about it comes women, and not even feminism at all. People blame feminism widely, because a woman is inherently liberal and will take the side of your destruction because they cried once. Women are nurturing. That is their quality. It is a good quality. But
to an extent, they're nurturing.
they don't have children anymore to protect, so they must find something else to fill their nest, and most grossly they have chosen the people who are flooding your country to be their babies. Meanwhile, the scholar and the doctor who said all they wanted was better life in your country, out of their own shithole, have raped 12 within the last hour. But we should feel bad for them. These anti-woke grifters are not your friends. In fact, they have contempt for their audience, seeing you as something to tug and pull around and manufacture outrage, wasting your time while they can play any side they want for more attention. They will never say the hard things or something that might jeopardize their source of income. They are willfully ignorant to the real issues and have consistently shown they know how painfully brain-dead their audience is by playing them like goddamn fiddle! Even so, these are not any sort of worst of their kind. The fake Chud, I would say, is a more grotesque skinwalker. Certainly a skilled one that has to be able to infiltrate so deeply. Many of these kinds of people have cracks in their persona though, because no matter how good you are at hiding yourself on the internet, you cannot keep it up under endless scrutiny. Regardless, I hope this video has given good examples of what to look for in a grifter. We could spend the time and go over every single one and why, but I think giving you the tools to think for yourself are more important. And many of the Chuds are very flawed and sometimes contradictory people. But at the core of what is most important of all of it is that the Chuds actually believe what they say to the soul and aren't pussies to keep quiet about it.
To the anti-LGBTQ grift.
Sure, if that's what you want to call it.
At the end of the day, that is what a grifter is, a soulless golem that is there to be controlled op, to stop real people from realizing how bad things really are, and to take advantage of people who are actually fed up with the system and fed up with the media they consume, and they have no idea what they are doing. I look forward to the next video, where I talk more about the interloper. But as for now, have a good day, never give up. So this was a more serious video. I know you guys like your jokes, but I think it's important to say it blatantly and promptly, because if you lean too hard into jokes, you know, nobody's going to take you that seriously. Anyway, I hope you liked this video. I will keep you posted on the next one. Again, I always say it won't take that long, but it typically does. Have a wonderful one. Take care of yourselves, everybody. Thank you all. You're the best.
You're in neither list. I have to make a choice? Nah. I don't know. I don't really even think I make that many, what, chud points, I guess? What would you call it? I mean, I'll mention, like, if something's, like, woke or something, but I don't know. It's not really the main focus of the videos I do, so I don't know. I don't really think. No Griffin in the chud list? Yeah. The armpit Asian. No, we can't. We gotta watch videos, PK. Videos, dude. Alright, let's see. Next up.
The simplest way to reveal how good a video game's core mechanics are is by looking at its optional content. Obviously, there's the main game and everything you have to do to reach the credits of the game, but if you're really having fun with the overall gameplay loop, then you'll automatically be incentivized to do more than you're supposed to do. Shit like going down alternate paths, grinding for XP, or in this case, doing side quests. You don't just want to do these to get 100% completion on your file, but really because you want to play more fun video game. An example of well-utilized optional content are the special missions in Devil May Cry 3. The secret missions can go in whatever direction they want when it comes to what you're supposed to do, because they're completely inconsequential to the main story, and because they're optional. Like, for instance, having to jump on enemies' heads for 20 seconds. It's a pretty specific and unconventional requirement, but it's a good way to introduce players to this more esoteric mechanic. Besides, the ordeal is fairly short, and your reward is a health upgrade, something that anyone would find worthwhile. This kind of design is replicated in many games from this era. Side content has to be intriguing from a gameplay standpoint, and it should not interfere with the story. But developers nowadays are mostly choosing to ignore this kind of game design for the sake of more trivial shit like constant dialogue during gameplay. God of War Ragnarok is a pretty open game, but it still wants to have a big story like the older God of War games. So it can't give you complete access to the world from the start, but it still wants you to go out of your way to get stronger by getting new gear, which is mainly accomplished by completing side quests. But there's already an issue here. The whole overarching plot of this game is centered around Ragnarok. Every character is pretty concerned by what will happen next, because of course they are. It's the end of the
And then you never get to see what actually happens next.
fucking world. But for some reason, Kratos finds the time to help free some giant jellyfish, or help some fucking midgets during a side mission.
Hunter eats Hunter with the two. Gaming culture is fragmented. Grifters ensure chaos. Pretty much, man. I don't know. At the end of the day, you know, you can make a lot of fucking money pandering to whatever side of whatever issue is most popular or you can fit into the niche of, so I don't know. It is kind of a shame, honestly. I mean, it feels like that's basically the issue with the right-wing side of politics in general, is there's just way too many fucking grifters. Like, they're failed leftists that then skinwalk as right-wingers. Like, almost all of them start off as leftists, and then all of a sudden they see the light, dude, and then they're propped up as, like, this, you know, bastion of free thinking, and they need to be supported because they will, you know, ferry even more people over from the left to the right, so, you know, excuse all their past transgressions and blah, 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 blah. But, yeah. I don't know.
While his son is somewhere in fucking Asgard. They insist on giving every single side mission a little story to follow, but in consequence it trivializes the urgency of the main story, which should be given the most importance. Okay, but I guess we can kind of ignore that. Ragnarok's story is pretty dogshit. So what's even more important is the gameplay. What are you doing during these side missions? Well, most of them consist of you being told to go to a specific area, so for the beginning you'll be slowly rowing your boat or riding your sleigh towards a location. And you never have to figure out where you have to go, because the game will constantly hold your hand by telling you exactly where your destination is on your compass. Oh, so much for player agency. I spoke about optional content making you appreciate a game's core gameplay loop. Well, in God of War Ragnarok, when you're not sitting through a 10-minute cutscene,
Bow to your...
you're either solving puzzles or engaging in combat. And that's exactly what you're doing in these side missions. The same shit you're doing in the main game. There's never a part where the game gives you an unorthodox challenge that would justify it being optional, or where it seamlessly introduces you to a more obscure mechanic of the game. And your reward for being an errand boy while the world is coming to an end is new loot to upgrade your stats. I won't completely discredit the game though. The Berserker side quests are quite good because they don't involve mindlessly rowing your boat towards a marked position. It's just a fairly challenging boss fight, which is the game at its best. But you know, it's really obvious that all the creativity that went into the side content was put into the fucking dialogue interactions between the characters, just so they can hammer in the fact that Kratos is actually such a good person now. Oh man, not like he was before. Aren't you glad that Kratos is such a deep and nuanced character now compared to the disgusting creature from God of War 3? And back on the topic of immersion, this kind of story structure just doesn't work for something like God of War. They really want the game to have stakes, but if you think about it, they also don't want players to miss anything because they know nobody is playing this game for a second time. So every side mission is made to be playable at any point in the game. This means none of them have stories specifically surrounding characters like Sindri, Brok, or Atreus who either die...
Yeah, I can't even imagine wanting to replay this game. Like, it was such a fucking slog the first time around, like, the second time, hell no.
Or leave the group.
Because at least the first time you have, like, a semblance of hope, like, hey, is it actually going to get better? The second time, you know it never will.
Point in the story. You know, I think the real reason they didn't have Kratos die at the end of the game, as foreshadowed in 2018, is because they really wanted a fucking post-game with more chores to do. And funnily enough, the game actually does have side content to unlock after finishing the game, with more archaic game design, like killing enemies under a time limit. But you have to go all the way to another realm by going through a portal, and then waiting in the fucking portal dimension. It's fucking bullshit, man. It's inconvenient, really. Do you know where God of War 3 put its challenge mode? In the main menu. Because it's convenient. You don't have to go to a specific area in Olympus to play content that has nothing to do with the story. I don't know why games nowadays have this hatred for their title screens or any kind of UI. It's what gave you the scope of the game, how much shit is there to unlock, everything you can look forward to by playing the game. But title screen tangent aside, how can optional content embedded into the game's world be good? An example that comes to mind is Ratchet & Clank. On every planet you set foot, there are at least 2 paths you can take. One is the main path, which continues the story, while the other is an optional path with its own entirely unique set of challenges. You'll be incentivized to go down the optional path because it's simply more Ratchet & Clank gameplay, and your reward is a new weapon, which gives you an entirely new option in combat. Even if you might never use this new weapon, you still get a little cutscene which gives you a little feeling of accomplishment. This is much better than mere stat increases, which you'll completely forget about. Doom 2016 is another game with good side content design. Levels are all fairly linear, with very simple tasks you need to complete to progress, but along your path, you may come across one of these portals. These contain a side challenge with specific requirements to complete, like killing everything with a certain weapon, or having to kill all the demons in a short amount of time. It's the same gameplay loop, but with an unorthodox way to win. It's what makes them fun and why they're optional. And your reward is a talisman which gives you a certain advantage in battle. But I will admit, these 2 games have the advantage of being less narratively driven, but more on that later. I've shit on Ragnarok quite a bit, so let's look at another game. Spider-Man 2. In this game,
CC, my beloved.
instead of rowing your boat to a location, you web swing, which is much more involved gameplay. So in theory, exploration and side quest design should be more fun.
It's complicated. I was working things out. I'm sure it gets complicated when you take it up your fat ass.
No, it's the same fucking shit. It's mostly mini stories of Spider-Man doing some bullshit chores. And I'm sure you all know this, the worst one is having to play as a deaf black girl. With no superpowers, she can't do shit in a superhero game. You know, maybe canceling TFD was a bad idea. So what? Is it only linear games which know how to do side content and open world games just can't? Obviously not. It's just when a game is both open and story-driven that it drops the fucking ball. Elden Ring has mandatory and optional tasks, but just like Ratchet & Clank, it doesn't explicitly indicate which is which. You're just having fun with the game, and at a point you'll realize, hey, what I'm doing might be optional, but you're having so much fun that you'll just keep doing it. Alright, so games, which are both open zone and story-driven, just can't have good side quest design. They're doomed to always go against the main narrative and have boring incentives. Well, there is actually one game which has a very similar structure to God of War Ragnarok, but unlike it, it actually wants to be a video game.
Let me be your sexual healer. Play with me, my doctor stealer. Want to be your slave dealer. Play with me, my doctor.
So as I just said, Gravity Rush 2's structure is very similar to God of War Ragnarok. In between every main story mission, you're allowed to fuck around in the world and start side missions. Now, the first obvious difference is movement. Exploration involves the actual gameplay of gravity shifting.
Yeah, exactly. Gravity Rush, I would not really personally compare to God of Snore Ragnarok, but you know, maybe.
So it's both fun and convenient to get around the world instead of just rowing a fucking boat, as I said multiple times. And then on the side of the narrative, how does Gravity Rush 2 not interrupt its story with the side quests? The game uses a very simple metatextual tool to have contained side stories while also not trivializing the main story. Every time you start a side mission that can't logically happen at the point of the story you're at, say a character who plays a part in the side mission isn't currently present in the main story or anything else, Kat will tell you that this shit happened to an earlier version of herself. This shit isn't happening right fucking now, it's in the past. Yes, it's a bit immersion breaking in the moment, but it allows the story to have a fixed timeline of events. Also, there's Kat herself, whose main personality trait is her selflessness and her general need to help others. As opposed to Kratos, who, yeah, he did commit a selfless act at the end of God of War 3 by sacrificing his life to release hope to the world, but I don't think that translates into becoming an errand boy for midgets. Then for incentive and gameplay, some of these side missions are basically the portals from Doom or the VR missions in Metal Gear Rising, where you make use of a specific mechanic of the game to complete a time trial challenge. If you're just having fun with the gameplay loop of gravity shifting, then you'll automatically like these, and your reward for performing well is more gems to buy more upgrades for Kat's abilities. The game manages to prioritize its main story while also going all out in the gameplay department. Of course, there are still bad mechanics implemented in the game, like everything which involves stealth, but I'll take those sections any day over playing as a deaf black girl. There's no way I'm buying the new Wolverine game, but I'm betting the same exact side quest formula of talking to an NPC, being given a task, going to a location, beating up bad guys, and then coming back for a fucking shitty reward will be used again. All I can say is just have high standards when it comes to the things that bring you joy. This has been the legendary Brodus. Have a good day.
GTA ass music. Yeah, that was a pretty good video. Hyperg me. The fuck? Okay,
Hello and welcome to Camp Xbox. In my quest to rank and review every Xbox game, weird exclusives have popped up, but today's might be one of the weirdest. Today we are talking about Galleon, an Atlas-published platformer from the creator of Tomb Raider. I beat it recently, and let me give you some history and a review. All footage was captured off of an original Xbox, and I want to thank my YouTube channel members for their support. But let's go ahead and hop into the history of this one. The story of Galleon can be traced back to a man named Toby Gard. Toby had worked for the development company Core Design, which at the end of 1996 released the hit Tomb Raider. Released to widespread critical and commercial acclaim, Tomb Raider was popular at the time, and that's definitely from the help of Toby, who was both the lead artist and the one who came up with the concept for Tomb Raider, inventing the character Lara Croft, one of the most popular gaming characters of all time. Yet he was dissatisfied for what the team wanted out of the sequel, and he was given less creative control, so he left the studio in 1997. 6 months later, he, along with Tomb Raider lead programmer Paul Douglas, would start their own company, Confounding Factor, with a game planned right from the start for both PC and Dreamcast, skipping 6th generation consoles. First announced under the name Leviathan to Game Informer magazine for a 1999 release, in 1998, Edge magazine would get the official title of Galleon, showing off great polygonal animations for the lead character Rama, though that seemed to be the extent of what they had. Galleon would pop up all over magazines throughout the following years, becoming a hotly anticipated game, but it definitely had the shadow of Tomb Raider over it, as that was the main topic about this game. They would also have the publisher Interplay behind them. Still promising a 2000 release, it would finally hit online websites like IGN, showing off gameplay stills, yet 2000 would roll on by with no signs of Galleon. Yet in 2001, Edge once again would run a front-page story for Galleon. Here they would promote the engine built from the ground up, as well as its innovative analog stick control design.
Back then, you probably could edge to the female characters in most video games,
where all the game's actions could be pulled off with simple motions, as Rama would take care of the rest, emphasizing that this game was based on old swashbuckler films, but would push the industry forward. They were still unsure of which console it would release on at this point, though. And later that year, Interplay would announce that it was a GameCube exclusive under the new title Galleon Islands of Mystery. This is the time period where I feel it was most prominently promoted, with magazines and sites like IGN showing deeper gameplay for the GameCube version. And then it was shown off at E3 2002, yet delays for this ambitious game would continue on. During this time, Interplay would have major financial issues, which meant Galleon's delayed production would put this game on the back burner for them. In 2003, publisher Psy Games would come in to become the new publisher, but only in Europe, and Atlas would come in and release it in North America. The development was also switched to being an Xbox exclusive at this point. Toby, in an interview with Play Magazine, cited tight budgets and needing more people for this huge game as reasons for its constant delays, but promised that they kept the gameplay the same and only updated the look to keep it in line with the times. So finally, 6 years after its first announcement, Galleon would hit shelves as an Xbox exclusive. First coming to Europe on July 11th, 2004, it would reach North America on August 3rd. My personal history with this game is light, but it was one of the first games I was ever recommended to review on this channel about 5 years ago. I had never heard of it at the time, and after some research, I played it and really liked it. And I brought it up in a few hidden gem videos, but I do feel like it's time for me to fully beat this one and give you an in-depth review. So let's hop into the review, breaking it down, starting with the plot.
Captain Rama Sabria, although we have never met, your reputation precedes you. In fact, your name has become quite legendary in these parts, and it is because of this that I'm writing to you. I have recently come by.
In this game, you play as Rama. Rama is a classic swashbuckler character who has been called to an island to investigate a mysterious ship. This ship has a garden on it with a mysterious tree. The tree grows a mystical herb that can save lives, but also can give powers that can be used for evil. An evil man named Jabez decides to take the herb for himself, and Rama, along with a healer named Faith, take on after him. This game is like a cat and mouse chase as you travel to different islands to catch him, but also you figure out the mysteries of the ship along the way. You also end up in a slave encampment where you save Mihoko, who is skilled in martial arts. With that, you all make it to the ship's destination, and you discover the secrets of this tree while having to stop Jabez from reaching his full power. With that, you have a great adventure romp before Galleon, which has a really strong plot to back it up. Though it is a simple chase across islands, each island has a story to tell, such as the spire where Kray's shipwright lives, or the palace that you must scour to save your partner. Each is fairly long and offers a lot of dialogue, all with great voice acting. The plot wouldn't work as well if Rama weren't as cool as he is, or if Faith wasn't as headstrong. All these characters deliver smart dialogue and create a fun atmosphere, really having the feel of a classic Ray Harryhausen adventure film that it's...
This game looks very similar to, what's that other one? Fuck. It's the BioWare game. It's like Jade something, if you know what I'm talking about. Kind of looks similar to that.
Trying to emulate. You learn to really enjoy the characters, and I thought the reveal of the plant's origins was solid and offered some real intrigue. Now, I do think the love triangle is a bit hokey, with 2 women pining after you. Yet that's fine because hokey is the drive here. It wants to be escapist fun, and I think it does a good job of delivering on that. Luckily, there are no cliffhangers here, and it all wraps up quite nicely. If anything, one of the most memorable aspects of this game is its plot and world building. Obviously, Toby Gard can make great characters with his work on Lara Croft, and I think here he fleshes out some fun, memorable ones and creates a solid magical world that brings Galleon to life. Alright, so the plot is good, but the gameplay is where the game opens up into something truly bizarre. This is a third-person action game, but the character's movement is not traditional. For 1998, I feel we were still experimenting with movement design in a platformer, but by 2004, we had that down. The right stick usually moves the camera, and the left stick controls all your movement. Yet that is not the case in this game. Here, all the motions are tied to the left stick. Moving forward lightly will make you walk, moving forward harder will make you run, and so will hitting back on the stick. Yet moving the stick left or right moves the camera. Rama will only move forward from where the camera is pointed, and doesn't really turn. It's possible, but you can do it very slowly, so most of the time, you will need to stand and spin to get to the correct direction. It's not too hard to understand once you play the game, but it never feels amazing, especially with all of the pinpoint platforming you do. Yet this is all well and fine. The actual movement on Rama is insane. This dude can run and jump on anything. Simply you move forward and Rama will climb something with no input needed, and sometimes he'll jump without any input. Yet that's only really when you lightly move forward. Whenever you push the stick really hard forward, it means he'll do things like jump off of high ledges, which a light tap won't do, which this is a really weird system to get down, and with a weird system like that, it's really bound to go wrong. Yet from the beginning and throughout the game, I will tell you that this experience starts strong and eventually devolves into a mess. I really enjoyed the first 5 out of these 7 levels in this game. Now the controls are never perfect, but I feel like many of the gauntlets were well suited to the controls. You're given gargantuan levels with high scale, and lots of paths. Each one felt like a maze of platforms and goals to reach, which was awesome to play. There are sections like the second island where you're passing over tall areas on slim platforms, and the slow walking speed works well, with perfectly timed jumps and wall running that bring the acrobatics of the game to life. The level design in each of these areas is well crafted, and all serve nice puzzles, though not too tough. It helps facilitate the gameplay. Elements like your jumps, which are giant, never felt cumbersome and made for daring and creative platforming. And it's not always going to work great. Rama would still run on things you wouldn't want him to, and he also won't latch on the things you want him to. But these felt like errors on my half versus the actual design of the game. Now, the one element that was underbaked from the beginning was the combat system. You hit a mix of X and Y, though Y makes you lose some health. You hit enemies when you move, and if you stand still, you block. There's not a lot of strong combos, and it's more about flow and timing, asking you to hit X multiple times as a symbol pops up in the corner. The timing here never felt right, and it was always more useful just to slap the X button over and over, or use the Y button for boss battles. So it makes for boring combat that never plays particularly well. Even when you get special moves as you get higher combos, they never feel satisfying, or even that powerful, making for extremely boring combat. The combat, though, is fine, and it's never that bad, but the boss battle...
This looks, I don't know, kind of sloppy, but
are very weak.
Maybe
Here you need
it
to hop on
has
the
its
backs
own
of these enemies and
soul.
stab the back of their heads by climbing them. It's a very cool idea, and the first time you do it, I thought it was awesome. Yet every major boss battle repeats this fight over and over, which means your biggest battles all the way to the very final one reuse the same style of gameplay, which I feel is uninteresting game design. Many bosses are just as bad with enemies with gigantic health bars. You whittle these down so slowly, and none of these enemies are hard. They just take forever, which is just plain tedious, and I think tedium is far worse than being majorly difficult. So the game is certainly flawed, but there's a lot of charm in the oddball controls. I think the idea of an ambitious movement style is neat, and the platforming sections are perfectly suited for it. There's also a weird cursor system where you hold down B to hover over items, and you move Rama to them to use them. It feels like a point and click. It's such an odd choice, but I like odd choices, and it certainly makes this game feel unique. I especially love its use when you have Faith or Miyoko with you. There are a few puzzles that require you to direct them to different switches, like one early on where they need to flip switches so platforms go to the correct positions as you jump on them. So you go to your menu, which is controlled by the right stick, which is also really weird, and you direct them to the correct places. And I really love this system's ingenuity, and it brought the band of adventurers to life in the gameplay. Up to the 6th level, which was full of fun platforming challenges and puzzle highlights, I continued to really enjoy the spark of creativity and fun behind this game. Combat was far from perfect, but it was a game I was willing to overlook some issues to find something fun. Yet those final levels have all of the worst elements of the game thrown at you. For one, there's a large underwater section which has you hunting down objects. There's a mechanic where Miyoko will breathe air into you as your breath runs low. It is tedious because you have to grapple with poor swimming controls, and then you need to call on her, and it's not an instant move. She has to swim to you, and sometimes she's really far away, so you have to preemptively call her when your breath is about halfway done, just so you don't die. It's a god-awful level, and then after that, it gets worse. There's a kaiju fight, but there's no damage here. You have to direct a monster into a small lava pit with your punches and kicks. The combat is never good enough to direct anything anywhere. This is a battle of attrition that is miserable to sit through and far too long to get to work properly. This combo of sections makes the 6th level the worst of the bunch. And the final level has you going through 2 gauntlets, one where you're tiny in a big world. This offered hard platforming, but it was all well designed, having you hop on moving platforms and make giant leaps. This was an awesome section of the game, and it's one of the highlights. Yet the air world gauntlet is another miserable level. This has you doing a lot of floating and jumping onto moving objects, which Rama just slips off easily. It also has you collecting gems hidden all over the place, and it's a trek to explore this long, tedious level. This was the opposite of the other gauntlet, and one of the worst bits of the game. And it all culminates into a boss fight that just repeats what we've done before. So the ending of this experience could have been so much better. There's a lot to say about this game, which overall I did like. I think the platforming's ambition is there, and it makes for something I've never played before, especially on the Xbox, making it fresh and unique. Yet it is far from perfect, as the end game is rough and the combat isn't entertaining. So it's one of those games that is both fun and flawed. Before we move on, I want to say thank you for watching so far. I appreciate your time, and these videos do take a lot of time and effort, and I want to make sure I put out the best quality videos for you. So let me know what reviews you'd like to see next in the comment section. Subscribe if you haven't already, and leave a like as it really helps me out in the algorithm. But let's go ahead and move on into the visuals. Galleon has a very unique visual aesthetic to go alongside the gameplay. Here the characters have a strong polygonal look, almost broken at the seams on each of their limbs. Looking through old magazines, this is the way they had always looked since 1999, and it does feel like a holdover. In the cutscenes, it's noticeable how broken apart they are, but I do think they are at least distinctive, all with nice faces and lip sync animations to add to the game's plot. So on one hand, it's outdated, but I do enjoy what it brings. The range of motion on Rama in the gameplay is very strong. The way he jumps large distances, climbs objects, and backflips, the acrobatics here are very well done for the time. It works well with the fluid motion that the developers were trying to capture and enhances the gameplay in that experience. The hit and miss look also affects the environment as well. On one hand, the scale captured here is awesome. This really hits in the second level where you're climbing to the top of a tall structure. The scale of it is awesome, where you look below and you see all the mini areas you've traveled in. Many levels are over an hour long and feature a maze-like structure in which paths layer over one another. It's all thoughtfully designed, and I never felt lost in the game. Though I wouldn't say it's linear, it does lead you down paths, and it feels very fluid. The scale also captured in these levels like the Sultan's Temple, where you travel through many rooms and courtyards, and you even end up on the roof. It makes it feel like you can go anywhere you want. Yet the textures on elements like rocks and grass feel archaic. Like elements plastered onto things with not a lot going on. There isn't a lot of life in the environments. Though they do add a lot of color to the game, I found when outside, there just wasn't much to do. The enemies also have a very weak look to them too, with many humans having plastered on faces and textures, and the animals looking awful. And overall, there's a lot here that looks like a much older game. The Xbox in 2004 was pulling off some incredible stuff, and for an Xbox exclusive at this time to look like this, it just doesn't stack up. It makes for a game that, despite having strong art, it's overall ugly when it's put together. I do think the art design does bring some bright and colorful aesthetics, making it not horrible to look at. There is a uniformity to the look that makes it feel great to look at times, and it's vibrant. This goes down to the bright sunny beaches and the colorful cast of characters, so I do think it captures something in the look, even if it's archaic. The voice acting in Galleon is awesome. The plot from earlier would not work as well if it didn't have the great voice actors behind it. Your main cast is filled with voice acting greats. Rama is voiced by Roger L. Jackson, who you might know as the voice of Ghostface, but he's not doing that voice here. He manages that suaveness well. You have Kim May Quest and Jennifer Hale supplying the great work for the female leads. Michael Bell as the villain Jabez delivers a great villainous turn, and then the amazing Tony Jay lends his voice here as well as the narrator. It's a stacked cast and all are playful, not overdoing it and allowing the silly yet entertaining dialogue to work. I thought every voice actor here made the characters more interesting, and that really helped the plot, especially with the loads of dialogue and plot packed into the story. I also enjoyed the use of silly sound effects. Punches and kicks all feel like something out of an old Batman episode. In interviews, it seemed like they wanted to capture a comic book feel, and the punchiness here feels just like that, feeling very silly. It makes the combat, which feels lackluster, have a little more life to it. Rama also does a lot of sounds when he does backflips or he hits. All are dynamic and not overused voice lines, so it's never quite tiring. Now, a tiring sound in this game is the alert noise. So when you move from slow to fast, the game will make a noise to notify you that you're moving fast. As you do this very often, you will hear this ding over and over again, which can be annoying and
It's kind of, not really, but kind of reminiscent of the early Prince of Persia games too.
That are very stop and go. Another element I didn't like was the lack of music. The music when it appears is great, not really going for a pirate vibe, as this game isn't about pirates. It has a light jauntiness that's fun, easygoing, but can be bold and adventurous in its combat. Yet I felt that a lot of this game lacked any type of music, so sometimes you're doing platforming to no noise at all. I'm a guy who likes music in my games, and light music in the background can really help keep some energy going, but instead it feels awkward here and could have used a little bit more of a pep up, especially in those later levels. Galleon is such an odd and obscure game that had so much hype but released to nothing. With weird controls that might have been revolutionary in 2000, they were bizarre only 4 years later. Not only that, the look wasn't quite up to snuff for the time either, and it also had a weak combat system. Yet despite these issues, especially in the back half, I really appreciated its ambition. I think the controls are part of the charm that makes it stand out. With normal platforming controls, I feel like it wouldn't have that acrobatic edge that would make it stand out. Not only that, but the colorful style and swashbuckling plot are very entertaining, especially when delivered by a great voice cast. I will say by the 6th level, I was looking to rank this game in the higher end based on its charm alone. I'm a guy who doesn't really care much about style over substance. I think style can make a game memorable and entertaining. Yet beating this game was a chore, and there were issues throughout, so I can't say it's one of the best exclusives, but I will certainly say it's underrated. On my ranking list of every original Xbox game reviewed here on the channel, which I've now reviewed 138, Galleon enters in at number 61. I did shuffle the list a bit and drop Jedi Starfighter down a few slots because I don't feel the lasting impact on the game has been very strong, and all the games above it offered gameplay I was more willing to return to. Galleon here sits at 61 above Black, because though I do like Black, I'm not as big of a fan of it as everyone else it seems. I enjoyed Galleon's world and unique gameplay style. I think it brings a lot more interesting to the table over Black, which felt like just another first-person shooter. I do think Air Force Delta Storm is far more replayable though. Delta Storm has a much stronger set of elements and did not offer as many frustrating areas as Galleon, offering a much more consistent gameplay feel and style. And I wanted to break this game down further into a genre list, and I think platforming fits this game best. This was a hard genre list to put together, as I feel platformers were starting to be loosely defined in the 6th generation, so I tried to pull together games where I felt platforming had as much focus as the combat. Yet if you feel any game from my ranking list belongs here, let me know in the comments. Galleon ranks in at number 9 of the 16 I have here. I do think it's better than the likes of Scalar and Ty. Those games are fun, but the plot in Galleon makes it stand out over those two, and it offers something much more unique. Yet Vex is a much tighter platformer all around with a larger moveset, and I also felt like Pirates Legend of Black Cat was a better swashbuckling game due to the openness of that title and how much you could sail and explore, which if you've never played that one, definitely check it out. Yet games like Jet Set Radio Future and Indiana Jones are definitive in terms of movement, with Indiana Jones feeling like a great successor to Tomb Raider and getting up feeling like the next generation platforming styles as we moved into games like Assassin's Creed. Galleon would come out to mixed reviews according to Metacritic, where it currently holds a 67 out of 100. IGN gave one of the more positive reviews, giving it an 8.2 out of 10. They did think the visuals were too simplistic, but found a game with a lot of personality and great level design. Electronic Gaming Monthly gave it 2 4.5s and a 5. The consensus was that this game was ugly and the controls were funky, yet they liked the voice acting and thought it might work for somebody looking for something unique. Official Xbox Magazine gave it a 6.8 out of 10. They felt the characters were nice, but the game was dated, with a good story that they felt was charming, but the controls were far too annoying to make it a great game, and it felt unfinished. According to VG Charts, which estimates sales, Galleon was a bomb, only selling around 30,000 copies overall. A game that seemed very promising and well publicized at the time of Dreamcast was simply old news by 2004, with 2 publishers having
Gears of War Reloaded numbers
to come in and releasing it to zero fanfare. Yet in 2004, just a month before the game's North American release, it was rumored that Confounding Factor, the game's developer, was shutting its doors once Galleon came out, and that exactly happened. All this build-up just for nothing special to happen. Toby Gard would return to work on the Tomb Raider series, helping with Legend, Anniversary, and Underworld, and he now runs an indie studio called Catharia Games, and they just put out Dream Cycle in 2021, but nothing else has been announced since. Galleon, in terms of lasting impact, seems to be nothing. Hardly anyone mentions this game, and it does come up in my comments sometimes, but it seems to come up more as an oddity or people just being interested in its history. Though I'm sure there's people out there who have heard of this game, and I'm sure there's people out there who enjoy it. On Backlogged, only 53 people have said they've played it, and it holds a 3.1 out of 5 average. Yet, how did this game look to you? If you've never played it, let me know if you're interested in it, or if it doesn't look like it's for you. And if you played it, let me know in the comments if you loved it or hated it. I would love to hear your opinions. Everybody's opinion is important. Be sure to leave a like, as it really helps me out, and subscribe to keep up with videos like this. And check out my second channel, Camp Extras, for more gaming videos that aren't related to Xbox. And I want to give a huge shout out to my YouTube channel members. Thank you so much for your support. You really help out the channel, and I'll see you here next time at Camp.
Yeah, I mean, it looks goofy. It's one of those, like, you know, early PS2 generation kind of action slob titles that probably didn't age very well.
Xbox.
But I don't know. Not the worst looking game I've seen, but I don't know if I'd want to play it. Ugh. Alright, I think we're through everything. Yeah, I played the Army Man Chopper game, I'm pretty sure. Or whatever it was. Whatever it was called. I don't think I ever had it, but I know for a fact my friend did. I might have had one on 360, actually. Was there one on 360? Yeah. I guess. I don't know. Oh god, Chappie. Nope, no armpit Asian girl. She's gone. She's gone and she's never coming back, bro. It's over. Alright, well, it's almost 6 o'clock, guys. I'm kind of tired, so I think I'm probably going to go ahead and sign off. I'm, like, trying to stay awake at this point. Chappie came out. Dude, Chappie was, like, a huge meme for a while. Budsling, if it's short, I mean, I don't really care about PS3 skyrocketing prices. These are always just clickbait so people can pump their shit. Alright, we can watch it real quick, but...
Well, it's finally starting to happen. With PlayStation announcing the closure of the PlayStation 3 and the PS Vita online stores, the prices on some of these PlayStation 3 games on eBay are starting to skyrocket and reach some pretty crazy levels. I think we all knew this was going to happen. I just don't know that we knew when it would happen or exactly how bad some of these prices would get. But I was scrolling through eBay earlier today, and I gotta tell you, I was pretty shocked at some of these prices. So we're gonna jump on eBay, jump on price charting, and take a look at what's going on with some of these PlayStation 3 games. But before we do that, let's take a look at the announcement from PlayStation so that we understand what prices looked like before and after that announcement was made. Here you can see that announcement was made on July 1st, an update on PlayStation Store for PS3 and PS Vita. And we're not going to read the whole article, but we're going to take a look at this first paragraph. This is where most of the important stuff is here. After nearly 2 decades of supporting the PlayStation 3 console generation, we wanted to let you know starting one day we're not going to be too concerned about the average prices of these games because the average price spans a time frame both before that announcement was made and after that announcement was made. But when you go down and look at the individual sales, you can see the Puppeteer was selling in June for a price of around, let's see, $65, $75, $70, $60. So somewhere around $60 to $75 on average for this game. And that price seemed to be pretty steady all the way up until that announcement was made.
And it's not even a good game either. That's the funny part.
from Sony. Once you hit July 1st, you start to see the game bump up a little bit to $80, $90, $93, start getting close to that $100 range, and even here you see it hit $100 and $109. Then all the way up here on July 13th, you can see the game sold for $155 and $145. So almost 3 times what this game was selling for back in the middle of June. And with price charting, sometimes the sales data will lag. I'm actually filming this video on July 18th, but I can only see sales information all the way up until July 13th. So I'm missing a few days of sales information here, and it's actually a pretty important few days of sales data because in the last few days, the price of Puppeteer has gone up much higher than even the $155 sale price that you see here. So let's jump on over to eBay and see what is going on with Puppeteer in the last few days. Here we are on eBay looking at listings for Puppeteer, and you can see the very first listing, someone's asking $225 for this game. If you keep scrolling, you'll see the same thing. Here's one for $185, but this is an auction that still has over 2 days left, and it's already got a bid on the game for $185. Here's someone asking $240, $200, $250, $280 for this game. That's almost twice the cost of the $150 you saw in that price charting data. And it just goes on and on. $270.
Damn, bro, I should have sold my folklore copies I bought for $250. Oh well. I tripled up on those. I still have 5 copies of it, but I sold my 2 extra ones I bought recently.
$4, $175. Again, this is a bid here, $290. And you might be saying, okay, this is just what people are asking for the game. But are people actually paying these prices? If you actually filter the data for completed listings, you'll actually see that people are paying these extremely high asking prices for this game right now. So here you can see the game sold for $215. This isn't the ESRB version of the game. That's what we're going to be looking at for this video. But here you can see another ESRB copy, $220, $99. Someone got a good price here. $270 somebody paid for this game just 2 days ago. Again, $280 on July 16th. So this game just continues to go up. People are paying these extremely high asking prices for this game. I don't know how much higher this game's going to get. It is exclusive to the PlayStation 3, so that is the only way you can play this game. So it's possible that these prices...
And it's not even good either. It's just platform slappa.
Prices continue to get even higher than they are right now. But let's take a look at the next game here. All right, the next game we're going to look at is Folklore. This is another PlayStation 3 exclusive game. When you go down and look at the individual sales information for this game, you're not going to see any sales information from before the Sony announcement. That's just because of how...
I told y'all to buy it when it was $60. I mean, I was buying it when it was 30 or 40, but you know.
Price charting tracks their games. They only show so many listings here, and because this
I bought 2 more copies at $60 a piece when I told y'all to, so...
game sells more often than Puppeteer, we're not going to have data that goes back before that announcement was made. But what we can look at here is we can look at the sales history over time and get an idea of what this game was selling for on average. And you can see here it was selling pretty regularly over time, anywhere from $40 to $50. And if you look at the sales information from after the announcement was made, here's sales information for July 13th. You can see the game sold for $102, $120, $150. Here you have $120, $110, $149. So much higher than the $40 and $50 this game used to go for. And if you jump on eBay, people are asking even higher prices than that. Here you can see someone's asking $150 for a complete inbox copy. Someone's asking $175 for a copy. Here's one for $99. Not as bad as the first 2 games we looked at, but still double the cost of what this game used to go for. Here you can see 120, 90, 90, 178 someone's asking. So again, this is just what people are asking. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the completed prices and see what people are actually buying the game for. Here you can see the most recent sale for Folklore went for $122 on bid. So it had 34 bids and the game sold for $122, 2 to 3 times of what it used to go for prior to Sony's announcement. Here you have $100, $100, $120, July 16th, $130 someone bought this game for. So again, with this
most recent sold is 150, 160, 160, 150. Yeah, so 150 to 160-ish is what it's at now.
This being a PlayStation 3 exclusive, it's possible that these prices just continue to rise. This one actually surprised me a little bit. This is the Godfather, the Don's edition. So this is an enhanced version of the original Godfather game, and this enhanced version is a PlayStation 3 exclusive. And when you look at the sales history for this game used to sell for between $90 and $100 on average. So you can see $90 here, $105, $104, $110, $95, $109. So maybe $90 to $110, we'll say. And then Sony makes the announcement. You can see those prices start to jump up. $143, $140, $149, $155, $202. Again, double the cost of what it used to go for. And when you jump on eBay for this game, you can see people are asking even more than that. $220, $214, $199. So double the amount of what it used to go for. In some cases, even more than double the amount. Not a game that I expected to get this high in value, over $200, but here we are with the PlayStation 3 store closing down, and these physical copies will be the only way that you can play these games in the future. Here's the price chart.
I don't think those games are available digitally either. That's why they're so expensive even before the announcement, because it's a licensed game.
Info for 3D.Game Heroes, another PlayStation 3 exclusive game. Again, we're not going to see any sales history here from before the Sony announcement, but if you scroll up here to the trend line for the game, you can see that it's been a $40 to $50 game pretty much forever. $42, $47, $48, $44. And when you scroll down and look at the individual sales from after the Sony announcement, you'll see that the game is selling for much more than the $40 and $50 that it used to go for. $127, $115, $114, $130, $114. $127, $119. And again, if you jump on eBay, you'll see the same thing. $129, $120, $139. This was a $40 and $50 game prior to Sony's announcement. $124, $109, $99, $199 somebody's asking for this game. Again, are people paying these prices? This is just what they're asking. Let's see what they're actually paying. $139. This was a best offer, so we don't really know what they agreed to pay on that price, but $129, $127, $109, $125, $140. This was a $40 to $50 game about a month ago, and now people are paying $140 for this game. 3 times what this game used to sell for. And you're even starting to see this with games that aren't exclusive to the PlayStation 3. Here you have Spider-Man Edge of Time. This was also released on the Xbox 360 and the Wii, and you can see prior to the Sony announcement that
these are always expensive though, because they're Spider-Man.
the game was going for just over $100. You got an anomaly here of $150, but after that, you got $104, $110, $112, $110, $105, $109, pretty regularly right around that $100, $110 price point. But then the Sony announcement comes, and you see we've got $199, $100...
No. That's not the Sony announcement. That's the new Spider-Man movie. That's what caused that, bro.
$150, $134, $169, $200. And then it's the same story when you jump on eBay. Not quite as drastic for this game. You're not seeing it jump 2 to 3 times of what it was going for, but there is a substantial price increase. So here you can see someone's asking $130, $170, $155, $140, $149, $156. And again, these are asking prices. Let's see what people are paying. All right, so you see someone here paid $110, so that's a good price. That's about what it used to go for. But then you see here $150, $170, $160, much higher than the $110 that this game used to go for. And so while it's not 2 to 3 times what the game used to go for, it's still pretty significantly higher than what it used to go for in that $100 to $110 price point. So pretty wild times right now with some of these PlayStation 3 prices on eBay. I don't know how long this will continue to go on for. I do think there's a lot of panic buying and FOMO going on right now. At some point that'll settle down and it's possible the prices start to come back down just a little bit, but it's hard to say for sure. What are your thoughts? Do you think prices will continue to climb higher? Or do you think once everything settles down, things will normalize and we'll see prices drop just a little bit?
They'll normalize. The fact of the matter is all of these quote-unquote rare games, there's still hundreds of thousands of copies out there. How many people actually want a fucking copy of 3D Dot Hero? Not very many.
Let me know in your comments. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
So. Sell high, baby. Sell high. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and hop off, guys. Have a great Sunday, everybody. I'm going to go to sleep. And, yeah, I'll talk to everybody later. Peace out, guys.